So thank you everybody for coming, and we're delighted to see such a great attendance for this event, and it's really going to address with expert panelists and speakers the intricate relationship between agriculture and climate change. And first I'd like to welcome the Minister for Agriculture, Food and Marine, Charlie McConalogue, to open proceedings.
Thanks very much, Suzanne, and good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, Ministers Hackett and Hayden, members of the Oireachtas, ambassadors, and all of you for taking the time to come here today and for doing so much within the sector and taking the time to contribute to this important day for us. I want to give you a very warm welcome to this first Agriculture and Climate Change Science into Action conference organised by my department and team. I want to recognise our Secretary General Brendan Gleeson here as well. It is very significant to see such a huge level of interest in the event today. This very much demonstrates the appetite for information on the science and policy around this important topic, and this was precisely our ambition as well in convening today's conference. While a very relevant topic for many years now, given the pace of policy developments and considering the volume of research and innovation coming on stream, we felt it was important to bring you up to date on the developments from the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. This conference today takes place during National Science Week, and I'm pleased that we can mark that today by placing a particular emphasis on the science and innovation relating to agriculture and climate change, and platforming some of our best academics, scientists, researchers, educators and science enthusiasts to engage with you and share their knowledge and discoveries. We've assembled over 20 speakers and panelists, national and international, to delve into many different aspects of climate change, agriculture and land use. And I want to thank each and every one of you who are contributing today for taking the time to do so. While Taoiseach Leo Varadkar had hoped to be here today in person, unfortunately this was not possible. So now I want to introduce his remarks, which he recently recorded for this event, and we will see on screen. Thank you.
Diavidh, I'm really sorry that I cannot be with you in person this morning. Is é an tahrú aráide an bhagart éinear is mó atá os ar gcóir inniu. Is féidir ling fiorthionacha a tahrú aráide a feiceáil. I believe climate change is the single greatest threat facing us today. The nature of the climate crisis is unlike any other challenge that we faced. It requires a rethink of how we work, travel, use our land and source our energy. The recent severe flooding in Cork, Waterford, Louth and Newry is an unfortunate reminder that Ireland is far from immune when it comes to extreme weather events. It's warmer and drier than ever before, and we're seeing more severe weather events happen more frequently. Weather events that are having a devastating impact on our communities and many people's livelihoods. If we're to succeed in rising to this challenge head on, and I believe we will, it'll require new approaches, new ways of doing things, and an openness to a significant amount of change. We cannot wish this away or pretend that it doesn't affect us. Nor can we say that it's up to other countries to act. We must act together now if we're to succeed and take advantage of early mover opportunities. We need to prioritise and adapt, cognizant of the fact that adaptation is largely under our control, while climate change largely is not. It's the area in which we can do the most to protect our people. I want you to know that the agriculture sector will not be asked to bear a disproportionate burden of climate change mitigation, and I believe farmers must be at the heart of any solutions. Irish agriculture is far too important to our economy and to our society, and demand for food globally will rise, not fall, in the coming decades. We have to take into account things like food security and food prices as well in everything we do. As you know, there are sectoral emissions targets for every sector, for energy, industry, transport, and the built environment. At 25%, the scale of the challenge for Irish farming and agriculture is significant, and I don't underestimate what it's asking of the sector. However, I know that farmers and those working in the agriculture sector can and will rise to this challenge. It's in the interests of Irish agriculture and the food industry to be at the centre of a decade of change, shaping it and driving it to achieve a more sustainable food production sector. And there are significant opportunities as well. I believe we can make the necessary changes, while at the same time protecting and growing farm incomes. This can be done through new streams of income, such as energy production, carbon farming, forestry, organics, and agritourism. So we need to accelerate the availability and take-up of more sustainable options, such as making the best use of chemical and organic fertilizers, maximizing our natural advantage from grasslands, and improving animal breeding and feeding. At the same time, we're investing in new research and technologies so that Ireland can be at the cutting edge internationally. How we manage land is crucial to our natural defences, and we must do all we can to prevent the devastation we've seen around the country in recent weeks from flooding happening again and again. Of course, agriculture is only part of the picture. Every sector will have to adapt and make changes to reduce our emissions. Our housing stock, our industry, our transport networks, our energy system, the whole of Irish society will have to end its reliance on fossil fuel. Government will continue to lead the way by promoting and implementing technological solutions and ensuring the transition is as fair and just as possible. Ireland is at a pivotal moment in how we act on climate change. We've laid some of the foundations for a future free of dependence on fossil fuels, but we need to do more. Daunting as the task before us may seem, we've proven time and time again as a country that it's easier to make change happen if we work together. In facing this challenge, I believe we need much more dialogue among government, farmers, the food industry, scientific experts, and other stakeholders, using both existing and new dialogue structures to bring more shared understanding on consensus on where we're going and how we need to get there. Today is an important part of that enhanced dialogue. Acting with resolve on climate change will be good for Ireland, good for Irish agriculture, and good for Irish farmers. We all have a part to play and must work together in finding the best way forward. I believe this conference today is important because it will be a discussion based on the science. My thanks to Ministers Charlie McConalogue, Martin Hayden, Pippa Hackett, and the Department for organising the event. And I hope that today's conference will be an opportunity for you all to think big, think different, and above all, think of the future. Gur míle maith agaibh go leor.
Well, again, thanks to the Taoiseach for his contribution there. And delegates, it's worth re-emphasising what the Taoiseach has just said, and that being the urgency, the scale and the effects of climate change on our weather patterns is only increasing, as laid bare through the recent flooding in various parts of the country. Agriculture will be one of the most affected sectors, so we clearly have an enormous task ahead of us in mitigating and adapting to this climate challenge. But as An Taoiseach pointed out, breakthroughs in research and the development of new technologies can and will provide solutions. This is why we place science at the heart of today's conference. Investment and support into agriculture and climate research is a priority for my department. Over the last 10 years, the proportion of our total research budget devoted to climate science and agriculture has risen from 3% to 43%. Besides individual projects and people, some of whom you will hear from today, this funding has also helped to develop agriculture's long-term climate infrastructure through the installation of a national agricultural soil carbon observatory of 21 covariance towers, respiration systems to measure animal methane emissions, and soil moisture monitoring stations. To build further now on this momentum, I'm delighted to be able to announce here today that my department is awarding €3.8 million in new funding for 4 climate research projects. These awards are the result of the second joint research call between Ireland and New Zealand earlier this year. And I want to formally acknowledge the excellent collaboration from the New Zealand Ministry for Primary Industries, represented here today by Ambassador Trevor Mallard. The 4 successful projects will be led on the Irish side by a collaborative team of scientists from 6 research performing organisations involving Teagasc, University College Cork, Trinity College, University College Dublin, Dublin City University, and the Irish Cattle and Breeding Federation. They will investigate topics in key areas such as inventory refinement from pasture-based farming systems, peat soil modelling to enhance carbon sequestration, soil sensor development for real-time organic carbon monitoring, and nitrous oxide emission reduction from accelerating biological nitrification inhibition in mixed pastures. I think you will agree that these are highly relevant research areas for us, and I want to congratulate the 4 Irish coordinators of the projects, Professor Karen Daly, Dr. Bridget Lynch, Dr. Julia Bondi, and Dr. Ben Lahart. In addition, I'm also pleased to indicate in the coming weeks that I and Minister of State Martin Hayden, who has special responsibility for research and innovation, will announce over €20 million in new research commitments arising from a research funding round my department ran this year, and 44% of this, or €8.8 million, will go towards climate research projects. We've developed a number of key international partnerships over recent years. This includes, of course, New Zealand, and also the US and Europe, and most importantly, our long-established partnership with colleagues in Northern Ireland. Given the scale and the urgency and global nature of the climate challenge, it is clear that international partnerships offer significant advantages in terms of the pace of the research and the potential for better outcomes. And for this reason, my department has increased its investment in international initiatives, and these now represent 18% of our total annual research budget. So to build further then on this, we've recently committed just under $5.5 million towards other international initiatives being undertaken with the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases and the US United Arab Emirates-led Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. Throughout the day, you will hear more about these and the excellent scientific progress being made across a number of areas. But these need to be built on to bring them from the lab and from the testing ground to being implementable on farms. For any of you present at the recent Teagasc event in Ashtown to mark the 50 years of Ireland's membership of the EU, you'll have seen the data presented by Professor Pat Dillon of a doubling in milk solids production during that 50-year period, with just an 18% increase in cow numbers, and also a 62% increase alongside that in carcass output, from only a 34% increase in the number of livestock slaughtered. By any measure, these are significant productivity improvements, much of which is down to science and innovation. So our challenge, ladies and gentlemen, is to do for agricultural sustainability what has been done for productivity. And our conference today brings a particular focus on that. So in conclusion, the transition to a more sustainable agri-food system will require the right policy environment, investment in science and innovation, diversifying our systems of production and land use, and coming together in a collective spirit of determination to contribute our fair share in the fight against climate change. You are all well positioned to participate in this and play a really important role in facilitating an open and informed conversation on these issues. I strongly encourage you to use this conference today as an opportunity to hear new ideas, to engage in discussions with each other on what we can implement in our day-to-day activities and what more we can do to support our farmers who are on the front line of climate change themselves. I hope that you will leave feeling energized and ready to mobilize in this critically important task facing all of us, and I look forward to engaging with you throughout the course of the day. I leave you now with a short video summarising some of my department's research and innovation supports. Go raibh míle maith agah go léir, and enjoy the day ahead. best wishes. Thank you very much.
The agri-food sector is Ireland's oldest and largest indigenous sector. In 2020, the sector delivered over €14 billion in exports and provided employment to 164,000 farmers. Like all sectors of the economy and society, agriculture has a major role to play if Ireland is to meet its 2030 climate commitments. The sector is committed to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 25% by 2030. This will be an important element in achieving our Food Vision 2030 goal of becoming a world leader in sustainable food systems. Science, innovation and knowledge exchange will be critical in delivering on these commitments. Research, supported by the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine and other public research funders, will provide new tools and technologies to mitigate and offset agricultural emissions. The department alone has committed almost €53 million towards climate research and innovation in agriculture in the last 10 years. Funding for climate research has increased from 3% to 43% of the annual total research budget. The department accounts for 1/5 of the total public research support in climate science. Our funding has helped develop agriculture's long-term climate infrastructure with the creation of a NASCO network of 21 covariance towers, green feed systems and 10 soil moisture monitoring stations. International research partnerships and collaboration on climate change has also increased in the last 10 years, with funding rising to 18% of our total annual research budget. This has delivered total investments of €35 million towards projects to address our shared climate challenges. These investments also sit alongside our commitment of just under €5.5 million towards international initiatives being undertaken with the Global Research Alliance and the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. Public research support is delivering across a number of areas. Research on low nitrogen pasture systems has shown the potential to reduce fertilizer use by half with no impact on farm output. More accurate monitoring and measurement of animal and land-based emissions is helping to capture a more accurate picture of the sector's greenhouse gas emissions. To combat methane emissions from ruminants such as cattle and sheep, genetic research, including genomics, has shown potential to select animals that emit lower levels of methane without any impact on animal production. Feed additive research has shown that emissions can be reduced by up to 30% in indoor beef systems, with studies ongoing for pasture-based systems. In the case of manure and slurry, additives can reduce emissions from long-term storage by up to 80%. Research into the use of nitrogen inhibitors has shown that ammonia emissions can fall by 80% compared to conventional urea fertilizer, while nitrous oxide emissions can be reduced by 70% compared to calcium ammonium nitrate. Research into these areas are ongoing as we work collectively to build a climate-smart, environmentally sustainable agri-food sector built on sound science and innovative technology.
Thank you very much, Minister McConalogue. And now we begin the first of our sessions today, and this is focused on climate policy. And we have Professor Peter Thorne who's going to speak. He's going to actually give a presentation for about 20 minutes, and then we will take some questions afterwards. So if you'd like to ask him something, we'll have our colleagues in the floor with some mics. Peter is, of course, the director of ICARUS, the Climate Research Centre at Maynooth University, and he's the coordinating lead author on the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And we're very lucky to have Peter in Ireland and to have him speaking today. So please give him a warm welcome. Take this away.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give a talk at a very high level. There won't be a lot of direct agriculture in, but it hopefully will give you a grounding. It's based upon the Synthesis Report, which is the capstone of the entire Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change process, and it is summarizing a huge body of work. We had 3 special reports: special report on 1.5, special report on climate change and land, special report on the oceans and the cryosphere, and then 3 working group reports on physical climate science basis, on adaptation and on mitigation. So this is going to be what I think are the key points you should take from this. So let's hope this works. There you go. It's not working on my main screen, is the problem, sorry. Okay, so key point one, the main screen down here isn't working, folks, it's not moving. So key point one, it is entirely us, not a little bit of it, all of it. Climate change is us. So starting from the bottom of this figure and coming up, first thing to note is that we are moving in the wrong direction still. So this is not cumulative emissions over time, this is annual emissions over time. We are moving fundamentally still in the wrong direction. We are still increasing emissions. We knew we had a problem in 1990. We should have started reducing emissions in 1990. We are still on an annual basis increasing emissions of greenhouse gases. What does that mean in terms of moving it into the concentration space? So how are the greenhouse gases changing? Carbon dioxide is increasing, methane is increasing, nitrous oxide is increasing. All of these are emitted by the agricultural sector. One of the key things here is to note that we did not make these graphs the same size. They are deliberately scaled in their vertical extent by the importance of each of these greenhouse gases as contributors to the warming that we see. So the big boy is carbon dioxide. And that's a really key message. If we need to get to climate neutrality, carbon dioxide is the thing that really matters. Okay, that doesn't mean methane and nitrous oxide are not important, but we are not going to stabilize the climate without reaching net zero carbon dioxide. It simply will not happen. And coming from those concentrations to the observations, so the first thing in the left-hand side of this one is the observed warming. We have warmed the climate by about 1.1 degrees. Actually, if we add on the next 2 years, and if we now add on 2023, it's probably nearer 1.2 degrees now. In the last decade, relative to pre-industrial. This matters, the little grey bar on the right-hand side of this matters, because that is the warmest we believe from reconstructions that it got in the current interglacial, the last 8,000 years. That 8,000 years is the time that has allowed us as humanity to flourish from hunter-gatherers through agrarian, industrial, and modern technological revolutions to where we stand today. And if we look in a much longer time frame, that is a remarkably quiescent, stable period of the climate system as a whole. So we are moving climate, if you want, beyond the safe operating space that has enabled us to actually develop to the society we are today. The observed warming on the right-hand side here is shown, and then next to it is the attributable warming to humans. So this is the point that I made in that key point up at the top. It's not some of the warming that's due to us as humans, it is all of the warming can be attributed to humans. So it's not a case of, oh, it's 50%, oh, it's 70%. It is 100% of the warming that we have seen is attributable to humans. I should say every figure from here is taken from the IPCC reports, which means it has been signed off by every government in the world. So this is not my graphs. This is graphs that are agreed by multiple scientists and multiple governments. So key point number 2, we are already feeling the effects of climate change, and those least responsible are most vulnerable. So this looks a bit like a world map, and the bit that you really want to look at from our perspective is at the top. It's labeled NEU, Northern Europe. And this is from the emerging science of event attribution, where we can start to say whether certain types of events have been made more likely by humans. And where there are 3 dots, there's high confidence. And high confidence means something special in IPCC. It means that there are lots of lines of evidence, and all of those lines of evidence are in agreement. So when we have a heat wave in Ireland, like we did last summer, when we hit 33, the warmest in at least a century, if not ever, that has been observed, we know that humans have made that more frequent, more likely due to climate change in this region. That's what this map is showing. Similarly, and perhaps more interesting, in the immediate proximal challenges that we are facing, this is extreme heavy precipitation. And you'll note that here, Northern Europe stands out amongst all the regions as the only region in which we have high confidence that increases in heavy precipitation are down to human influence. So the flooding that we have seen across multiple parts of the island of Ireland, it's not a question of is there a human influence, it's a question of quantifying that influence, which we can do via the emerging science of event attribution, and which I hope we can do in future nationally via a national operational attribution capability that we might be able to stand up. But I have no doubt at all that there is a human fingerprint in the flooding impacts that we have seen in recent weeks. And one of the key things here, and this is global, but it also arguably extends to national levels, this is emissions per capita in 2019. It's a pretty good proxy for historical accumulative emissions as well against vulnerability. So if you're up on the top left-hand side of this, you're highly vulnerable, but you have very little responsibility. You've undertaken very little emissions of greenhouse gases, and you're highly vulnerable. If you're down at the bottom right, you're not really vulnerable, but you're highly responsible. And there is this paradox globally that the people who are most vulnerable to climate change, who are already feeling the impacts most, are those least responsible. So key point number 3 is things will get rapidly worse if we do nothing. So if we look at how the globe warms by different warming levels, the annual hottest day here, first thing to note is that the continents particularly warm much quicker than the global average, the oceans much slower. You see just the hues in these maps as we go 1.5, 2, 3, 4 degrees, getting much, much darker. So things will rapidly get worse. That's the hottest day. This is the annual wettest day precipitation change. So the wettest day pretty much everywhere around the world gets a lot wetter, and in parts of the world gets considerably wetter. That has implications. So this is risk of species loss locally. So this is not extinction level at the global level, but this risk of extinction locally greatly increases if we move to 3-4 degrees centigrade. And we have impacts upon production, both on land and in the ocean, that rapidly will increase with warming. This is just a couple of examples. There are regions where there are winners in terms of agricultural productivity, but the global picture, which is what matters if we want to feed the 8-9 billion people in the world, the global picture is one of reducing overall production. There are regional winners and regional losers, but the global picture is one of reductions in productivity. And every region faces more severe and or frequent compound and cascading risks. And we did here use an example of the food production system. So if we have more frequent and more intense extreme heat and drought, which is exactly what we are seeing and what we expect to be exacerbated with future warming, that reduces soil moisture and health, it reduces food yield, and that has large-scale implications that go well beyond the agricultural sector to broader society as we move forwards. So this problem, if we don't get to it, this problem will have impacts. This will have impacts locally, it will have impacts globally. So key point 4 is that keeping climate change at or around 1.5 with minimal overshoot requires everything, everywhere, all at once. If we had started in 1990, if those emissions had been reducing since 1990, we would have a smorgasbord of options to still keep warming below 1.5 degrees. The fundamental challenge is that we have kept growing emissions of greenhouse gases such that now we have no option but to chase everything everywhere all at once. And we're not on track. So to limit warming to 1.5 degrees would mean following the blue line here. So it would mean that this is in emissions of carbon dioxide equivalent using GWP 100 for those who are technically minded, is basically the amount of greenhouse gases we're emitting. Black is the observed line heading the wrong direction. Blue is the line we would have to follow if we wanted to limit warming to 1.5. Green is the line we would have to follow if we wanted to limit warming to 2 degrees. Unfortunately, implemented policies is the red line, and the nationally determined contributions, even our stated ambitions as a global community of nations, is the grey bar. So our ambition does not meet the Paris Agreement target temperature goal of keeping warming below 2 degrees and striving to keep it below 1.5. That's the grey bar. Then there's an even bigger problem, which is the implementation gap, which is that no country is sadly doing everything it's pledging to do in terms of actually implementing those policies. So implemented policies put us on a flat trajectory of greenhouse gas emissions. That means the problem gets worse. The only way we stop the problem getting worse is reaching net zero greenhouse gas emissions. So it's not sufficient to stop the curve continuing to grow. It's not sufficient to have it flat. It's not even sufficient to have it reducing. We need to get to net zero. That's how you get climate to stabilize. What does this look like broken down into 2 key emissions? Carbon dioxide reaches net zero by the middle of the century in a 1.5 degrees consistent world, and reaches it by about the 3/4 of the way through the century in a 2 degree world. In both those worlds, methane also has to reduce, but methane does not have to reach net zero. Carbon dioxide needs to reach net zero. Think of carbon dioxide as running your bath with the plug in. So long as the tap is running at all, it is continuing to accumulate. Methane, on the other hand, is the plug half out. It matters how fast you're turning the tap on or off. So we need to get to net zero on carbon dioxide. We need to reduce methane, but we do not need to reach net zero on methane. And net zero on greenhouse gases as a whole always will lag net zero on CO2. So this is a really important point, because I see time and time again in the national conversation, by the time it's on the third question, it's onto agricultural emissions. And my fear here is the national narrative is making climate change to the 95% of people who are not in agriculture somebody else's problem. The fundamental truth is we need to reach net zero CO2. It is everyone's problem. It is every sector's problem. We need to rebalance the conversation. Agricultural emissions are important and need to reduce. But we need to be talking about transport, built environment, all these other sectors that are, in particular, are far more heavy on CO2 emissions. The other thing to note here is that greenhouse gas emissions by sector in the right-hand side do differ. You can reach net zero with different combinations of residual emissions, negative and positive, from different sectors. There is not one solution, but physics cares, are we at net zero? That's what physics cares about. Physics does not care about the relative contributions from different sectors. It cares how much greenhouse gas we are emitting or not emitting. So key point 5 is we have the technology, tools and policy instruments to act, and many do return money to our pockets, which is great. So I want you really to look at the right-hand side here. The left-hand side is about adaptation and adaptation viability at different levels. But the right-hand side is the really interesting bit. It's the cost of different solutions on a levelized cost of expenditure over the next decade for different solutions in different spaces. The second set is agriculture and land use here. What I want you to note is that blue is things that will actually save us money. Yellows, oranges, reds are things that cost less than $100 US per ton. Given that we have an emissions trading scheme and a carbon tax, actually for us, anything that's basically yellow or orange is a net saving to us over the next decade. So there is a huge amount of opportunity to reduce emissions by a huge amount in ways that will actually be economically beneficial to society or to sectors. And we can go down to the second half of this and look, and it extends across all sectors is the key point. So key point 6, that not acting on climate makes acting on everything else that matters to us much, much harder. So the way we looked at this was we looked at the Sustainable Development Goals. These are the things that everyone agrees matters: education, health, housing, all kinds of rights and needs of society. And we looked at where things help, where climate action would help to attain a sustainable development goal, where it would hinder. So help is blue, hinder is orange, trade-off is striped. And then where we couldn't assess, sadly, is white. So the first thing to say is we don't know in a lot of cases. But where we do know, the overwhelming evidence is that climate action helps us to attain the Sustainable Development Goals, to attain the things that matter to us as a society. So if we don't take meaningful climate action, we're making our life harder for the other things. So there are always competing demands. I would not wish to be a deputy or a senator and have the competing demands. But realize that if you do not act on climate, the things that you think you're acting on, it's like putting sticking plaster on an open wound. You've got to close the wound. You've got to address climate change. Then you can apply the correct health to solve these problems. Okay, and I'm going to finish with just a key point. This is the gets you in the fields figure that we had in the summary for policymakers. I was really proud that we did this. We actually came up with this in the hotel basement in Dublin when we had a meeting for the synthesis report, 4 or 5 of us. This is climate stripes, but with people. You can see yourself in one of these. Each one of you can map yourself broadly onto one of these characters, can map your children and possibly your grandchildren onto them. The future we write is not yet cast. The future is in our hands. We can give a future where the climate looks broadly similar to today. It will be slightly worse, but it won't be unimaginable. Or we can continue our habit of fossil fuels and of emissions of greenhouse gases, and we can make the problem that much worse. I will leave it there, Chair.
Thank you so much, Peter. It is stark information. We need to be told it again and again and again. It is time to act. That's what we're here to engage with. And what's wonderful, you know, looking around the scene, the room, I see people from agribusinesses, from, you know, individual farmers. I see Tesco here, journalists. It's absolutely brilliant that everybody is listening to you, and we're all in the discussion together. Has anyone got a question for Peter? This gentleman here, we might take first. Yeah, there's a mic coming down to you now, sir.
Peter gave a great pep talk, I must admit. But I don't think there's a lot of evidence out there that would say science is asking questions about some of the assumptions he made. For example, John Butler, who's just retired, you probably know him well from the Armagh Observatory, and he dug up the record of climate at Armagh back to 1794 or 5, I think. That's 230 years. And that record shows that the increase in temperature started way before carbon dioxide began to rise. So there's another cause, and John would point that out very clearly, because he got such a poor correlation with carbon dioxide over the time. Now, the second thing is there's a millennial cycle in temperature. We had the medieval warm, we had the Roman warm, and the Minoan before that, 1,000 years. And in between times, there was cold periods in the Dark Ages, in the 500s and 600s, and in the middle of this last millennium gone by, there was the Little Ice Age. So there's a lot of evidence that the increase in temperature is really a recovery from that. Now, some of it, not all, but you implied that it was all and nothing else. And I think a lot of people would ask questions about that.
Okay, we'll leave it there because I'm going to get Peter to answer, but then I'm being told to move on. So these discussions do come up now and again. What's your reply to them?
So the discussions do come up time and time again. They have been repeatedly looked at. Of course, the global science community is continuously looking at this, striving to improve our knowledge. Much of the long-term variability being alluded to is local, it's not global. We have improved global reconstructions over the last several thousand years. That was the little bar that I showed on one of the things. The science is incredibly robust to the point where all of the governments of the world agreed on wording to state that human influence upon climate change is unequivocal. So the science is robust. That is, you would not have people at Saudi Arabia, Brazil, a number of other countries signing on to this if there was any reasonable doubt at all. The science has done this to death. We need to move on from a discussion on this to solutions.
We need to move on from this historical little blips and variances. Thank you so much, Peter. Please give him a round of applause. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Peter has given us the global sort of meta-analysis of what's going on in climate. And now we're going to hear from what's going on in the European Commission. And our speaker is Maciej Golubiewski, and he is head of cabinet at the European Commission, of European Commissioner for Agriculture, Janusz Wojciechowski, who will present on what is happening in the European realm in relation to climate policy. Now, he is online, and we are going to hear from him now. So welcome, Maciej.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. Sorry I can't be with you physically. I would love to be in Ireland right now. The weather outside here, I don't know, maybe you have similar, but anyway, it would be nice to be with you. I would like to thank you first and foremost for this kind of invitation to address your conference. I heard with interest the second part of Professor Thorne's presentation. It was good to hear certain elements in his speech on methane, for example, and the relative contribution of other sectors to our climate goals. I'm very interested. Thank you also for myself. Sorry cannot join in person at the home of Irish rugby and football. Indeed, it is encouraging to see a large presence in Dublin today. To quote your rugby anthem, and this was something suggested to me by my Irish cabinet colleague, it is clear that you're standing shoulder to shoulder in the fight against climate change. I'm also very encouraged to see the high level of participants, including your Taoiseach Varadkar, Minister McConalogue, and leading members of the scientific community. Your presence and participation further reinforces that climate change is high on the Irish national agenda. In this regard, I welcome Ireland's commitment for 2030 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the agricultural sector by 25%. This represents an important contribution to the EU's objective of climate neutrality by 2050, and I would like to recognize the ambition of the Irish government and the work of the Irish farmers to meet this target. To support these efforts, I will update you on some of the ongoing initiatives being taken by the Commission to support our climate agenda. Well, let's start with the climate law and the 2040 target. To begin, while the 2050 target is our ultimate destination, we need to first pass a number of checkpoints. Under the European climate law, we have set the intermediate target for 2030 to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% compared to 1990 levels. According to the provisions of the law, the Commission is also mandated to propose a 2040 climate target within 6 months of the global stocktake at COP28, which will take place in just a few weeks' time. The 2040 target will take the form of a non-legislative initiative or communication of the Commission, with legislative acts to follow at a later stage. While more information will be provided in the coming months, I would already like to stress at this point that the reporting of emissions from agriculture in the greenhouse gas inventories needs to be improved. This is important both from the scientific and farming perspective. Otherwise, climate-friendly practices which are actually being implemented by farmers on the ground and which bring real benefits will not appear in the numbers. Returning to our 2030 target, the Commission released the Fit for 55 package of proposals, of which the Effort Sharing Regulation, or the ESR, and the Land Use Change and Forestry Regulation, or the LULUCF, are most relevant for agriculture. The ESR is focused on emissions of methane and nitrous oxide from livestock and soil management. Under the Fit for 55 package, the new ESR increases the 2030 target for emission reduction from 30 to 40% for the combination of sectors falling under its remit, including as transport, building, waste management, and agriculture. It is nevertheless up to the member states where they focus their efforts in these individual sectors. Harking back a little bit to what the Professor said. Meanwhile, the LULUCF regulation covers mainly CO2 emissions and removals in the land sector, including soils, trees, plants, biomass, and harvested wood. The new LULUCF decision sets a 2030 target of 310 megatons of CO2 equivalent for net removals, which all member states will have to contribute in relation to their share of EU-managed land. Here, Ireland is already in a strong position. Ireland's soil organic carbon content is high, under 27 grams per kilogram in soil across all land types, in comparison to an average figure of 47 grams per kilogram in the EU. Moreover, the level of 82 grams per kilogram on Irish arable land is the highest in the EU. To grow the potential of carbon sequestration in agriculture, the Commission adopted a communication on sustainable carbon cycles in November of last year, which is currently being discussed by co-legislators. The proposed regulation will significantly improve the EU's capacity to reliably quantify, monitor, and verify carbon removals. These certificates will also help to reward those making efforts in sequestrating carbon, notably through carbon farming practices. To ensure the quality and comparability of carbon removals, the proposed regulation establishes 4 quality criteria. First one, quantification. Carbon removal activities need to be measured accurately and deliver unambiguous benefits for the climate. Additionality. This means that carbon removal activities need to go beyond existing practices and what is required by law. Then long-term storage. Certificates are linked to the duration of carbon storage so as to ensure permanent storage. And finally, sustainability means carbon removal activities must preserve or contribute to a sustainability objective such as climate change adaptation, circular economy, water and marine resources, and biodiversity. All going well, we hope to have a strong and effective regulation in place by the first quarter of next year. I'll move now to the CAP, the Common Agriculture Policy and Strategic Plans. However, we also need to ensure that the new ambition for the EU sync is reflected in all policy areas and by supporting policy tools. The Commission is therefore mainstreaming funds for carbon farming in the Common Agriculture Policy, the LIFE program, and the Regional Development Fund, as well as in Horizon Europe and its mission called a Soil Deal for Europe. Let me focus on the CAP, which remains the key tool to support the contribution of our farming sector climate objectives. The CAP has a specific objective on mitigation and adaptation to climate change, and several result indicators and climate-related aspects. In their CAP strategic plans, member states are supporting beneficial practices for carbon farming and climate action in general, and Ireland is no exception. The Irish CAP strategic plan dedicates 1.5 billion euros for eco-schemes, many of which target climate benefits, including extensive livestock production, planting of trees and hedgerows, and support for soil sampling. Further 1 billion is used to target environmental and climate objectives under rural development, which can support climate-friendly actions like agroforestry. Other interventions are also addressing methane emissions from livestock, including 103 million euros for the Suckler Carbon Efficiency Program, which supports beef farmers to improve sustainability, as well as 36 million euros towards the European Innovation Partnerships, which can support the uptake of innovations such as new feed additives recently approved by the EFSA. Research and innovation, another topic. This brings me to my final point. Research and innovation is a key pillar of our approach. As many of you know, the EU Framework Programme for Research and Innovation, Horizon Europe, places a key focus on climate change. Under Horizon Europe, the level of spending to address climate challenges in agriculture has increased significantly, reaching around 470 million euros for the year 2023 alone. In particular, I would like to highlight the soil deal for Europe, with up to 5 missions areas prioritized in Horizon Europe. Under the leadership of my Commissioner Wojciechowski, along with Commissioner Ivanova, our aim in the mission is to establish by 2030 the following: 100 research and innovation hubs with more than 1,000 testing sites, so-called living labs, as we call them, to lead the transition towards healthy soils in Europe. But we're also looking beyond Europe. 6 months ago, I took part in the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate in Washington alongside Minister of State, Mr. Martin Hayden. We both contributed to a session on how our soil mission is helping to advance knowledge and promote innovation for climate-smart agriculture. The event in Washington was a very successful opportunity to share ideas and strengthen cooperation internationally, and also to demonstrate how Europe can lead the way to healthy soils. In the meantime, the mission's first call for project proposals received a large number of applications, including for the call dedicated to carbon farming in those living labs. Carbon farming can help mitigate climate change while contributing to the livelihood of farmers. Therefore, conserving and increasing soil organic carbon stocks is one of the mission's specific objectives. Starting in 2024, Soil Mission Living Labs will further explore and refine carbon farming methods on the ground with direct involvement of all relevant stakeholders. I would also like to mention the good work we're doing in the Joint Programme on Agricultural Soil Management, co-funded by the Commission and national governments and running since 2020. Ireland's Agriculture and Food Development Agency, Teagasc, has played a full role in this program and contributed to its success so far. These and other examples prove that the rewards of research and innovation come to fruition with time and dedication. So when it comes to science, we indeed must accelerate our actions and ambitions, but also demonstrate patience and persistence. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to climate change, it is clear we have a fight on our hands. What's more, it is clear that farming is at the front line of this fight, and our farmers cannot stand alone. We must all play a role, and for its part, the European Commission is taking a three-pronged approach. Through legislation, to ensure that our actions are sufficient, ambitious, and evenly distributed. Through the Common Agriculture Policy, to ensure that farmers have the necessary funding and support. And through our research and innovation actions, to ensure that we have the right solutions to tackle our challenges. So yes, it is clear we have a fight on our hands. But by taking these approaches and by taking them together, shoulder to shoulder, I believe it is a fight we can win. On that note, I thank you for your time, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Maciej. Shoulder to shoulder, yes. We'll get there. Now, after hearing from both those fantastic speakers, I'm delighted to introduce our first panel discussion this morning. And this is on Ireland's Climate Action Plan and the agriculture and land use sector. Now, in this discussion and throughout the day, you'll probably hear us say LULUCF an awful lot. And it was referred to there in Maciej's presentation as well. And that is land use change and forestry. So we're going to be talking a lot about this in this first session. So please welcome on stage our four distinguished panellists. We have Laura Burke, Director General of the EPA, Mary Donnelly, who's the Chair of the Climate Change Advisory Council, Brendan Gleeson, Secretary General of the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine, and Pat Dillon, Professor Pat Dillon, of course, Director of Research at Teagasc. Welcome, everybody. Here you go. So I might sit down or stand up. It doesn't really make a difference. Laura, I'm going to start with you. I mean, what are your reports telling us broadly in terms of the trends about the economy, particularly in agriculture, on climate?
Well, thanks very much. And it's great that we're talking about science, because the EPA's role is all about science, data and evidence. And one of our key roles, of course, is producing the greenhouse gas inventories for Ireland. And I think The key for us in 2022 was emissions reduced. That was only slightly, but there was overall in the economy, the emissions reduced by just under 2%. Now, one swallow doesn't make summer, it's just 1 year, but it is a very positive indication. And the other positive indication we had was reduction in emissions from agriculture. 1.2% reduction, again, a small reduction, but even in saying that, there was a reduction, mainly because of a 14% reduction in the use of nitrogen fertilizer. Some of that is price, Ukraine war, etc. And the key now is for that to be sustained. Across the economy, we saw other areas such as energy sector reducing emissions. Again, that's positive in the context of what Peter was talking about. You know, the whole economy needs to change. But, and unfortunately there's always a but in this, when you look at the overall reductions, what we're seeing is in 2 years of the carbon budgets up to 2025, almost half of the carbon budget has already been used. So what does that mean? That means if we're going to hit our 2021 to 2025 carbon budgets, which the Minister was highlighting that we've committed to, we would need a 12.4% reduction every year. So we're celebrating a 1.9% reduction. We would need a 12.4% reduction year on year for the up to 2025. For agriculture, slightly less, would be around 8%, but still that's a huge change. So good news, but is the piece from us. It's still a really, really huge challenge to kind of get the momentum and turn the ship around.
Regarding, we were talking about, I mentioned LULUCF there, and this is key, the LULUCF inventory. What likely changes might we see about the biological nature of agriculture in the LULUCF coming in coming years?
Well, I think the key thing to remember with LULUCF, and it is, I suppose, this kind of common narrative that we're now all becoming familiar with, is the EPA always reported land use change emissions. So there's nothing new in what we're doing in that regard. We've always reported them to the UN and to the EU. The difference is, and it was mentioned in the previous talk, is that now there is a compliance target. Previously, the land use area wasn't part of compliance. Now there is a reduction target. So I think that's going to be one of the key changes that we're going to all have to adjust to. There is a significant target for reduction in Ireland. And when you look at this sector, actually it's a net source of emissions in Ireland. And that's actually got worse in the context, and particularly what we saw in 2022 for the first year is that forestry is now a net source. It had been a sink, it had been absorbing carbon from the atmosphere, but in Ireland now forestry is a source.
Explain why it's a net source to people, because that might be hard for us to understand. It's because felling is taking place at the end of growing cycles that were in place for a long time. Is that the chief reason?
That's really it. And what's not happening to the level that the ambition is there is replacement and afforestation. So, for example, there is an ambition to be growing approximately 8,000 hectares per annum of forestation. We're down at around 2,500. And it takes time for all of that afforestation to absorb carbon. So what we're seeing now is, as the felling happens, there is a release of carbon into the atmosphere. The challenge, and the reason I raise this is because we now have this compliance target. Also, it is the right thing to do if we're talking about transformation of the economy, transformation of the agriculture sector. But when we look at our projections, because another key role for the EPA is to projecting out into the future and looking at all of the policies and measures, and if they're in place, what the result would be. And when we look at the LULUCF sector, with all of the policies and measures, including ambitious afforestation, including ambitious rewetting of land, we're only seeing a very marginal reduction in emissions from this sector. So it's an absolutely critical sector. It is now coming in under compliance, and we're going to need to make significant changes if we're going to have the reductions of emissions from the sector that are needed, and also to use this sector to compensate for other areas, to be able to absorb carbon into the system.
And the land survey, that's ongoing at present, isn't it? So am I right in thinking that carbon that is absorbed by land, hedgerows, pasture land, whatever, isn't counted right now?
An awful lot of it actually is already.
Okay.
And as I said, it's reported on an annual basis. It's what is coming in under compliance. And Ireland has opted to include, up to now, included certain areas such as wetlands have already been included. So some areas are, some aren't. But the key is going forward, this is all going to be coming into play. And one of the things that the EPA has been doing, and as part of the LULUCF regulation, is to develop a land use map that will geographically track changes in land over time. And we've already started that with a number of the data sets already included, but there will be even more. And so this is because the land sector, I suppose more than any sector, it is particularly complex and quite localized. So in this land mapping, we'll be able to geographically track what's happening with land over years, over different years. So it started, some of it is already incorporated within the reporting. The compliance aspect is the key change here.
Okay. Mary, I'm going to go to you next. We all know that changes have to happen so soon, so fast. I mean, as Peter was saying, because we didn't act in the 90s, we didn't act in subsequent decades, we're now in this position where we really have to throw the kitchen sink at this. But besides CAP, where does the Climate Change Advisory Council see the funding, the support coming from to accelerate these changes?
Well, maybe I could take some of the changes, because I think what Peter was saying is really important. We all have to do everything, everywhere, all the time. And in the agricultural sector, we're very fortunate in that this year, Teagasc came out with the revised MAC curve with a pathway to achieving the 25% reduction. And I think that's an excellent contribution to achieving the targets that we need to achieve. And maybe we could just focus on 3 of the measures in the MAC curve that will deliver almost 50% of the reduction. So the first one is fertilizer, and this is the move to protected urea. Target is to have 80 to 90% usage of protected urea by 2025, so it's a short-term target. It's cost-effective and it has lower emissions. The fertilizer year, as I understand it, and technical people will tell me this, starts in October, which means that the stocks to some extent have been ordered, purchased, maybe already arrived at this stage. So the question I would ask is, in the supply chain, what is the percentage of protected urea available? Because if the farmer goes in to buy fertilizer and there isn't protected urea, that is an emission opportunity lost. And farmers can't spread protected urea if it's not in the store. So I think if the department maybe would have a look with their new fertilizer database, where are we with protected urea? What's the percentage out there that farmers can access? Let's publish it. Let's make it available so the farmers can make the right choice. Second area, new innovations coming down the track, and we heard it on the video there, feed additives. We have a new methane reducing feed additive approved by all member states in the EU in February of last year. Now, of course, it's for indoor feeding, but we have about 4 months of the year where animals are in due to our climate. It wouldn't deliver the full 30%, but if we use it in the 4 months, that's a third of the year. You know, I'd take a 5% reduction in methane, maybe even a bit more out of it. But again, I ask the question, if a farmer wants to use this, where do you go to get it? Is it available? Is it in stock? Is it in the supply chain in the country? And a third issue, and I know Brendan will smile when I say this, is the opportunities for diversification for agriculture. We need to present them and make them available. And I'm thinking particularly about biomethane. Biomethane, it's an established technology elsewhere in Europe. It's one that we are still waiting for the policy on biomethane, which was due Q3 of this year. It's an essential one to come out with for many, many reasons. It delivers significant emission reductions. It substitutes fossil fuels. It acts to supply security of supply to our energy system. It's a benefit for farmers for diversification. It represents potentially 10% of our energy sector going forward to 2030. It is a hugely important opportunity, but we still haven't got a policy in place. We still haven't got an industry in place here in Ireland, even though all of the elements are there. So I suppose the key messages out of this is, let's take these 3 alone will deliver almost 50% of the reduction. Just these 3 alone. So we have the science, we have looked at these. Yes, they will deliver. Yes, the technology is available. Let's roll them out. Let's make sure that everybody in the process, right down from policy, through supply chain, through co-ops, through the outlets, make these available so the farmers can access the choices and then use them.
And do you see, to go back to my question about financing those changes, if you look at a feed additive, that's obviously going to be expensive. We don't know, is it going to be subsidised or what way that will be rolled out? Where will, just from your perspective, where will money come to make those changes quicker, make that adoption rate much higher?
Well, firstly, we have the CAP, which is a huge budget. We have national budget as well behind it. But it's also true to say that we need to review how we reward both farmers and suppliers for sustainable behaviour. In my conversations with, the co-ops who are selling internationally, the constant message is our supplier, our markets, our customers internationally are pushing the sustainability agenda. We have to be able to deliver that for them. If we don't, we will be displaced in the marketplace. So there is a commercial opportunity and there is a commercial necessity there. And that means that ultimately the exporters of our food, which is our excellent food, need to reward farmers. Some co-ops do have a sustainability premium. Maybe we need to look at that. Perhaps it should be widespread, more widespread, and perhaps even at a higher level than it currently is. That's one part of the process. But there is also an element that we have to look at, and that we as consumers have to think about what we're prepared to pay for quality product that is sustainably produced and made available to us so that it gets onto our dining table. So I think there is a role for everybody. Yes, government, and government has been putting money behind it. Yes, the intermediaries, the suppliers, the producers, the exporters of our products. And yes, we as individual consumers, we also have to think about how we can support this financially as well as morally.
Yeah, we're huge actors in this as well. Every single thing we do, that produces carbon that is, unsustainable. We have to look at our own behaviours as well. Brendan, listening to Laura there, we're not really meeting anything like where we should be in these reductions. I know we started late. We're all going to admit that here in Ireland. We did not pick up the ball when we should have. We probably weren't aware enough. We probably didn't listen to people like John Sweeney and the Icarus unit early enough. We're here now. What's your department doing to speed this up?
Well, thanks, Suzanne. I never smile at anything Mary says to me. And if you think she gives me a hard time here, you should see her when I have to appear before the Climate Change Committee. But look, I was very interested in what Peter had to say, and it's very important that scientists like him call this out and tell us what the situation is. And I think the pace of change in practice is a function of the scale of the challenge. And I think people often say, we must do this, we must do that. But I must say, I tend to think that generally they're talking about somebody else. And so, apart from the science that underpins this and underpins all policy, there's a hefty dollop of behavioural economics involved here as well. And what we're trying to do is persuade ordinary citizens to change their behaviour and people running small businesses to do difficult things. And that's not easy. So, to give an example, which might be a spurious one, if you think about the COVID pandemic and the lockdown, there was a dramatic reduction in transport emissions at that time. I think it was 6 or 7% in a year. But I don't think anybody would suggest that the things we were asking people to do in that year were sustainable in the long term unless we find new technologies or new ways of transporting people. So we have to find ways of doing things that people can work with. And I think that's been the general proposition from the Minister for Agriculture and from the government, that we have to work with people. I don't think there's anything that can undermine momentum more than kind of negativity and polarization. So we have to avoid that. So I absolutely accept that we need to move faster, but I think you also have to focus on the extraordinary things that are happening now, and think about the policy framework we have in place in Ireland right now, from the climate action, from the legislation to the Climate Action Council, to the climate action plans annually that are renewed annually. If you look at the Common Agricultural Policy, it's changed in the most extraordinary way. 25% of the basic income support for farmers now is tied to eco schemes. Think about that. 25% of your income is now ring-fenced for something additional that you have to do. That's an extraordinary change. We have 50,000 farmers coming into to acres, our big environmental scheme. We have an extraordinary explosion in the number of people going into organics, supported by government policy. We have all of this funding going into research and I think the thing about research is it underpins the actions we take. But notwithstanding the great deal of knowledge we have about climate change now, we don't understand everything. So that's really, really important. And then there are new technologies coming along. And Mary mentioned the feed additives as an example, something that could really have a significant impact on methane emissions from livestock. So all of these things are happening, and farmers are embracing this kind of action. And I think it's really, really important to acknowledge that without suggesting that more isn't required, because fundamentally we have national obligations now underpinned by legislation. So we have to do these things. And there's a synergy between those national obligations and the marketplace, I think. And the fact is that big purchasers of raw materials and finished products from Ireland, they do expect Ireland to be an exemplar in this space. And I think by and large we are. But I certainly don't suggest that we don't need to move faster. But I think the pace at which we're moving is a reflection of the scale of the challenge, the pace at which we're being asked to do things, and the fact that we're asking real people running real businesses to do these things. And that is not easy.
Okay, I'll come back to some of that. Pat, in Teagasc, I mean, your agency is responsible for a lot of the interaction, research, and we'll hear from Stan Lawler later on signposts and actually getting farmers on side, giving them the expertise, giving them the tutorship and new ways of doing things. What is happening there that's most exciting? I mean, the MAC curve, it's looking good in terms of its cuts in emissions and our overall picture, but it needs a very high adoption rate, doesn't it? The top of the graph means that most or all farmers have to adopt the practices that are relevant to them. So how do you commit that message to them, or how do you sell that message to them?
Yes, Susan, it's going to be challenging. No one ignores that. I mean, this time last year we launched our climate strategy, and as Mary said, we launched our new MAC back in July. And that is the key technologies, and about 60% of those technologies are efficiency at farm level. They don't cost anything. And just commenting on Mary, the three picks she picked out. One was around nitrogen. And it's very clear at this stage, the protected urea story, science is really strong behind it. It doesn't reduce grass production. If anything, it's a ton extra production over ordinary urea. I suppose it's disappointing, the estimation this year to about 11 or 12% urea, protected urea is nitrogen. So that's disappointing in that side. I know. Why is that? Can we just go into that? Why do you think? Well, there's been lots of disturbances in the marketplace in the last 2 years because of the Ukraine and the price issues and the supply and demand. But we need to get it much better up. The other one is the reduction in chemical nitrogen, and that's much more positive, believe it or not. I mean, we've seen big reductions. Now, some people are saying the reduction is linked back to price. I don't agree totally. I think we have one monitoring group of about 40 intensive dairy farmers, and we've been working with those for the last 3 years now, and they have reduced chemical nitrogen by 30% in the last 2 years. And they've still maintained production because they've incorporated clover into their systems, and the clover thing really works on those, and that is bringing it from the research side, which has been shown already. So that is really positive. So on the nitrogen side, I think once we get the protected urea up and running, I think that the reduction in chemical nitrogens will come. I'm confident. Moving on then to Mary's second point in was around the methane. The methane, yes, and again, Sinead will be showing the results later on. Again, it's very strong at science level, and this year we're rolling out the signpost farms. So the signpost farms will be using 3-NOP during the winter period. So we're moving on, and we're moving on with a section of farmers, the leading farmers first, and then bring it out to the broader. And all these things takes time, and Brenda's point is it does take time, but I think there's really positive things starting, really positive things happening. And we should go away with the Rees really big actions being taken. The biomethane is less again. I mean, if you look at it from the Teagasc point of view, we had 3 phases. The phase 1 was where technologies are ready to go, and that's all around the nitrogen. Phase 2 is where they're nearly ready to go, and that's around the methane one. And the longer term one is the biomethane, and I agree there's work around the biomethane still to do. But I don't think people should go away today saying that very positive things are happening. Yes, there are very positive things that are happening.
Do you think internationally, in terms, I know the Minister announced new funding for research today, internationally, or how are we doing, even in European context? Because I know there's a lot of collaborative research, and we'll be talking today later about collaborations with New Zealand. Are we up there, or should we be trying harder with the research programs we're putting in and looking for those changes on farm quite quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I acknowledge totally the big financial support from the Department of Agriculture in recent times. Fantastic funding, and the SFI too put some funding in. So really, really positive about that. We launched the Climate Centre last year, and it's a virtual centre, and it's to coordinate research, and that's equally important. It's everyone working together on the same line. So that's really important as well. So it isn't all about money; it's about getting your act together. And fair enough, there are Take New Zealand and this Agri Zero, and they have a lot of investment coming in from private industry in that. But also, its capabilities are really important, and we have. All our new posts now are all directed towards the climate program. So it takes a while for those people. And we have got excellent new scientists in. So it's all about bringing the human capacity, the financial background, and collaboration. And again, the Minister announced the collaboration with New Zealand. And again, we're very similar in terms of our requirements and our targets going, and we should be, because we can't do everything either. So collaboration will be an important part of it. So they're all very important.
Mm-hmm. Laura, when you hear things like Pat saying there, they have a group of, intensive dairy farmers, which are often, the best leaders in a community. They're the lads doing things well. They're getting a big milk check. And if they're adopting to lower chemical nitrogen use, more mixed swards, does that make you hopeful, or do you think that's not going far enough? Do you think, what's your view on this?
Well, I think, when we look at the agriculture sector in Ireland, I think we need to, it's a very large source of emissions, but also it's a key part of the economy. So I think I would be hopeful. You're in a room today of 500 people who are all really, really interested in the science, trying to get change. There's so much talk about the transformation of the sector now. Certainly in the years I've been with the agency, we've never had more engagement with the agriculture community on looking at how the transformation can happen. And it is significant. There's no doubt that when we're talking about what the agriculture sector will look like in 20 years' time is going to be completely different to now. As, by the way, it was, if you look 20 years ago, it was different as well. So
before quota even.
So things will absolutely change. Am I hopeful? Yes. There always is a but in this, because I am conscious that there's been some really good things happening. The chemical fertilizer, absolutely. It's great to see those reductions. And in many ways, don't mind what the reason is behind it, as long as we get the result. So if it's an economic reason or whatever it might be. You also look at low emission slurry spreading, a really good success
story. There's been very high adoption of that.
So there has. And we're seeing that, and that not only has a really positive impact on greenhouse gases, but also on ammonia as well, which is another issue, because we tend to look at issues in isolation. So yes, but we do have to increase the momentum. We have to increase the momentum with regard to translating the MAC into implementation on the ground. And that's what we've seen is, this in all, for the many years I've been involved, we've got very good plans and policies. Where we tend to fall down in the country is then the implementation of them. And that's even why I highlight, we have a 25% reduction ambition in agriculture. There's significant challenges to kind of increase the pace in order to deliver. Recognizing what Brendan is saying, and I think it is really important. We're talking about people's livelihoods here. And it can be different in different sectors. So in energy sector, it tends to be a lot about it's an investment. In the agriculture sector, it has tended to be about reduction in income. So we need to change the narrative of what are the new opportunities, what are the diversification opportunities, how can we promote organics more, how can we change what we're doing faster, because there is a little bit of something will happen sometime into the future. Somebody somewhere will do something, and we as Brendan was also kind of alluding to sectors. When we say we or so, who is going to do it? We need the drivers across all the policy levers, across all the businesses. we also tend to talk about the farmer, but there is a whole supply chain. What is the role? And I know, I'm sure there'll be more discussion later about all aspects of the supply chain, so the co-ops, etc., because they have a really important role to play here to really drive change. It is significant. Am I hopeful? Yes. I'd like to see a few more years of reduced emissions before we could say really we're on the path.
Brendan, how do you hasten it all? I mean, there's so many elements to pull in together, and I know we'll be talking to the co-ops later. We're talking in the last session with ABP, we're talking to Kerry Group, so those processors are a massive important element in it as well. But also, Brendan, looking ahead, we have probably legislation coming up on calf movements is going to be more difficult to meet in terms of farmers are going to be keeping more stock on farm. We don't know what's going to happen in Holland in the future about taking Irish young stock out of dairy. So it means our cow numbers could actually rise in the short to medium term, God knows, about even 2 years' time. Those are challenges that are coming even in dealing with the figures as they are. Are we doing enough?
Well, I think we're doing a lot of the right things, Suzanne. So, I mean, I already mentioned the 1.5 billion we're putting into to our acre scheme, and the 256 million we're putting into organics. There's a very stringent regulatory framework as well. And those regulations are getting more complex and more difficult all the time for people. But for example, we have regulations now that are going to require people to reduce their organic nitrogen load. And we have, one of the things we have is we have all of the stakeholders sitting in a room together and working through this and developing plans. And to the extent that there are gaps in those plans, they're being identified, and some of that will be filled with new technologies and sciences. So we do have things coming down the track, like we have a very effective take-up now of sex semen, for example, which will reduce the production of dairy calves where they're unnecessary. And we have, it's not a silver bullet, because at the moment it's available for indoor systems. We had feed inhibitors. So that's a very important step. But I think that the fact you have, all of the relevant stakeholders sitting in rooms, developing plans that are being implemented, and discussing contested issues. And these things are contested, some of them, and some of them are difficult. I think that's a hugely, hugely positive sign. And the fact that we have an institution like Teagasc that prepares a MAC curve, and that we can base policies on that MAC curve. And then we have to look for synergies between the business requirements and the things that people need to do. So it is a fact that many of the alternatives we're providing for people in terms of alternative enterprises are at least are more profitable than the things we're doing already. So I think we have to get away from this idea that it's all or nothing when it comes to climate, because and I know it's critically important. That doesn't diminish the importance of these things, but we're dealing with issues like culture and identity as well. And many of the things we're asking people to do are perfectly compatible with the livestock enterprises they're running. So it's not livestock enterprise or forestry or organics. These things are perfectly compatible, and we have to sell the story in that way. And I think, we need to get better at communicating that reality, that we can do these things without threatening people's livelihoods or their identity as farmers or their culture. And those are really important things, I think.
Yeah, it's not something to fear. That communication piece, Mary, we were having a word about earlier, even infrastructure on renewables, anaerobic digesters, if we look at what happened in Gorge, the resistance to local power generation using, biodigestion and maybe other technologies, even wind generation. We've got a job to do about selling people rurally on a lot of, I suppose, mitigations in general and changing practices.
Yes, I think it is. I go back to what Peter says. It's not somebody else's problem. There is a tendency to say, well, others should do whatever it is. I don't think we have succeeded yet in really convincing people that it's their problem and that everybody has to take an action about it. And some of the actions will be taken by investments, by government or big investors or small investors, as the case may be, and will require infrastructure. One of the messages as we go forward in this decarbonisation journey is that we must move away from fossil fuels. We have got to reduce fossil fuels and eliminate them. But we still need energy. And where will we get the energy from? Well, we're very lucky in this country in that we have enough natural resource to give us electricity, renewable electricity from wind and from solar. And we can substitute the fossil fuel energy with renewable energy, which is our own, which is sustainable, and frankly, which is at a price that we control rather than the international markets. So the opportunities are very real. The benefits are enormous, but we perhaps haven't conveyed that message to the population at large. And the one hiccup in all of that, of course, is that we can't actually benefit from all of that without infrastructure. It means we do need wind farms, which means we do need wind turbines. We do need solar, and I'm very impressed with solar fencing, which is a new initiative, which is really very innovative. We will need pylons. Sorry, you cannot get the electrons to move around without the grid. So we cannot have this utopia, if you wish, without the investment in infrastructure. And I think that's part of the message that we really need to be able to communicate to people. It isn't a free ride. We can't just have, electric cars that will move on renewable electricity unless we have the wind farms, the turbines, the grids, and whatever that goes with it. That's a key element. And, I would go further, and we possibly will get to it at some stage on forestry. I really have a view on forestry. People don't seem to see that as part and parcel of normal rural life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you go back far enough, the land gave us everything. It gave us food, it gave us shelter, it gave us heat, it gave us the capacity to cook and whatever. Ultimately, what we're looking at is that the land will give us all of these benefits, but we need to manage the land. We will get food from the land. We will get energy from the land, and indeed that's actually a growing part of what we're doing. We will get shelter. Council has been pushing very hard for a much higher rate of wooden frame housing to be built. Scotland's at 80%, we're at about 24%. And yet we have the forests in our country, we're exporting the wood. So, we can do much better with what we actually have ourselves. We just need to connect it up and have the courage to make it happen.
Brenda, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, and just one thing that I didn't answer, I think you were asking me about financing earlier on. And so obviously the CAP has a critical part to play in financing climate action, and it's required to do so. But I think the other thing is that industry, holds significant power in terms of the supply chain.
Yeah.
And it would be wrong to suggest, I think, that nothing's happening there, because I know a lot of companies are paying bonuses and rewards to people for climate action in terms of paying higher prices for the raw materials. So this is an important thing. Listen, it's very difficult to disagree with Mary. I know we've had difficulties with forestry, and Laura mentioned there the net emissions from land at the moment. And just to point out that all of those forests that are being harvested now, they must be replaced. That's the requirement under the law.
Yeah.
So they will be replaced. But when you're talking about emissions impact of forestry, you're talking about a cycle that is probably, I'm not a scientist, but you're talking about a 50 or 100-year cycle possibly. So we have to plant more trees. We're in a phase now where we're harvesting the trees that were planted 35 years ago in large numbers. They'll all be replanted, and we have to plant more. And we have an extraordinarily generous package available for people now.
And we will be talking to Senator Pippa Hackett in depth about that later.
Yeah, and I think, and Mary's right, I think, it's very important to get away from this idea of farming or forestry. In fact, in my view, forestry is farming. And again, it's the point I made about the either or. These things can comfortably coexist, enhance incomes for people, and make a bigger contribution to rural economies. And just recently, I think, and the Minister will probably say this, and I probably shouldn't say it, we're starting to look in a very serious way at the use of timber in Irish construction. We've set up some structures to deal with that, which I think the Minister will probably talk about later on.
Pat, looking at farming as a whole, forestry, it has been quite a separate business, I suppose, in our heads. And farmers were often reluctant to plant land because I think in our psychology, land was something we spent so long clearing stones out of fields and working to get productive, that in a way to plant it seemed, I think, in a lot of our heads, to make it unproductive. That really has to change, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, forestry is going to be very important in meeting our targets, no doubt about that. And it goes back to LCF, you brought it up at the very start. I don't think, and from a research side, where we can contribute, and again, the Minister talked about the NASCO, the 28 flux towers we have around the country. It's really important that we get correct measurements of what our size sequests or emit, whether it is mineral size, peat size, mineral peat size. That's going to be really important in terms of putting Irish good baseline figures, and in forestry in terms of whether it's on peat size, where it is on, what is the emissions or the sequestration in those points. So there's a fair bit of science still to develop around that area. And given that we have those 28 flux towers now in operation, that we should have really good figures. And it goes back again to the collaboration and talking about Laura at the very start. We need to work very closely with the EPA too in getting proper Irish emission factors into the inventory. That's really critical, because a lot of the figures at the moment are not very precise, and we can increase the precision of those by more research, especially around that area.
And is there a bit of tension there between, over those inventory figures?
No, there isn't. No, we work very well together. I mean, Laura can comment in a bit. I think that but no, we work very well together. No, I have no reason. No, we have to work together. I mean, it's good for agriculture, and the more accurate figures going into the inventories is better. And our particularly Irish figures, are really important, because there can be differences. You look at the grazing scenario, Irish grazing system. Now we're happy that emissions from our pasture are 12% less than what is in the inventory, and everyone is happy. And Laura's team and our team are working very closely together to get that implemented. So, I mean, that's really important. Collaborations is really important.
Yeah, is that right, Laura? Because sometimes I think, from being a journalist, like I used to produce Ears to the Ground for a long time. I suppose when the EPA, I think when it first started, I was maybe on that program, which is a long time ago. And sometimes it's seen as very adversarial, the role of the EPA in the farming community. Is that getting better? I mean, you're a regulator. You have to regulate.
We're a regulator, knowledge provider. What I would see is an evolution over time. Yeah. When I joined the agency, certainly it would have been perceived as quite an adversarial relationship. I'd suggested to the team that we go down to the ploughing championship and have a stand, and everyone was terrified. And 15 years later, we go down every year, and people are beating the door down to be one of the staff to go down to the stand. So I think it was quite adversarial. I think over the years we've a very close engagement with the Department of Agriculture, with Teagasc. We fund a huge amount of research in the agriculture climate area. We co-fund with the department. We fund Teagasc as well. So it's like, is it adversarial? We try not to be adversarial, but there is a piece of what our role is, and to be really clear on the EPA's role is to provide clear science, to provide the evidence, to be the competent authority for inventories, to be the regulator of industry. So that's not always people happy with how you're performing. And that's from all sides. Normally, if there's a quite wide range of people kind of a bit upset with us, that's probably the right place to be. Yeah. On the inventories, what I would say is Department of Agriculture, Teagasc, and researchers and organisations from right across the state, the likes of Board as well, all feed into our inventories. On the agriculture side, the emission factors for inventories for agriculture are incredibly well researched and are probably the most refined local emission factors that there are right across the inventories. Huge amount of work has happened over the last 10, 15 years on research. What I would say on the LULUCF side, and also, by the way, the inventory figures will always evolve. They should always be evolving. We've got 500 scientists in the room. We need more and more science, so we've better and better information. So they will always evolve. LULUCF, I would say, lags behind maybe some of the other agriculture area a little bit for two reasons. First of all, it's very complex. And secondly, it hasn't been in the compliance area, back to where I started off. So the focus probably internationally, Ireland isn't alone, has been less on the LULUCF as the side. In saying that, we're also funding, we're a large research funder, we're also funding research in this. And as soon as we have peer-reviewed science, and it has to be peer-reviewed, that can get incorporated into our inventories, and does. And even I know this year information on wetlands and grasslands will be incorporated. it seems like everything I say has a but to it. The but is that can go either way, because sometimes there can be a vision of, oh, we'll have more research and kind of one leap and
it'll
we're
make
free.
the figure better, but it can sometimes make
go
it worse.
both ways. And we've seen that with, for example, with forestry and peat soils, it actually went the other way.
Yeah.
The key is accuracy, and more and more work we can do on that. So we can all stand up to the scrutiny of the figures. And that's, not only that we have to scrutinise all the information comes into us, but equally the EU, UN scrutinise us, which is absolutely critical because we want that happening in every country so it's comparable.
Yeah.
So I suppose back to we are a regulator. We engage really actively. I think it's really positive engagement that we're having. Probably more engagement with the agriculture sector, not only with the kind of the government department level, but also the community with co-ops, with everybody than ever before in my 20 years. And I think that's really important.
Brilliant. Brendan, I'll give you a final word on that and then we're going to wrap up.
Yeah, just, it's really, really important for the institutions of the state that there's no science denial. And there isn't. And Laura has a job to do, and I have a job to do. And by and large, there's agreement on the science. Sometimes there isn't full agreement on the policy responses to those science because they're complex. But I think it's really important that we respect the function of the EPA as a regulator. And in my view, it's a tremendous assistance to my department in terms of what it has to do. And I view it that way. And as Laura said, we've lots of work to do, for example, on inventory. So where new technologies come along, for example, we have to go through the kind of process that Laura described there to ensure that it can be included in the inventory. Because we could be putting lots of resources into things that don't end up in the inventory.
Yeah, that don't pass muster in a way.
So we have to pass over those hurdles. And generally speaking, we do that in a very collaborative way because we have a lot of expertise in the department. Laura has a lot of expertise at her disposal. The universities have expertise, and institutions like Teagasc have that scientific expertise. But it's very important that we don't deny the science and that we work together and agree on the facts, and then we can fight like hell over the policies after that. But there can't be any denial of the science here. That's very important.
Yeah. I think I'll bring that to a close. I think that is such a key point to end this on, and it was a bit like Peter's speech as well. We have the science. There is absolutely no nitpicking about where we are. This is where we are, and it's about moving forward, and having all the agencies here and all the scientists and all parts of the industry, from farm to literally driving it to your retail store to eating the food. We need everybody on board the message. So please give a round of applause to this panel. First of all, fantastic. Later on, just after the break, which I'll go over with you now, we're going to be delving more into some of the things that were raised here, specifically methane and nitrous, oxide and soil carbon. And Bill Callanan, Chief Inspector of the Department of Agriculture, and Karl Walsh, Head of Research, are going to be taking us through those science updates, which are really, really important. So that will come after the break, then there's lunch, and then we have 2 more panel discussions. So if you'd like to take a 20-minute break now and be back here at 11:05, and we will start promptly with our science updates. So thank you again. Thanks, everyone.
Can you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Maybe just like a friend of mine, you hit me from behind. Guess I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Karen, she's the silver sun. You best walk her away and watch it shining. Watch her watch the morning come. A silver tear appearing now. I'm crying. Ain't I gone to Carolina in my mind? There ain't no doubt in no one's mind that love's the finest thing around. Whisper something soft and kind. Hey babe, the sky's on fire. I'm dying. Ain't I gone to Carolina in my mind? In my mind the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? Yes, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Dark inside, late last night, I think I might have heard the highway call. Geese in flight, dogs in bite. Signs it might be omens, say I'm going, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. With a holy host of others standing around me, still I'm on the dark side of the moon. And it seems like it goes on like this forever. You must forgive me if I'm up and gone to Carolina in my mind. In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine? You hit me from behind. Yes, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Gone to Carolina in my mind. And I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Gone to Carolina in my mind. Gone, I'm gone. Say nice things about me, 'cause I'm gone. Carry
Time was drifting, this rocket got to roll. So I hit the road and made my getaway. Restless feeling really got a hold. I started searching for a better way. I kept on looking for a sign in the middle of the night, but I couldn't see the light. No, I couldn't see the light. Kept on looking for a way to take me through the night. Couldn't get it right. Couldn't get it right. Belly fever made me feel right, but I must admit it got the best of me. Getting down so deep I could drown. Now I can't get back the way I used to be. But I kept on looking for a sign in the middle of the night, but I couldn't see the light. No, I couldn't see the light. I kept on looking for a way to take me through the night. Couldn't get it right. Couldn't get it right. New York City took me with the tide, and I nearly died from hospitality. Left me stranded, took away my pride. Just another no account fatality. Kept on looking for a sign in the middle of the night, but I couldn't see the light. No, I couldn't see the light. Kept on looking for a way to take me through the night. Couldn't get it right. Couldn't get it right. music is just starting, night is falling, and I am falling, dance with me. Fantasy could never be so killing, I feel free. I hope that you are willing, pick the beat up and kick your feet up, dance with me. Let it lift you off the ground, starry eyes, and love is all around us. I can take you where you want to go. Oh, dance with me. I want to be your partner, can't you see? The music is just starting, night is calling, and I am falling, dance with me. Let it lift you off the ground, starry eyes, and love is all around us. I can take you where you want to go. Oh, dance with me. I want to be your partner, can't you see? The music is just starting, night is calling, and I am falling, dance with me. Diamond girl, sure do shine. Glad I found you, glad you're mine. Oh my love, like a precious stone, part of earth, heaven is rained on. Makes no difference where you are, day or night time. You're like a shining star. How could I shine without you? And it's about you that I am. Whoa, 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 whoa. Diamond girl, roaming wild, such a rare thing, radiant child. I can never find another one like you. Part of me is deep down inside you. Can't you feel the whole world is turning? We are real and we are burning. Hey, diamond girl, now that I found you, well it's around you that I am. Whoa, 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 whoa.
times are hard, you're afraid to pay the fee, so you find yourself somebody who can do the job for free. When you need a bit of love, cause your man is out of town, that's the time you get me running, and you know I'll be around. I'm a fool to do your dirty work, oh yeah. I don't wanna do your dirty work no more. I'm a fool to do your dirty work, oh yeah. Light the candle, put the lock upon the door. You have sent the maid home early, like 1,000 times before. Like a castle in its corner, in a medieval game, I foresee terrible trouble, and I stay here just the same. I'm a fool to do your dirty work, oh yeah. I don't wanna do your dirty work no more. I'm a fool to do your dirty work, oh yeah. I'm a fool to do your dirty work, oh yeah. I don't wanna do your dirty work no more. I'm a fool to do your dirty work, oh yeah. I don't wanna do your dirty work no more. I'm a fool to do your dirty work, oh yeah. You got me running, going out of my mind. You got me thinking that I'm wasting my time. Don't bring me down. No, 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 no. I tell you what's wrong before I get up the floor. Don't bring me down. You wanna stay out with your fancy friends. I'm telling you, it's gotta be the end. Don't bring me down. No, 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 no. bring me down. No, 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 no. I'll tell you what's wrong before I get on the floor. Don't bring me down. You got me shaking, got me running away. You got me crawling up to you every day. Don't bring me down.
All right, folks, can I call people in, please? This is always happens, that the meet and greet outside takes too long and it's slow for people to come back in. So, all right, folks. I think, to be fair, we have a very, very full agenda today. So I think, in deference to our speakers, that it does require me to move on and to move into this next session, even though we are waiting for some people to come back. But so my name is Bill Callanan. I'm Chief Inspector with the Department of Agriculture, and I have responsibility in terms of environmental policy lead, but also providing advice to environmental policy lead, research lead, but also providing advice on the science and agriculture. And the whole objective of today really is to try and draw all those things together, linking science and how policy. And we've heard those sessions this morning in terms of that policy and the need, effectively, from Peter, from the panel, the last panel, in terms of the need to move and move at pace in terms of it. So our dual objectives for today were twofold. One is really to inform on the state of where that science is. The department is a major funder. We, I suppose, create structures and support the industry in terms of its ambitions in that fold. But we're also then important in terms of creating and generating motivation and momentum in terms of the implementation to farm level. So if you look at something like a government department, what it does is that, you know, we create those structures that enable this work and enable its translation onto farms, engaging with researchers, with industry, with the regulators then in terms of capturing at the inventory. So we have three parts then, two parts to this program. I'm going to do the first session, which is around methane, and then Karl Walsh, who's head of research, is going to to manage the second process, which is nitrous oxide and carbon dioxide. So on the methane, we have three speakers for you today. We have Sinead Waters, who is a researcher in the Animal and Bioscience Department at Teagasc, and she'll deal in particular with the whole area of feed additives. We've Donagh Berry, known to you, director of the Vistamilk project, which is co-funded between Science Foundation Ireland and the department. And we have online coming in Hayden Montgomery, who is a special representative of the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases. He's now Agriculture Programme Director of the Global Methane Hub and a New Zealander by birth and involved from that side of the world. And we have a number of examples of collaboration today between ourselves and New Zealand in terms of that work. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Sinead Waters to come up and do her presentation. We will do 20 minutes for the first two speakers, 15 for the third, and then question and answer at the end. So you can sharpen your pencils on those questions. Sinead, the floor is yours for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Bill. And I'd like to start by thanking the organisers of this very exciting meeting for inviting me here today to speak about our progress in the area of feed additives. I'd like to also thank my colleagues in Teagasc Grange and Teagasc Moor Park, as well as our collaborators in University of Galway for contributing to this work. So the title of my presentation today is Development and Evaluation of Feed Additives to Reduce Enteric Methane Emissions. So just by way of an introduction, agriculture, we know, is responsible for 37% of Ireland's greenhouse gas emissions. One of those greenhouse gases, and we've heard about them this morning, is methane, which is produced during the enteric fermentation of feed or digestion of feed in the rumen of cattle and sheep, and also by stored manures and slurries. Methane accounts for 72% of Irish agri-GHG emissions, and that's a huge figure, and that's from the latest results and data from the EPA. We know, and we've heard about it today on several occasions, that we are committed under the Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Bill to reduce agri-emissions by 25% by 2030. To receive that target, to generate and get to that target, we will have to reduce methane emissions by 10%, particularly enteric methane emissions from ruminants. So how are we going to do it? We heard already about the Teagasc Max, so I won't go into that in detail, but we need to first of all improve our management practices, our farm efficiency, using things like reducing the age of slaughter. We hear a lot about that as one of our actions. Also reducing the age of calving and ensure all the animals that are on the farm are healthy and productive. We also need to make sure our grassland is managed properly. So we have very good opportunities in Ireland that we're a pasture-based production system. We can produce animals very efficiently off pasture, and we know that significantly lower methane is derived from pasture-based settings. Then we go into the research, and my colleague Dr. Donagh is going to cover the breeding strategies, and particularly it was very exciting this year with the launch of the genomic evaluations for methane emissions. But really when we breed for lower methane, we'll also breed for greater feed efficiency, and this is a longer term approach that's going to be going on in the background. And more imminently is the area of feed additives, which I'm going to cover today. And really what I want to tell you about this slide is it's going to be a multi-pronged approach, not just feed additives or breeding. We have to get all these things working together, and this probably echoes what we've heard this morning. So in relation to feed additives, we know from the Teagasc marginal abatement cost curve that feed additives can reduce methane emissions in the second pathway with good adoption by as much as 788 kilotons of CO2 equivalents by 2030. Now you'll see above the line, feed additives feature above the line, which means there could be a cost associated with this. Now looking at the international reports, where do we stand in terms of feed additives? We know from a report from Dr. Roger Hegarty from NZAGRC in New Zealand, and this was a report commissioned by the GRA. I was involved in the GRA at the time as a co-chair of the Livestock Research Group, and also CCAFS. They spent a lot of time reviewing the literature around the area of feed additives. And only 2 feed additives came out as capable of reducing methane emissions by 20%. And this included Bovaer, which I'm going to talk about today, as we did some of the first studies in Ireland on Bovaer, and also Asparagopsis, which is the red seaweed. Another feed additive that was mentioned in the report was Silver or nitrate, and this was capable of reducing methane emissions by 10%, and this is produced by the company Cargill. However, the report outlined that there's constraints with feed additives, in that there's insufficient evidence of a co-benefit or performance associated with some of the feed additives. Also, and this is particularly important for Ireland, is that they rely on being mixed into a total mixed ration, or a TMR, or indoor feeding essentially. So this would have consequences for pasture-based production. Later in a technical advisory group on methane emissions as part of the FAO LEAP partnership in 2022, concluded that more research is required to develop, adopt, and evaluate methane mitigation strategies for pasture grazing systems. And this is why Karen Boschman in Canada concluded on this. So what do we need in a feed additive? There's a lot of talk about feed additives this morning. What do we really need? There needs to be consistent methane reduction, and that we are capable of counting that reduction, that we know exactly how much the feed additive is going to be reduced by. We need a good mechanism of delivery to the animal, preferably in a pellet, that it can be easy for the farmer to get this feed additive into the animal. We need to be capable of counting it in the national inventory, and we heard about this morning, and it's critically important that any studies that are generated on feed additives need to be published, peer-reviewed, and be able to be counted in the inventory so we get the mitigation. There's no point in us doing all this lovely research if we can't count the mitigation strategy. Also, there needs to be no food safety or residue implications for consumer acceptability and safety, and no negative performance effects or palatability. So we would really like to see a performance advantage, but definitely no negative performance or palatability issues. What would be really desirable in a feed additive is if it's low cost, if there's increased performance benefits. So if the feed additive gave us an increased performance, this could basically pay for the feed additive. We wouldn't need any policy or any incentive. It would be ideal if it was natural in origin, so we wouldn't have to go through the regulatory process. And also, it'd be ideal if we could combine it with other strategies. I'd like now to talk to you about one of the projects I'm coordinating called Methane, which was funded by the Department of Agriculture back in 2019. And this project sets out to develop novel farm-ready technologies to reduce methane emissions in pasture-based production systems. And this is a really exciting project in that it's a north-south project with collaborators from the University of Galway and ourselves with AFBI and Queen's in Northern Ireland. So in this project, we set out to evaluate the mitigation potential of a range of feed additives across Irish production systems. And this is really bovaer, some seaweeds and seaweed extracts, lipids and lipid supplements, and novel oxidizing methane inhibitors leading to the commercial product rumen glass, which I'm going to talk about, other commercial products. And we also monitored their effects on animal performance as we did this analysis. We also tried to generate slow release options at pasture, and this work is still ongoing. We're also examining the nutrition and the toxicological composition of the meat and milk so there's no residues. And we do a life cycle analysis, which is critically important, particularly for seaweeds. And we need to always ensure there's farm level cost effectiveness for the farmer. The first step in this project was the screening of a lot of candidate feed additives using the Russitech system. Now, the Russitech system is an artificial rumen system we have in the lab in Teagasc Grange, which allowed us to, instead of going straight to the animal, to test in the laboratory lots and lots of feed additives. And some very good candidates came up then in terms of the oxidizing methane inhibitors, the seaweeds, and some of the oils. So then we could continue to go on to animal studies. And this is a cheaper way and it is consistent with the 3 R's of animal ethics. So next thing we'll talk, we've heard about green feed systems. And this is, I suppose, one of the great things is that in Ireland, we've augmented our capacity to measure methane across all the institutes in the last couple of years. And this is thanks to funding from the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marines. I'm often begging for equipment, but in this case, we really did really well in terms of having equipment on the ground to carry out these trials. And it's not just in Teagasc, it's in UCD and ICBF also. So really the green feed system allows us to measure methane in real time. So the animal is enticed into the green feed system by a feed bait. The animal sticks its head under for at least 2 minutes, and we have sensors, which are methane and CO2 sensors. And with the more recent ones, we've actually hydrogen and oxygen sensors as well. And this really allows the methane to be measured on these visits throughout the day. And this data is consolidated into a database where we can access it. And we have methane measurements on all animals. They can be individually measured using a tag is calculated as it enters into the HUD. So this is the technology we're using in all our trials I'm going to speak about next. The first feed additive we looked at was bovaer, or 3-nop. This is a synthetic, non-toxic compound called 3-nitroxypropanol. The mean reduction from the literature is around 30% reduction in methane emissions. The mode of action is very clear. It limits the last step in the methanogenesis step, or the MCRA enzyme, in the rumen. So we know exactly how it works. There's immediate effects. It's basically that once, it's like a switch. When the 3-NOP is fed to the animals, the methane emissions decreases by approximately 30%. This is in the indoor system with TMR diet. And then when you lift the switch or you don't feed the 3-NOP anymore, the emissions increase. Therefore, there's challenges in incorporating this into a pasture-based diet. The feed additive is EFSA approved for dairy, and hopefully it will be approved for beef cattle in the coming year, I'd imagine. And we've contributed to one of those trials, beef trials for EFSA approval for our 3-nop in Teagasc Grange. The cost, which is always going to be important, roughly, according to the MAC, it's going to be roughly €25 for a beef cattle, and that's just based on the indoor systems, so we haven't got data for outdoors yet. And for the dairy cows, it's based on the indoors during the dry period or for winter milk, and also during when it's coming into the parlour. So that works out at about €60 annually for dairy cows, or it's often calculated as a cent per litre of milk. So we did one of the first studies in Ireland in bovaer in Teagasc Grange in a collaboration with DSM, the company that makes it. We looked at the efficacy of 3-NOP in growing beef cattle around 6 months of age, and this really was to satisfy part of their EFSA approval process. We looked at dry matter intake, daily methane, and daily live weight gain. And we got very exciting results in that there was a clear 30% reduction in methane emissions in these young beef bulls on a TMR diet across a 12-week period. We saw no effect on dry matter intake, average daily gain, and feed efficiency, so no animal performance benefit, but certainly a decrease of about 30% in methane emissions. 3NOP, or Bovair, was also assessed by our colleagues in Teagasc Moor Park, Dr. Lawrence Chalou's group, and they looked at Bovair in grazing dairy cows. So as you can imagine, this was only done when the animals came into the parlour for milking. So as they left the parlour, they were given the 3NOP in a course ration as they left, and then the methane emissions was measured on green feed systems in the grazing system outside. And you can see here, immediately there was a really dramatic reduction in methane emissions as they left the parlour. And then there was even 30% reduction after 2 hours post-feeding of the additive. However, after 3 hours, it decreased to nearly back up on control levels. So you can see here, if you look across the 24-hour period, you can see the two little blips on when the 3NOP was fed, or the Bovair was fed, 8 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And this amounts then, this twice-a-day supplementation, to an overall 7% reduction in methane emissions. And this is while we're waiting for something to become available in terms of slow release or bolus technology. But we'll take the 7% anyway, and that's been incorporated into the Teagasc MAC. Then looking at the dry period, and Hazel and Costigan and Ben Lahart and Lawrence Chalou's did this study in Teagasc Moor Park, where Bovair supplementation was analysed in dairy cows during the dry period. And this was using a silage, and it was basically the 3NOP was fed through a diet feeder, and they saw a 22% reduction in methane emissions, again with no significant effects on performance. Now we know that lipids and oils, and these are not essentially a feed additive, it's more a supplement, have been are included in diet for their energy source. And we also know from the literature that many fats and oils will reduce methane emissions in cattle. We tested two sources of fats and oils, linseed oil and rapeseed oil, in Teagasc Grange as part of the Methane project, and we found that 4% linseed oil reduced methane emissions in beef bulls by 18% over a 12-week period. However, we did start to see reductions in dry matter intake, which was a problem for us, of about 5%. We then moved on to rapeseed oil and rapeseed cake, and this is really useful because we can grow this very easily in Ireland, and rapeseed cake is a byproduct that could definitely be used for this purpose. And we saw some reductions in about 8% reduction when we fed about 2.5% of rapeseed oil to Charlie heifers, and no reduction in intake or digestibility, no negative effects on performance. However, oils and fats are costly to add to the diet, but rapeseed oil is significantly cheaper than linseed oil. Now we hear an awful lot about seaweeds and seaweed extracts. So really, I suppose, globally, seaweed production is around 30.4 millitons fresh weight, but it would serve as to be impractical for transport if it was used as a feed additive, and the large plant itself would be quite unsuitable to be added as a feed additive. So there's a requirement to identify and extract bioactives from seaweeds for the reduction of methanogenesis. We looked also at red seaweed. We analysed it in vitro in Teagasc Grange as part of our Russitech system, looked at Asparagopsis taxiformis, and really we know from the literature that it reduces methane emissions by up to 80%. That's very well known in vitro, in sheep and in beef. However, there are issues with red seaweed. It's a tropical species. It's not native to Ireland, so we'd have to import it. There's a lack of consistency depending on the batch that you receive, and it's very, very high cost. We were barely able to afford it just for our in vitro studies. Also, the active ingredient in Asparagopsis taxiformis, the red seaweed, is bromoform, which is a known human carcinogen, and this would pose real issues for us to use this as a feed additive in the EU. Also, in studies carried out in Vaganen, I'll just conclude it here, they did show when Asparagopsis was fed for a long period of time that it resulted in lesions on the rumen wall, so there would even be animal health issues. There's also environmental concerns about using red seaweeds. So we turned our attention to brown seaweeds because we can get lots of brown seaweed around the coast of Ireland. It's indigenous, plentiful and inexpensive. The main bioactive here is fluorotannins, and it's also high in protein. But from the literature, we checked all the literature, and there's very inconsistent results in terms of anti-methanogenic potential of the brown seaweeds. From our in vitro work, we found that the best one of these candidates was the Ascophyllum nodosum. So we fed this at a 2% level, and there was no effect in sheep, but there was a 4% reduction in methane in beef cattle, which was quite small. We then worked with our colleague, Dr. Maria Hayes in Ashtown, and this is part of the Sea Solutions project. And she generated an extract for us that we fed to animals to try and pull out some of the bioactives, which is really what we need to do here. And we found a 9% reduction in methane in sheep and a 7% reduction in beef, which was much better. So oxidizing methane inhibitors were some of the new products they're produced by Glassport Bio in Galway. And basically, as part of the Metabate project, we worked very closely with the industry and with the University of Galway on enhancing these products so they could be used as a feed additive in cattle. So what are they? They're peroxide-based compounds. They're routinely used in food and human food, and so they're generally regarded as safe. Calcium peroxide is what we used in our trials that came out as the best one from a range of in vitro studies. And this is commercially known now as rumen glass. So it's based on the control of rumen oxidative reduction potential in the rumen of cattle. So mechanism of action, it inhibits methanogenesis by increasing the ORP that favorably enhances the rumen fermentation pathways and suppresses methanogenesis, and diverts electrons from hydrogen, so it serves as a hydrogen sink essentially. The cost will be very low. It's roughly around between 9 and 13 cents per head per day for the animals for our supplementation. Now, we did a trial on the rumen glass and beef cattle as part of Metabate in Teagasc Grange, where we were actually able to pellet the product, which was great in the high dose. So we pelleted the product into the nut, so that was really easy for delivery. We found that there was a reduction in methane emissions by 17% in a low dose, which was 1.25%, and by 28% in a high dose versus the controls. Hydrogen was reduced, which was a different mechanism of action compared to the 3-NOP where hydrogen increased. So this would indicate that hydrogen has been shunted into volatile fatty acids and potentially a performance benefit could be gained. The ORP, or the oxidative reduction potential, was greater after 2 hours, which coincided with a reduction in methane emissions, and there was no effects with feed intake or average daily gain. The animals were growing very happily at about 1.3, 1.4 kilos per day. And the beauty of this product is ease of delivery compared to mixing the 3-NOP with the diet feeder prior to supplementation in those trials. We're able to actually give it in a pellet. And this would serve quite well as well for national inventory, for being able to record bags of feed with the feed additive included. So the take-home messages really from the research is that the most promising feed additives evaluated were Bovaer, rumen glass, and some of the oils had some nice reductions like rapeseed of about 8%, and particularly the cake would be relevant. Seaweeds, unfortunately, were limited effectiveness with the brown seaweeds, and we do identify with the issues of with Asparagopsis taxiformis. Future priorities will include the synergy of combining feed additives with different mechanisms of action. We still are faced with the challenge of grazing, and we're still working hard to try and develop slow release and bolus technology for the application of effective feed additives at grazing. EFSA approval is required. It'll be required by the rumen glass product, and hopefully those trials will start in early 2024. We'll also need EFSA approval before we can deliver 3-NOP to beef cattle. And we're also exploring opportunities in the future to combine these strategies with breeding strategies. And before I finish, I'm going to just mention that previously I was the co-chair of the Livestock Research Group of the Global Research Alliance for greenhouse gas emissions, and we're part of a GRA flagship on feed additives. So Ireland is a very significant partner in that flagship. As part of that, Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marines funded a studentship to work with me on the development of feed additives on grazing systems, and we're also generating a international review paper on technical guidelines for the use of feed additives to reduce methane emissions in a global perspective. And I'm including this just to show that Ireland is very much at the fore in feed additives research internationally, and I acknowledge the funding from the department on that. And without further ado, I'd like to acknowledge a lot of work that went into this work with my colleagues in Teagasc Grange, David Kenny, Emily Roscombe, Stuart Kerwin, also Lawrence Chalou's team in Teagasc Moor Park with Hazel and Ben, and the team at University of Galway, Vincent O'Flaherty and his team, and Maria Hayes from Ashtown, and also the funding sources are there. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Sinead. Very, very informative. And I suppose, looking from my perspective, it really speaks to 2 points. One is that if you look at methane and the challenge of reducing it, there are huge opportunities. But similarly, there's a lot of hard yards have to be put in terms of establishing the credibility of them, and that there's no silver bullet in terms of, you know, one versus another. There are consequences, whether it's animal welfare, safety, all those considerations have to be taken into account on the road to delivery. Next stage, I suppose at an EU level, one of the things I should have said at the outset is the EU methane strategy identifies 3 particular areas for focus. One is breeding, the second is feeding, such as feed additives, and the third is around development of anaerobic digestion. So the second presentation now is going to come from Donagh. Professor Berry is lead in the Vistamilk project, which is supported principally by SFI Ireland, but also by the department. You're going to deal with the whole breeding area, Donagh. So 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Bill. And of course, it's just my name is on the front slide here, but obviously I'm presenting on behalf of a very large team. And as Bill said, while Sinead talked about the nutritional components, I'm going to talk about the breeding components and how we can deliver gains in methane through breeding strategies. Now, I might be a bit biased as being a geneticist, but I think breeding is absolutely brilliant. So I'm going to start off the story by telling you why breeding is brilliant. And actually, some of these points came up in the initial discussions on this morning. So firstly, Mary Donnelly talked about how do we get adoption. We already have a framework to ensure complete adoption of breeding technologies. So if we were to develop genetic evaluations to reduce methane, we can rapidly and seamlessly deploy it nationally across all of our ruminant population. Secondly, breeding has been proven to deliver. This would be called the father of animal breeding, Robert Bakewell, from the 17th century. He showed the benefits of selective breeding in plants and in animals, and I will show you also in some slides that clearly demonstrates across species what breeding can deliver. Also, we talked that breeding is cumulative and permanent, we like to say. So in other words, the benefits they build over time. So if you look at a population, a herd, a flock of animals, the genetics that you're looking at there is a function of the breeding policy that the farmers have invoked for the past few decades. There's no need to change the farm management. So if we talk about artificial insemination, for example, be it beef, sheep or dairy, it's the same as putting in the semen straw of a good bull or ram as it is putting a bad bull or ram. No change to farm management. No additional costs that came up again earlier on, and Sinead talked about the cost of the feed additives. Breeding is no cost because you're already doing it. You're already making the animal become pregnant. And the difference in the price of a semen straw between a good bull and a bad bull, very little, if any, difference. So it's no additional costs. It's sustainable. Always genetic variability is being introduced. So we always have this ability to drive on through genetic improvement. And importantly, also we can improve traits concurrently. While I'm going to talk about methane and a little bit about aged slaughter, there's all the other traits that constitute the sustainable food systems. And then finally, as arrogant as I am as a geneticist, it is complementary to everything that Sinead talked about. Right? So Sinead was showing a 30% improvement through genetics, and we saw from the video clip, and I'm going to talk about it, potentially there's a further 30% improvement through breeding. So what I want to do for the first part of the story is just dig into the first 3 of these components, starting off with the adoption rate. So in Ireland, we have what are called national breeding goals. We have 6 breeding goals, and with these breeding goals, we rank animals based on their expected contribution to profit. You can see them all here. So top one is dairy. Many people might be familiar with the Economic Breeding Index, or the EBI. What that says is that animals that are high in EBI should on average generate more profit. Below that, we have the Dairy Beef Index, so that's for identifying beef bulls for mating to dairy females. The next 2 are for beef and sheep, very similar. As the name suggests, the Replacement Index is for identifying animals to replace the herd, while the Terminal Index is for selecting animals for where they're going to be destined directly for meat production. I'm showing you the emphasis of different traits within those indexes. So every animal in the country, every bovine gets these values depending on what sector they're inside. But if you look at the emphasis, no surprise, milk, fertility, the big drivers for when it comes to dairy production, the terminal traits, its growth and its carcass and age of slaughter. If you look at the top 4 there in dairy and in beef, see the black one to the far right? That's carbon. We were the first country in the world to include carbon directly in our breeding indexes, our dairy last year and our beef this year. So the question is, should methane be inside it? Currently, we don't directly account for the variability, the inter-animal variability that exists for methane, but that's what the rest of my talk is going to be about. Before I go on to that, I want to talk about the ability that how we can deliver. So this is proven to deliver. So what I'm showing you here are what are called genetic trends. And as the name suggests, it's a trend in the genetics of animals by different years of birth. That's on the vertical axis. On the horizontal axis. On the vertical axis is what I'm calling standard deviation unit. So that allows us to compare beef to dairy to sheep, etc., because they're all different levels of profitability. What can you take from this graph? Well, most important thing is it's all improving. So the vertical axis is on profit. Every sector is improving in their genetic ability to deliver profit, some faster than others. If we look at the red, for example, that's the dairy. That's the EBI, the Economic Breeding Index. But that started in 2001. We didn't start beef until around 2007, and we didn't start sheep until around 2012. So the dairy, yes, it looks way ahead of everybody else, but it had a really good kickstart, and also there's a lot more use of what we call artificial insemination that enables us to achieve genetic gain. So let's just focus on the dairy one for a minute. Any of you that know any little bit about statistics, you might know what a standard deviation is. We shifted the mean of the population by 3 standard deviations. So what does that mean? If we take, for example, IQ, the average IQ in the population is around 100, with what we call a standard deviation of 15. So that means there's a very small proportion of us here that will be classified as highly gifted, over around 145. Elon Musk, for example, has an IQ apparently of 155. Apparently so does Albert Einstein. Your average American president has an IQ of 135, but of course we know there's lots of variability that exists amongst those. So what did we actually do? We shifted that distribution. That's what we did, that exact figure. We shifted the distribution from the average of the population just having an average IQ to now almost half of the population being classified as highly gifted. Now that's a phenomenal improvement over a relatively short time period. The last point I want to talk about, the benefits of breeding, is this whole issue of concurrent selection. And what I'm showing you, this is real data from dairy bulls, where on the bottom axis I'm showing yield. Yield is very important. You want high yield when it comes to dairy, so you can see it in the far right, that's green for the higher values. But you also want good fertility, and that's on the vertical. So what this is showing us, this is actual data, as I said, is that as you aggressively select for milk production genetically, you will result in an erosion in fertility. That's well known. We've known that for 20 years around the world. However, if I take exactly the same data, and if I color those animals based on their rank on this index that I talked about earlier, we can see that we've actually shifted that from being an unfavorable, or what we call an antagonistic correlation, to actually being favorable. So animals that are ranking high in this index are both good for production and fertility. We've broken the correlation. If we look at beef, for example, something very, very similar. Here I'm showing you genetic evaluations for daily methane emissions on the horizontal versus age at slaughter on the vertical. Look at the shape of the curve. What that means, again, the green is where you want to go, the red is not where you want to go. As you go for less methane per day, on average, the animals tend to take longer to be slaughtered. So they might be burping less per day, but burping for more days. So the net benefit might actually be 0 or negative in some instances. But I'll come back to that one in a few slides. So the second part of my talk is, can we breed for less methane? The answer is yes, by the way, but let's go through the data. If you want to breed for something, it must fulfill 3 criteria. It must be important, it must be measurable, and it must demonstrate genetic variability. Now, the mere fact that you're all here today, I think methane is important. And Sinead actually talked about these green feed systems that enables us to measure these animals. So what I'm going to talk about is the last component, which is there genetic variability? This is real data from growing beef cattle in Ireland, and this is the methane produced by those animals. On average, you can see they're producing around 240 grams of methane per day. But there's a distribution, just like the distribution there is amongst us for height or for weight. Some animals are producing almost 400 grams of methane per day, while others are producing almost 100 grams of methane per day. So the question for me as a geneticist is, well, how much of this is actually genetic? The answer is it's around 40% in beef, around 30% in sheep, and we're still trying to collect enough data to estimate it in dairy. So around 40% of the variability in methane emissions amongst animals that are treated pretty much the same is actually due to their genetic differences. And that's what it looked like. That's the 40% there in red. So there are some animals that are producing genetically up to 300 grams and others less than 200 grams. And just to dig that into an example, again, this is real data. So I've gone into that database. There's over 2,000 animals now with data, growing beef animals, and I've just pulled out 2 steers. Steers are castrated males from a Charlie, and that's a breed of bull from the same breed of cow, managed eating exactly the same thing over exactly the same time period. So let's dig into their performance. Age, very little difference. Weight, not much of a difference between the two, and they're growing more or less the same. But what we can see, steer A or steer B is eating around half a kilo more feed per day, despite the same performance. And on average, animals that eat more tend to burp out more methane. So let's look at their methane. What we can see, animal A is producing just over 200 grams of methane per day, and animal B is producing, what's that, 30%, 35% more methane per day. So actually very similar to what was put on the video at the very, very start. The same performance, but a difference in methane output per day of 30%. And if we actually look at the carcass, that animal A produced a heavier carcass. Now, obviously I went into the database to identify a point. These are by far and away not the extreme animals within the database. And if anything, these are really the norm of the animals that exist. So around a 30% difference in methane output per day without a compromise in performance. So with that, we developed the first national genetic evaluation for methane in growing cattle in the world. We also have generated national genetic evaluations for sheep methane evaluations in Ireland. And this is what it looks like. This data is freely available. You can go onto the Irish Cattle Breeding Federation database. I showed the website there. On this table, these are just some names of some bulls, and the second column is their estimated genetic merit for methane, so in grams per day. So the top bull there, minus 9.7. That means that we expect that bull, or that bull's progeny, to produce 9.7 grams less methane per day than the average. There's another one there that is around, what's that, the very bottom one, 18 grams, or plus 18.23. We expect that animal to produce 18.23 grams more methane per day. Now that might sound a little small, but if you accumulate that over the animal's lifetime and over the entire population of cattle we have in the country, that's a quite large difference between that minus 9 and that plus 12. Big question, of course, is lovely in science, but does it work? So the third part of my talk is going to demonstrate for you what I originally started off by saying, that breeding is a proven technology. And what we do in animal breeding is to prove that things work is we do what's called a validation. Now, most of you are probably familiar with machine learning and artificial intelligence. You've heard that type of stuff. It's exactly the same approach. They tend to leave out a bit of the data and then predict. But in breeding, we're always trying to predict the future. So what I'm showing you here, this is just made up data, hypothetical data from this perspective, is that we have methane information collected on a number of different animals, 2,000 as it so happens. Let's delete the last 2 runs of data, so over 100 animals, and pretend we have no information on them. But using the information on their brothers, their sisters, their first cousins, the methane information, and their DNA, let's try to predict the methane emissions of those red animals. Okay? And we already knew the answer, so then I can compare what the prediction was versus what the actual answer was. And this is what we would do in breeding. We'd be breeding animals today to predict the future, even though we don't have the future. So what I'm showing you here is, just for simplistic terms, I broke these group of animals, these red animals, these validation animals, into 4 groups based on their genetic merit for here, just methane per day. Very good. I'd expect them to be the lower emitters, versus on the right-hand side, very high or very bad. They're the animals that I expect to produce more methane per day. On the vertical then, I'm showing you methane, and I'll also show you carcass weight in a second. What can we see? Well, obviously the results are good. I wouldn't have presented them to you, but what we see is the animals that we had genetically said should be low emitters were low emitters, because 40% of it is due to genetics, right? And if you actually look at that difference, there's a difference there between the highest and the lowest of around 30%. So big difference. Now let's look at our carcass weight. We can see, unfortunately, that the animals that are low emitters per day actually had lighter carcasses. So that's not good, right? When we talk about sustainable food systems. But, I'm like the EPA now with the but, go back to what I originally said about these breeding goals. We don't select on individual traits. We select on a complex of traits in these breeding goals. So what I did is I redid the exercise, but this time I put methane into our national genetic evaluation, and I re-ranked the animals on very good versus very bad on this index, which includes carcass weight, calving difficulty, feed intake, methane, and all the other factors. Now let's look at it. So the light coloured line, the thin blue line, that's what I previously showed you. That was a 30% difference. The dotted line is the same animals, but re-ranked on this index of methane plus the other performance, which is how you would deploy something like this. What we can see, again, the genetically predicted to be lower emitting animals, yes, they did produce less methane. Not as extreme. So there's only a 10% difference now between the two extreme groups. There was previously a 30%. But if I look at the carcass traits, and again, the continuous, the light coloured one, that's what I previously showed you. Remember, the lower emitting animals had lighter carcasses. Now, once selected within an index, these animals are low emitters per day and have heavier carcasses for the same age. So faster carcass growth rate. So very positive. So the final part of my talk is going to be about, well, what can be achieved. And heretofore I've talked a lot about daily methane emissions. I'm now going to also talk about age at slaughter, because around 30% of the differences within breed and age at slaughter is actually also genetic. And we were the first country in the world, we're the only country in the world actually still, to actually be directly selecting for reduced age at slaughter. So lots of firsts going on here. So I'm going to model, very simplistic modelling of what would be the impact of adopting a breeding programme for daily methane emissions and or age at slaughter. I'm going to show you these results. It's going to be exactly the same chart. On the bottom we have years. Obviously we're in 2023. Those of you that know anything about farming knows it's just a gestation period and it takes a bit of time, a year for, well not a year, but 15 weeks for a lamb and maybe 15 to 20 months for an animal to be slaughtered. So you're not going to see the benefits of doing something like this until maybe 2025. Lots of talk about 2030 as animal breeders. I'm more interested really in 2050, is where we've exhausted a lot of our technologies by 2030. Where's our next improvement going to come? And in animal breeding, we tend to see a 1% improvement in performance per year. That's what we tend to see in well-developed breeding programs. But just to be conservative, I've halved it. And probably not too far wrong, given the difficulty that will be in collecting lots of methane data. What I did is I went into the inventory and took just a steer. I didn't bring this out to the population level. We can extrapolate that if you want. But at an individual steer level, how much methane do they actually burp out into what we call enteric methane? And on average, it's around 117. So if we were to model an improvement of 1% per year in reducing age at slaughter or reducing methane emissions, that's what you would get. So you get, if you do the maths on it, it's probably around 11% reduction. That's the equivalent of around 3 months if it comes to a steer, and you can work it out for methane. But the beauty of breeding, remember I talked about this concurrent selection thing, is that we don't just improve methane, we don't just improve carcass weight, we improve methane per day and we improve age of slaughter, both of which could improve at a rate of 0.5% per year, which again is pretty conservative. So they're almost additive. That's what you get. So you're moving from around 117 kilograms of methane for your average steer down to just over 90. It's around 25% improvement by doing both together. So just to finish, I have 3 main points. The first one is you would have probably not heard me use the verbs could, might. I was using the verbs will, can, because we've proven that we've done this. We've proven it for centuries that we've done it for all traits. And I've also showed you a validation study to show that we can prove that we can do this for methane. Secondly, and again it came up, I think Brendan Gleeson mentioned about, there is no silver bullet. It's just one implement within the toolkit. Sinead already talked about one of those other components, but I would argue it's a very important point. And one of the main points is that you get complete adoption. even if you hate breeding, even if you hate of all the science and all the indexes, the bulls that are available and the rams that are available to be used are generally selected on those indexes. So it is a true part of, you know, the rising tide lifts all boats. So with that, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Donagh. I think the take-home message for me was the beginning one says that this room on average is equivalent in IQ to the US president. And secondly, don't do the test bill in case you're on the wrong end of that bell-shaped curve. Look at our final presenter this morning then is Hayden Montgomery, and just conscious of keeping the time, Hayden is joining us by video link, and Hayden is the Agriculture Programme Director of the Global Methane Hub. So he really has an expertise in the whole area of methane. He is New Zealand born, and we've had lots of engagement over the year with Hayden. So have we Hayden coming in?
Well, good morning still there, isn't it? Yes, good morning. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would have loved to have been there with you in person, but travel schedules dictate that I must do it from home here in Uruguay, where I'm now based. If my presentation is, there we go. So firstly, I'm now zooming out, right? So this is going to be a global view, and it's consistent with the mission that we have at the Global Methane Hub, which was established to accelerate mitigation of methane across all major anthropogenic sources. And I have the responsibility of the agriculture program for my sins. And so when we look at the challenge facing us globally to address methane from anthropogenic sources, we can see that agriculture, in terms of its direct methane emissions, is responsible for about 40% of global methane emissions. And then we see approximately the specific agricultural methane sources, and we can see that enteric methane is the largest single source of methane within agriculture, and indeed of any sector. So it's a very significant priority for the agriculture program at the Global Methane Hub. If we then say, well, direct emissions of agricultural methane contribute 40% of global methane, what if we take into account the whole food system, which then brings in methane emissions associated with transportation, energy, inputs, etc., associated with the production of food? We can see that actually it becomes an even larger share of global anthropogenic emissions, being about 60%. And we can see that of that total, the agricultural direct sources, and livestock in particular, are a dominant share, with enteric fermentation being a significant share of that. When we then say, well, where is this enteric fermentation being emitted, from which systems, from which from the production of which commodities, and in which countries of the world, we can see some pretty stark challenges ahead of us. For example, we see my slide, there we go. We can see that in terms of the systems from which enteric methane is emitted, we have an enormous challenge with the mixed and grassland systems of the world. And that has been mentioned already, the implementation challenges of getting technologies to farmers in an extensive grazing system should not be underestimated. We can see that milk and meat, approximately 40 to 60% of the emissions associated with the production of milk and meat. This is from all ruminant species. And then if we say, well, which countries are we seeing enteric methane emitted from? And I've taken the country labels off the next graphic. There we go. We can see that it's distributed globally. Okay, so there are some large geographies where there are significant populations of livestock, but it is not sufficient to say let's work in those sort of 2 or 3 countries and we solve the problem. We have to be working globally. In terms of addressing enteric methane, or agricultural methane in general, just to kind of characterize how I see current efforts globally, there's a lot of effort on sustainable practices, various paradigms that people like to support, such as regenerative agriculture. And I would say that all of these good practices, good animal husbandry, regenerative agriculture, etc., are all necessary, but insufficient to meet the global methane mitigation goals that we've set ourselves as a planet. and I'll come on to that in a little bit later. I would also say that when we look at the currently available technologies for farmers, the rate of adoption in general is very slow. And I think that's a combination of factors. And I would say the dominant factor is that there is often negligible benefit for farmers in the use of these direct mitigation technologies. I think Sinead demonstrated that in general terms with feed additives. There's not a lot of strong evidence supporting gains in productivity associated with them. Perhaps on the genetic side, there's a bit more evidence of co-benefits, as was mentioned by Donagh. But in general terms, these technologies that are seen to be have significant potential for reductions are not coming with a significant benefit to the farmer. And then there's an absence of the importance, as in Donnagh's words, right? There's not often a price or a signal on the methane emissions in the different countries around the world. That is changing. We are seeing, of course, more stringent targets and more discussions about price-based measures or other incentives to drive adoption, but in general terms, it's lagging. And then the way we actually conduct research to develop these technologies is suboptimal from a global perspective, and that relates to the use of infrastructure, which in general is lacking, but then not optimized in terms of its deployment globally. Expertise likewise. There is good expertise, but it's not deployed globally in a coordinated manner. And then we have all these issues around IP, NDAs, publishing restrictions, etc., which can slow progress from a global public good perspective. Just to kind of continue here on the, when I was talking about regenerative practices being essential but insufficient, I guess one point I want to make is that we have significant opportunities to decrease methane emissions intensity. And that relates to the same concept that Donagh was talking about with that distribution curve, and he referred to the IQs of a population. We see the same in greenhouse gas emissions intensity in different countries. And so just to quickly explain this chart, and it's really illustrative, I don't want to focus too much on the sort of accuracy of the numbers, but basically it's plotting for dairy the emissions intensity of dairy in each country in the world, comparing emissions intensity to the milk per cow per year. And we can see a very significant trend there. As you increase yield to a point, you decrease methane emissions intensity. And these dots represent the average of a given country. Of course, what that's not showing you is there's a distribution. So in any one of those dots, if you zoom in, you'll see a bell curve of some description, which will show you the performance. And of course, everywhere in the world, there are opportunities to improve performance. And that's really what we're striving to do in the short term is do this, right? Shift the trend in this direction, take advantage of all known technologies, good practices to reduce methane emissions intensity. That gets us to a point which effectively says, well, we've reached some sort of biological threshold here or systems limit where we can't really reduce emissions further with the currently available tools. So we need breakthroughs. And this is really what we're about at the Global Methane Hub, is trying to catalyze efforts to develop these breakthroughs so that in the next decade in particular, we can see a sinking of the lid across all production systems so that emissions start to decrease in absolute terms, having already optimized those production systems. And that's the kind of trend we're trying to see. So if we say, well, how in the hub are we trying to support efforts globally to do this? We are devoting significant resources and energy to address some of the gaps in the system that we've observed over the last little while. And I apologize if there's a delay. The slides are not updating for me as quickly as perhaps for you. So what I would say is, in terms of methane, it is crystal clear that there is an urgency to address methane emissions globally. And this is particularly true if we're going to stay within the goals of avoiding an increase of more than 1.5 degrees warming above pre-industrial levels. And so any reduction of methane in any place, in any sector, is desirable, obviously, when it's cost effective and doesn't come with other negative consequences. So we need to pursue everything. And every avoided emission is a win for the planet. In terms of addressing this in terms of research, the scale of funding and the flexibility of funding has been insufficient to date to really be transformative. The lack of commercial imperative in a number of regions of the world has led to gaps in research and capability, which we are trying to address. There is some progress, which is promising, and I think you've seen that already with the last couple of presentations, but it needs to be better coordinated globally. And we need a center of gravity to help do that, right? To create sufficient scale that will influence the direction of travel of this quite fragmented and siloed system that we see globally. So what we're trying to do is develop an accelerator that focuses on breakthrough R&D for enteric fermentation. This would be globally coordinated, and it would have a broad research scope so that solutions are developed that are relevant for the different production systems that I mentioned in the earlier slide. The important thing about this is we're aiming for a pre-competitive public good effort, and we're aiming to raise funding of a scale of a minimum of $200 million towards this. The stage we're at in terms of developing this is to basically do a stock take or a scoping of the current research landscapes, understand what is going on around the world, and it means to have the most optimal use of the resources that we mobilize. So we've appointed a science oversight committee that comprise expertise across the relevant disciplines. So that includes biochemistry, microbiology, feed and nutrition, systems kind of thinking, measurement, genetics, immunology. They have been working very hard over the last few months to establish what we're calling the state of the science. So what do we know and what don't we know about certain types of interventions? And as part of assessing that state of science, that is effectively undertaking an assessment of the research landscape and the associated research infrastructure. So this has been something that's come out of these discussions, is we're starting to have a much clearer picture of, where are the green feeds? Where are the respiration chambers? Who's working with SF6? What are the challenges? Where are the gaps? And then what we're trying to do is turn this into a clear articulation of short and medium-term research outputs. So what are the questions we're trying to answer? What are the gaps we have? And when I say short and medium term, I'm really talking about the next 12 months, 24 months, 36 months. And these are the metrics by which we judge, well, would this constitute an acceleration in progress or not? And having defined these outputs, we design the research strategy that is fit for purpose. So it's really saying, if we want to answer this question, who needs to be involved? What resource do we need to go as fast as effectively possible? And that's the task we're having now. So in terms of the scope of the research, you can read this quicker than I can. So basically it's broad. It's from the additives, inhibitors, discovery and testing, the very important issue of the combinations of mitigation technologies. What is the effect of an additive being fed to a low methane cattle or sheep? What is the effect of combinations of additives? There's limited evidence on this, and it's something that we will be prioritizing. Genetics, as has been mentioned very well by Donagh, I won't go into the detail on that. The idea of a vaccine, so how can we create an immunological response that actually targets the microbes to reduce methane? And underpinning all this, how do we better characterize the rumen microbiome, the ecosystem, understand what's there, what their functions are, what their interactions are, as a means to support the development of all of these different technologies. And a really, really important area that I want to emphasize is the measurement issue. There's been, obviously, it's been transformative to some degree to have technology like the green feed out there, and Sinead mentioned this in her presentation, that it made it possible to do research that was really impossible to be done before. But we don't see this as sufficient. We still think there's progress to be made there in lowering the cost and accessibility of measurement technologies. Just to maybe zoom in on one area that hasn't been mentioned today, and that is the idea of a vaccine. And what we've been doing, as I mentioned, is holding these kind of conferences or convenings of subject matter experts, cross-disciplinary in many occasions, to really dig in and say, if we want to have progress in developing a vaccine, if we want to demonstrate that it's possible to have a vaccine, what do we need to know? What are the questions we need to answer? And so in two of these convenings we've held, one being on vaccine immunology, the other being on rumen microbiology, we've started to identify some critical knowledge gaps that, if filled, would underpin the development of a vaccine or indeed other mitigation technologies. So, for example, just go back on that. For example, that we don't understand a lot about how the animal's immune system and its rumen microbiome develops and evolves from birth through to weaning. It's obviously a detailed, focused research that has to be done. And so this is an area that's been identified as a gap that we need to fill. We also don't actually know enough information about, well, what are we actually targeting on the microbes in order to bring about their demise or to limit their function? What is the surface protein structure on the methanogen, for example, in order to design the most effective vaccine strategy? And then in terms of the vaccine itself, well, how would we vaccinate to have an efficacious response against methane? So that's the work that we're undertaking. What I want to do now is really say, look, we're not about reinventing the wheel and creating new institutions and infrastructure. I want to acknowledge the many different initiatives by countries, by groups of countries that have been working for many, many years to, I guess, clearly articulate the research priorities and to mobilize resources towards this. I think it's notable that the New Zealand government and the Irish government have developed this bilateral cooperation in this area. I think that's rare, but it's desirable, and we hope to promote more of that with the funding we have to create the incentives for more collaboration between countries. I want to identify the Global Research Alliance, which, of course, Sinead has been a chair of one of the livestock group for many years, and now Tommy taking on that role. It's an extremely important network. And having been involved in that, I know it struggles in terms of resource mobilization. So our intent is to bring resources and use those resources to bolster, to strengthen, to connect these very well-established networks with really competent people, but lacking the scale of funding to actually move faster. And a number of other projects around, the European context, which will resonate with you, I'm sure, with the Hollow Ruminant project, with the Re-Livestock project, in which I'm sure Irish are participating in both of those. How do we connect those better and use these networks to then go faster in terms of the research? So what we're trying to do is say, well, how do we increase the data? Because data is often a limiting factor, and it's something that individual groups cannot necessarily fill on their own. How do we crowd in expertise that may be sitting out in human microbiome or in other biochemistry areas that is, working on some unrelated topic and attract them to the issue of addressing methane? How do we use our centre of gravity to have more examples like the New Zealand-Irish bilateral cooperation occurring across multiple countries? And how do we then fill gaps with additional resources that we can bring to the table? And I would say that the future is bright in terms of resources and the potential for mobilising resources from philanthropy, which in effect has identified this topic as a major priority only in the last year or two, right? Until now, it hasn't really been a priority for philanthropy. So there's a huge opportunity. And just to maybe flag the future, there are some significant projects that we'll be announcing at the climate conference at the end of the year in Dubai. One of these will relate to microbiome characterization. I just want to go back one step if I can. There we go. One is on genetics. So I don't want to sort of talk to the content that Donagh very well mentioned, but basically, how do we have what is occurring in Ireland, which is world leading, occur across multiple geographies and multiple breeds, not just the major dominant, beef and dairy breeds, but the other breeds that make up a significant proportion of the world's cattle. How do we have, as a business as usual, genomic selection for low methane across, developing and developed countries? There will be a project that addresses this issue of measurement, and we are going to use our resources to bring to the market a low-cost, reliable measurement technology, which in our view would be absolutely transformative to speeding up progress. And we're also very keen on this area of antimethanogenic compounds. And Sinead mentioned this around some of the screening that was done there, but we're also looking to expand that into screening of tropical forage species. So the next steps for us are we are going to launch this initiative at the COP, and that will relate to the funding we've achieved and who's funding. It's going to also mention the projects that we're launching as an example of the kinds of work that we want to see more of. The fundraising continues, and I want to acknowledge the support of the Department of Ag, Food and the Marine to this initiative. It is much appreciated, and we hope other governments will follow Ireland's leadership. And then the intent is to fund breakthrough research. So our expectation is throughout 2024 that we will be putting in place research in excess of $100 million. So I thank you for your attention and look forward to the discussion.
All right, folks. Sorry, you don't mind without this here, I think. We literally have only 10 minutes actually Karl said 5 and I've stretched it a little bit, so we need to get into questions. Has anybody a question from the audience? You might hold up the hand. I'm going to start just with a question for myself. Donagh, just on the national level, you know, the Minister has identified an ambition that we would genotype the whole herd. What sort of difference would that make in terms of what you were talking about, the opportunities out of breeding?
A 50% improvement in genetic gain.
I can't read that one. I'll come back to Sinead in a second. Yeah, so we have a mic coming to you there.
Thank you. My name's John Horrigan. I'm a dairy farmer from County Limerick. And Sinead, you said that 72% of my footprint is from methane. And I'm just wondering how much of that 72% actually causes warming. And the reason I ask you that is because, you know, everybody talked about science and science is important, and that's true. And the science around methane and how it warms the earth is well and truly documented. Last year in July, we brought Professor Miles Allen to the Oireachtas committee hearing. Professor Thorne was there the same day. Now, Professor Allen very clearly told us how methane may or may not, from ruminants, may or may not warm the earth. And he said it's all dependent on whether it's going up or down. If methane from ruminants is rising, it causes global warming. If it's static, it is neutral and causes zero warming. If it's falling, it's then causing global cooling. Now, the global warming issue is a global thing, so I'm talking about the global situation. And if you take the global cattle herd, in 1998, it reached 1.1 billion, and today it is at 940 million. That's a drop of 12%. Well, in parallel with that, then I'm assuming the methane levels also dropped. So
can we get to the question?
If the methane levels are dropping, that means that over the last 25 years, the methane from the global herd has not caused any warming. So if the global cattle herd has caused zero warming in the last 25 years, how can you say Irish cattle are causing warming?
So the question really you're asking is the metric around methane, and that's been in the media. So I would agree with you. Methane is different to the other greenhouse gases. It's potent, but it's short-lived greenhouse gas. And the question then arises, are we measuring it appropriately under GWP 100, the same type of metric for carbon dioxide? And that debate goes on. And I would agree with Miles Allen and others in that we need to revisit the metric and in turn the target for methane as a result. So it's not necessarily a GWP 100, it's around the whole issue of warming.
Okay, but Sinead, isn't it fair to say though that whatever the metric, we have a requirement to reduce methane?
We do have, yeah, I'm getting to that now. So basically that's the metric. But if we're basing our baselines around 2018 levels, we will have to be reducing methane in order to get those cooling levels. So it's not to get out of jail. We have to be going in the right direction. So, you know, whether we're using GWP star or GWP 100, we do need to be developing mitigation strategies and applying them. But I do agree with you. It's probably the GWP 100 could be the incorrect metric.
So keeping you under the spotlight, Sinead, if I look at one of the things that we're seeing, in my own head, I'm a 20-year-old 12-stone male. That's far from reality. Is there a risk here in terms of some of these solutions that there's potential for misrepresentation, that claims that have to be verified, etc.? How do we guard against that, and how do we ensure that there's credibility of the science we're generating here?
That's a really good question, Bill, because when we started the Metadebate project, we basically were being asked to independently, as our role in Teagasc, to independently validate things like certain feed additives, etc. And really that's how it came about, because there's so many claims being made. So these feed additives or other strategies do need to be validated independently by organizations like ourselves before and published in peer-reviewed publications, as we alluded to this morning, and that is a really important point. The study we have on the bovere in beef cattle, that has been accepted for publication of Journal of Animal Science. We're going to then go with that to our colleagues in the EPA, Bernard Hyde, that looks after the agriculture side of things, to try and use it as a mitigation strategy. But definitely everything has to be independently assessed and peer-reviewed in publications is the only way forward.
And I suppose looking at somebody who's involved in the science and supporting government department and ministers in terms of their objectives, like the challenge for us is that there are effectively 4 steps in any of this. Number 1 is procuring the research, getting the I suppose, opportunity there for change. The next is the translation onto farms, which is another added challenge in terms of what we have to do. Collecting the data in terms of how it's used at farm level and then getting it translated into the inventory. And I suppose that's the government department. We focus on making sure all those steps are coordinated and linked in together. Hayden, I'm going to bring you in as a final comment because I am pushed on time. Just on that international piece, like, we're all hearing it here and we're looking at it from an Irish perspective. Can you, I suppose, in simple terms, highlight how international this discussion is and how universal the focus is on whether or not methane can change, how it's reported, opportunities for improvement in terms of that, and exemplars internationally in terms of moving the dial in terms of reducing methane emissions? That's a fairly short, succinct question, I know.
Yeah, no pressure at all. But it does give me the chance to pick up that first question as well. So first of all, I would say the attention on methane now is greater than it has ever been. More and more, we're seeing a trend or movement towards addressing gases independently, not thinking about carbon dioxide equivalents, because as Miles Allen and others have mentioned very clearly, methane effectively is not fungible with carbon dioxide, and they have a very different behavior in the atmosphere and a different effect on warming. In terms of the metrics, I would maybe slightly disagree on that, or suggest that we overcomplicate matters sometimes with metrics, and I think we conflate issues. The reality is, whether it's 1 billion cattle or 940 million cattle, they are contributing to warming. And often in the messaging, people use words like additional warming, and it's all a relativity kind of description. I would say that confounds issues and confuses people. The point is, any emission of methane from any source contributes to warming, as long as it's in the atmosphere. The advantage or the opportunity that methane presents is it has a short atmospheric lifetime compared to other greenhouse gases. But it is a strong climate forcer. So the opportunity is any avoided methane emission and any reduction in methane emission is a win in the short term for the planet in terms of avoiding the rate of climate change. It is also important to say that that effort on methane cannot be done without a considerable effort in parallel on addressing the single largest source of climate change, which is, of course, carbon dioxide coming from primarily energy and the combustion of fossil fuels. So it's not one or the other, it's both. But the opportunity for methane is we can go faster in addressing the rate of warming. But I wouldn't suggest that the metrics is a way to kind of reduce ambition or we've done enough, because that gets into the whole question of relativity and value judgments and ambition, and it's just not appropriate. I would say forget the metrics, focus on the gas and reduce as much as we possibly can. And we've seen today there are ample opportunities to do that. First of all, in optimizing systems, which in the case of Ireland, in general terms, you would be right at the forefront of. Obviously, in any country, there's still some room for improvement, but when you look at the efficiencies of production systems around the world, Ireland's, of course, one of the leaders. But we need to reduce absolute emissions in absolute terms. And the expertise in Ireland and the implementation of things like genetic selection, feed additive strategies, etc., are going to become extremely important examples for other countries to follow. And your expertise deployed globally, helping others do that, will be a huge win for the planet. That's my observation.
I suppose from my perspective, after an answer like that, it's very hard for us to kind of say, well, am I going to deflect from that? Because it is a key message. We have to focus on methane and we have to reduce it in terms of nationally. What we've seen today in terms of the presentations from all three presenters is there's opportunity here. Breeding, feeding, global engagement, and they're the key messages I think we all need to take home out of today. So I'd ask you just to put your hands together for the presenters. I appreciate I'm cutting it short. Karl did warn me.
Okay, thanks, Bill. So we're sticking pretty well to time. We're now moving to the next session, which is on nitrous oxide and soil carbon. Just before we start that, for anyone that doesn't know me, my name is Karl Walsh. I'm head of the research division within the department. So we have three speakers. We'll follow a similar format to the last session. So first up, we'll have Professor Bob Rees. So Bob is a professor of agriculture and climate change and head of the Carbon Management Centre at Scotland's Rural College in Edinburgh. So we're delighted that Bob came over today. He has a long established track record in research on nitrogen and carbon cycling in farming. This has taken him all over the world. So he's here to provide an international perspective on these matters before we move into the domestic presentations with Tommy Boland and Carl Richards. So Bob, you have the floor and you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Carl, and I'd like to thank the organisers for the invitation to join you today at this very timely meeting. And as Carl has said, I'm going to start off this session by sticking to the sort of global perspective, but this time move on to thinking about carbon and nitrogen and how they impact on climate change and climate change mitigation. So, our planet is under severe environmental stress. Just over 10 years ago, the Stockholm Resilience Centre set up a framework for trying to quantify the stresses that our planet faces as we go forward. And they identified 3 planetary boundaries that we've already passed if we want to maintain a sustainable planetary system. These were to do with land use, climate change, and biogeochemical cycles, in particular the way in which we use nitrogen in farming systems. And it's interesting how much farming and land use actually contributes to these global environmental stresses. But this assessment has been updated since then in 2015, and most recently in September this year, 2023, there's been another assessment in which it's understood that we have now passed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries that we would need to stay within if we were to want to maintain sustainable planetary systems. These are interlinked factors. They still include the biogeochemical cycles and of course climate change and land use. But the climate change issue is particularly important, and its interaction with agriculture and land use is something I want to explore in a little bit more detail in this talk. So of course we're here to talk about climate change, and we must remember that the things that we're talking about fall within the context of the Paris Climate Change Agreement, an incredibly important agreement that committed all the countries around the world that were signatories to this agreement to take dramatic action to reduce climate change threats that would be found if we exceed global temperature rises above pre-industrial levels of between 1.5 or 2 degrees centigrade. And the next stage of this agreement will happen later this month at the next COP meeting. It's incredibly important that we stick to these commitments because a lot of our futures depend upon it. But of course, we're here today because agriculture and climate change are intricately associated with one another. Now, if we think of the global position, greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture make up about 10% of overall emissions. That in itself is quite significant, and those are represented on the right-hand side of that pie diagram. But if we think of the wider food system, that includes land use change, that we need to grow new crops and processing of foods, then the emissions from this sector mount up to about 30%. So it's a really significant contribution to overall greenhouse gas emissions. Now, agriculture is different from other sectors in that a lot of the emissions, as we've heard already, come from things like methane and nitrous oxide, and so the way in which we undertake mitigation within this sector will also differ. Now, the pathway to net zero is a very challenging one. We've already heard about this from the talk by Peter earlier this morning. We've been increasing our emissions of greenhouse gases ever since industrialization over 150 years ago. We've now got to the point where if we want to take action on climate change, we need to see a dramatic and drastic reduction in those emissions over the next 50 years or so. So this is a schematic of the emission reduction pathway that we need to commit to over the next few decades, and as you see, it involves a very sharp reduction of these greenhouse gases over this period. But more than that, we've actually gone past the point at which mitigation alone will get us to a sustainable future. Because in order to get to net zero, we need to take account of the fact that there are some emissions that we're going to struggle to mitigate, and agriculture is one of those. The emissions coming from farming systems in terms of nitrous oxide and methane are not things that we can bring down to zero. So by the middle of the century, we're not only going to have to be mitigating, we'll have to be removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, particularly carbon dioxide in the form of greenhouse gas removals. And again, the land sector is going to be critically important to that. A lot of those removals are going to come from things like carbon sequestration and biomass production. So I want to start off by looking at the nitrogen problem, because nitrogen is an element that contributes to these greenhouse gases through the formation of nitrous oxide. So we use nitrogen to drive our agricultural systems around the globe. We use nitrogen in the form of nitrogen fertilizers to feed our crops, and the crops are then fed to livestock in form of reactive nitrogen compounds and fertilizers. But the problem with nitrogen is it's a very mobile or leaky element, and it's one that's very difficult to control once we release it into the environment. So nitrogen applied to crops is released in the form of gaseous nitrogen compounds such as nitrous oxide, but we also get leaching of nitrogen into waterways. And then when those crops are fed to the livestock, we get further emissions from the livestock sector into those pools. But it doesn't stop there, because once that nitrogen is emitted into those reservoirs, we get further movement of the nitrogen in the environment into non-target ecosystems or natural ecosystems. And again, from there, we get further emissions of gaseous and leaching losses, contributing to environmental problems in terms of aquatic eutrophication, terrestrial eutrophication, and adverse effects on airborne particulates and greenhouse gas emissions. And it's estimated that between manufacture and consumption of nitrogen in food, we're losing between 80 and 90% of the nitrogen that we apply to our agricultural systems to our environment. And at a global scale, as you can see from previous slides that I've shown you, that is contributing to significant problems. So we use nitrogen fertilizers very unevenly across the planet. Certain areas such as Europe, South and East Asia and parts of America use nitrogen fertilizers very intensively. Across much of Africa, nitrogen probably is used at suboptimal levels. But it's in these regions of the world where we use nitrogen most intensively, such as Europe, where we have the greatest opportunity for mitigation and control. So what can we do to reduce nitrogen losses? Well, there are categories of things that we can do, and perhaps the most obvious thing may not seem likely that people would do this, but there's an awful lot of excess nitrogen application. So we probably apply more nitrogen than we need to in some circumstances, so cutting that down will be an obvious thing to tackle first. We need to think then about other ways of supplying nitrogen. Up until about 100 years ago, all the nitrogen that was used to feed our crops came from biological fixation. In the last 50 years or so, we've moved away from that and completely switched almost to synthetic fertilizers. We need to think about rebalancing that. We can do a lot in terms of improved agronomy and soil management to help improve efficiency in systems. We can use specific technologies, and I know Karl is going to come on to talk about this, about nitrification inhibitors and a new interest in biological nitrification inhibitors. And there's some exciting opportunities developing around new technologies with precision management and intelligent management systems coming from information technology. So I'm just going to pick out a couple of examples in this very brief presentation to illustrate some of these approaches. So Avoiding excess, as I say, you wouldn't think people would use excess nitrogen because it's a very expensive input, but in parts of the world, nitrogen is used very inefficiently. So this is an example from China. China has massive over-application of nitrogen and a big nitrogen problem. The two bars on the right there represent inputs and outputs of nitrogen under conventional farming practice. The two bars on the left represent conventional farming practice. The bars on the right are improved management, in which the nitrogen applied is optimized to take account of the crop demand. And by that optimization and improved management, we can reduce very significantly both the inputs and therefore the losses of nitrogen from the system whilst maintaining yield. And that maintenance of yield is a really important feature. I mentioned biologically fixed nitrogen. I think this is a really exciting opportunity. We've moved away from using biological fixation in our agricultural systems, but we need to rethink this, because things like legumes, clovers, peas and beans fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. They don't require fossil fuel derived energy to do that. And the emissions that are associated with the nitrogen that goes in from biological fixation, we know are a lot lower than that comes from synthetic fertilizers. So by putting together nitrogen fertilizers and legumes, we can reduce the requirement for nitrogen very significantly by 100 kilograms or more per hectare, whilst again maintaining or sometimes even optimizing and increasing yields. But as I say, nitrogen is a tricky element to manage. We can sometimes do things that stop one sort of emission and find that other emissions pop up elsewhere. So we need to avoid these trade-offs. So for example, we know that we can use nitrification inhibitors to reduce nitrous oxide emission, but that doesn't prevent emissions coming out as ammonia. Similarly, we can use placement as a way of reducing ammonia emissions by burying fertilizers more deeply in the soil. But that doesn't necessarily reduce the nitrous oxide emission. And it's only by using both of these in combination that we get the sweet spot, the reduction in both ammonia and nitrous oxide emissions, that allow us to deliver a truly beneficial low carbon technology. And some work on this has been used to estimate that if this was adopted globally, we could reduce fertilizer use in agriculture by 5% or so without, again, any significant loss in yield. There are lots of other examples, and Karl is going to pursue some of those in his talk. But I want to just touch on greenhouse gas removals before I finish, because the other side of mitigation is removals. Our soils globally, since we started farming 150 years ago on large scale, have lost a lot of carbon. And a lot of the carbon dioxide in our atmosphere comes from land use change. We have an opportunity to put that back, and that would not only contribute to climate change mitigation, but would improve soil quality and have a number of other co-benefits. So there's a huge interest at the moment in improving soil management in order to achieve a return of that carbon from the atmosphere to our soils. There are again lots of things we can do. We can manage fertilizer use in order to optimize carbon inputs. We can manage manures more effectively. But I think one of the things that's clear from the sort of messages that are coming out on research that's been done in this area is that temperate regions of the world, such as this, offer quite significant opportunities for carbon sequestration through improved management. And I just want to finish by sort of summing up on the implications of all this for agriculture and land use. I think one of the things to be clear about is that under the business as usual scenarios that we have at the moment for agriculture and land use move forward, we wouldn't be able to reach the Paris climate change targets for a 1.5 degree rise in temperatures without addressing emissions from the agriculture and land use sector. This sector would more than fill the budget that we have available by 2050. So mitigation from the sector is absolutely critical. Other people have already said this, but there is no silver bullet, and that's absolutely true. We need lots and lots of changes added together multiple approaches, including lots of different approaches to mitigation, which would be increased efficiency, trying to reduce these losses, but that needs to be combined with greenhouse gas removals. And all of this is linked to the agriculture and land use sector. We also need to consider demand side measures. We need to encourage consumers to choose the low carbon products. It's not all about farmers providing supply side changes to their industries. And I think there are a few core messages that I'd like to highlight. And the first is, as I think is coming out from many of the talks, the urgent need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the agricultural sector. We need to undertake mitigation, but that needs to be combined with adaptation in this changing climate to ensure that our food systems are sustainable. The issue of mitigation alone is not enough. We need these carbon removals, not only through carbon sequestration, but biomass crops and other things. And just finally, sort of reiterate the point that Hayden made about Ireland's contribution to all this. The research that's going on here and the investment is incredibly important, not only in terms of Ireland, but in terms of the wider impact this has in the global community, because the sorts of problems we're looking at here are faced all around the world, and the technologies and research approaches that are being developed here, I know, are being looked at very carefully elsewhere in the world from work that I've done across Asia and South Asia. The Irish work is very much appreciated. So the importance of the investments going on here, I think, has much broader implications. So thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Bob, and we'll bring Bob back up on stage at the end when we take questions for all three speakers. So we'll move along swiftly. Tommy Boland is next up. Tommy is a professor of ruminant nutrition in University College Dublin. He was also recently appointed as the co-chair of the Livestock Research Group in the Global Research Alliance. So he's the Irish representative there. Many of you will be familiar with his research on topics such as multi-species swards and reducing nitrogen losses. So it's a real pleasure to have Tommy with us. Tommy, you have 15 to 20 minutes, definitely no more than 20 minutes. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Karl, and thanks to Karl and the organisers for the invitation to speak, and thanks, Karl, for confirming I have 25 minutes for my presentation. That's greatly appreciated. So I'll take this opportunity as well to thank my co-authors and collaborators, predominantly within the School of Agriculture and Food Science in UCD and within Teagasc as well, for the work that I'm going to present here today. And I was given the brief of pasture management, and I suppose despite John's best efforts, I'm going to colour outside the lines a little bit in terms of my presentation as well, and expand a little bit beyond nitrous oxide and carbon in pasture-based settings. And I'm going to focus on Ireland's pasture-based systems and Irish pasture-based agriculture and challenges. And a lot of the conversation this morning has been around greenhouse gas emissions and challenges in that context. I just maybe like to remind everybody in the room that Irish farms first and foremost produce food, and the greenhouse gas emissions are a consequence of that food production. And those food products produced by our farms have traditionally, are currently, and will in the future be highly desired and highly demanded by a global consumer. So it's just a little bit of context to have in that regard. We've heard a lot about the marginal abatement cost curve this morning, about MAC, and Sinead and Donagh and others have spoken. I'm sure Karl will speak about that as well in his presentation. And I just want to draw your attention quite briefly to some of the areas that would impact here in the MAC curve on pastures and on pasture-based production. So we have areas like extended grazing and clover and multi-species swards, which have the potential to directly impact on the emissions arising from pasture-based systems. And then there are a range of other technologies, and I'm sure I haven't probably captured them all here, like liming and fertilizer formulation and low emission slurry spreading and many others, which also will have a role directly and indirectly in mitigating and impacting the greenhouse gas emissions arising from pasture-based production systems. And I said I was going to colour outside the lines a little bit in terms of my presentation. We heard this morning from Pat Dillon about the gains that have been made in terms of milk production in the Irish industry over the last 40 to 50 years. And the fact that those gains in milk production really were coming from efficiency. So the gains in milk production were much greater than the gains in cow numbers. A huge part of that efficiency gain and that production gain was driven by maximising and optimising the contribution of grass in our pasture-based production systems. And Michael O'Donovan and Teagasc in Moorpark were kind enough to share the next 2 slides with me, looking at pasture-based Ireland. The topic of today's conference is science and impact and science into practice. This is a really good example of where research has been conducted, research has been communicated, research has been taken up by the farming community. So pasture-based Ireland, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. It's an online system where farmers can record pasture growth on their farms. So they get management guidelines from that system showing them what the grass supply is on the farm, highlighting potentials for surpluses and deficits of grass in the coming weeks for their individual farm. And that allows the farmers to make and to take corrective actions in advance of a problem arising. And that's been communicated out to farmers through a range of different mechanisms, including the grass tendon network. And it's a really good example of how science has been taken up and adapted at farm level. And as I made reference to earlier, that has delivered results for food production in an Irish context. And that work has been, I suppose, taken to the next level now, where it's been used to predict grass growth. And Donagh was speaking about prediction from the genetic perspective in his presentation. Michael and Elodie and their colleagues in Moorpark are using the data that's being collected in pasture base, combining that with the weather models nationally to actually predict grass growth into the future. And these grass growth prediction outputs are actually included on the RT weather now. So it's really something that's been adopted at a very, very kind of granular level in Irish society, not just at farm level. So we've spoken a lot today about methane, but we've spoken about methane in the context of breeding for reduced methane, or methane in the context of feed additives to reduce methane. And the Minister indicated this morning that one of the fundings that have been announced through the Irish-New Zealand co-funding scheme is to look at emissions factors in pasture-based systems. And Ben Lahart and his team in Moorpark have been doing a lot of work on this recently. And it's looking at the actual measured methane emissions from dairy cows in an Irish situation compared to what's predicted for those same dairy cows in those same systems. And we can see, depending on the time of the year when those measurements are conducted, there can be an overestimation of methane output by the cow in the model that's used to predict emissions. So it's really important, and this doesn't change the fact that we have to reduce our emissions, but it's really important that we understand where the baseline is, or where the starting point is from which we need to begin to reduce those emissions. And up to date, or up to the last 5 to 10 years probably, there's been a very strong focus on well-managed perennial ryegrass systems in Irish agricultural production. And that's a system that served us very well for a long time. And within those systems, and Hayden Montgomery made reference this earlier, that the Irish systems are some of the most efficient production systems in the world. We can still make improvements within those systems. The increase in milk production output, the increase in the efficiency of milk production, the development of pasture-based Ireland has led to guidelines around how best to manage our pasture-based systems. And don't worry too much about the detail on this slide, but if we manage perennial ryegrass at the optimum, at the recommended level of a post-grazing or pre-grazing sward height of about 12 to 1400 kilograms of dry matter per hectare, that actually has a lower methane output per day, a lower methane output per kilogram of milk produced, and a lower methane output per unit of energy than grass, which is suboptimally managed. Now, one of the challenges at a farming level and at a national level is how we can actually capture that in the inventory. And we have very similar results arising from our beef herd as well. Slightly different metric for expressing it here, and I'm talking, some of these are gross emissions and some of these are emissions intensities, and without getting too much into the detail of those, the different measures are useful in different scenarios. So when we talk about how efficient we are compared to our competitors on the international markets, emissions intensity becomes quite important in that conversation. When we're concerned with our national inventory and reducing our total national greenhouse gas emissions, it's the emissions per day or the emissions per unit of energy consumed which is the important metric. But both have value, just in different conversations. And up to this point, I've spoken about perennial ryegrass, a really valuable plant in the Irish agricultural system. But what happens when we make swards more diverse? I spoke on my local radio station, Southeast Radio, a few weeks ago about multi-species swards. And my father, well, I won't say quite accosted in the local shop, but he was approached in the local shop and told by a long-term friend of his, that young lad of yours is on the radio telling us all to plant weeds. So my father very rarely talks to me about my work, but he got a great kick out of that one when he came back to tell me. What we're looking at now is making our swards more diverse, and this requires a change of mindset. For a long time, some of the plants appearing in this mixture on your screen may have been viewed as weeds. And an old colleague of mine once said, a weed is nothing but a plant in the wrong place. So it requires a slight change of mindset in how we view our pastures. I'll start off with talking a little bit about grass and clover. And I think Bob made reference to the fact that up to about 100 years ago, the vast majority of our nitrogen in our agricultural systems came from biological nitrogen fixation. Clover is an example of a legume. Legumes are plants which have the capacity to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere, which is abundant in nitrogen. And again, this is work carried out by Michael O'Donovan's team down in Moore Park. And it looks at a farm gate model of nitrogen utilization or nitrogen utilization efficiency. So it basically compares all the nitrogen entering the farm and all the nitrogen leaving the farm in products. And it doesn't account for losses within the farm system, but it compares what's coming in to what's going out the farm gate. It's based on real data, so the national average farm data in 2019, and the nitrogen use efficiency on those farms when you compared what's coming in versus what's going out the gate was about 24%. The Moore Park Grass 250 model, which is perennial ryegrass, well managed, receiving 250 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, you're looking at a nitrogen use efficiency of 40%. And the Moore Park Clover 150 model, which is perennial ryegrass and clover sown as a binary mixture, receiving 150 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year, the nitrogen use efficiency in that system is almost 60%. So by simply changing the composition of our sward and the resulting benefit of having to use less fertilizer nitrogen on those swards, we can see a 140% increase in nitrogen use efficiency. That's a big number, so that's a positive in that context. I suppose working in a university, you have the opportunity to push things maybe a little bit further, and that's where we've been working with our multi-species swards for a number of years now. And a lot of that work, or essentially all of that work, has been funded by the Department of Agriculture with some industry partners involved as well. Colleagues in Johnstown Castle, John Finn and his team have been working in this area for a long time as well, and this is some data from John's group. It's comparing nitrous oxide emissions from two different sward types. The top picture represents a perennial ryegrass monoculture. The bottom picture represents a 6-species, multi-species sward. So when we apply the same level of fertilizer nitrogen to the two swards, nitrous oxide emissions were reduced by 24% as we move from the monoculture sward to the diverse sward. Now, quite often, perennial ryegrass swards will need a higher level of fertilizer nitrogen input. So at the higher level of fertilizer nitrogen input, 300 kilograms per hectare per year, we were seeing a 58% reduction in the quantity of nitrous oxide emitted from the system. Again, in this case, a significant saving potentially in the quantity of nitrogen produced, or the quantity of nitrogen lost to the system. So we've heard a lot this morning already about individual approaches and how we can make gains by adopting individual approaches. What myself and my colleagues in UCD have been doing for the last 5 or 6 years is looking at combining approaches together and look at a systems level output. So a lot of our work in collaboration with some industry partners, including ABP and Germinal and others, have been looking at future-proofing our beef sector. And again, I won't bore you with all the details, but basically we had 3 different swards. The grass-only sward received a lot more nitrogen than the 2 swards which contained legumes. That was a grass clover sward and a multi-species sward. And that multi-species sward just contained 6 different plant species. We reduced the fertilizer inputs into the system by 60%, the fertilizer nitrogen inputs into the system by 60%, and the system produced 25% more herbage. That's 25% more food or more feed to feed our livestock in that system. Okay, so that could be good or bad. Can we utilize it? Is it beneficial to the animals? Is it good for their productivity? We've heard about reducing age to slaughter already this morning, and Donagh indicated potential to reduce age to slaughter by maybe a month or 6 weeks. In this study, simply by changing the forage we fed to our animals, we reduced the age to slaughter by 35 days. So it's taken 5 weeks off the period. The exact same quantity of beef was produced, and in fact that beef was of higher quality when we look at very detailed metrics to assess the quality of the beef. And that's fine, but what does it do to the environmental impact of the beef we're producing? When we looked at the carbon footprint per kilogram of beef carcass, that carbon footprint was reduced by 14%. So simply by changing the sward composition and changing how we manage that sward in terms of fertilizer and nitrogen, we're reducing the carbon footprint of our beef by 14%. Sinead highlighted the fact that feed additives have a cost. Donagh highlighted the fact that breeding was cost neutral. Well, I have to go one better on one thing. So we actually make money for the system by applying this technology. The net margin per hectare, when we account for the additional feed and the reduced time to slaughter and the reduced nitrogen inputs, has seen an increase, a model increase in net margin of almost 70% per hectare. So at a time when we're seeing more cattle coming from the beef herd, or from the dairy herd, entering the beef industry, and to come up with a production system that can return, I suppose, a margin to the farmers of those beef cattle, this is one additional tool within the toolbox that may be used by some farmers. It certainly won't be used by all farmers. And we've taken that work a step further, and this is some data by Sarah Wood-Martin, who works with Fiona McGovern up in Athenry, looking at the impact of the individual swards and the individual plants in the sward on daily methane emissions. When we add one plant into the mix along with perennial ryegrass, in most situations that reduces methane emissions on a daily basis. In fact, these animals with reduced methane emissions are also growing faster, so they're reaching their target slaughter weight faster. So we're seeing methane reductions here of 12% per day, which again is quite a significant number. That's when we simply add one plant into the mixture. And granted, these measurements are over a defined period of time, and we do need to continue to do the research over the entire season. Because what we see when we look at the emissions over the entire season, and this is some work carried out in lines by Rachel Connolly, a PhD student of mine, depending on when we feed the sward mixture to the animal and what stage that animal is in, we get different responses in terms of the methane output. So we found when we fed a diverse mixture or 6-species sward to lactating ewes, there was no impact on methane output. When we fed a multi-species sward to those ewes when they were dry, after the lambs had been weaned, they were no longer milking, there was almost a 40% reduction in methane output. And when we fed it to lambs after weaning, there was a 16% reduction in methane output. So I think it's I will fail as a researcher if I ever take to a podium in front of any audience and don't ask for more research funding. So we do continue to need to do research in this space to fully understand how these swards can work. And I mentioned at the start that I'm interested in systems. An additive can be part of a system, the animal type can be part of a system, the pasture we grow can be part of a system. But we've taken the approach to look at all the inputs and the outputs and the ecosystem services and the externalities from the system, either positive or negative, and to see how we can augment those by working with diverse swards. And again, I would make the point, this is something that won't be adapted on every farm in the country, or adopted on every farm in the country, but it will and can be adopted on some. We've been at this for 12 years. We've achieved a 60% reduction in fertilizer and nitrogen inputs. Perhaps we need to be braver and remove the nitrogen from the system entirely and see what happens then. We have seen biodiversity benefits. And again, this is the bit I was talking about colouring outside the lines. John didn't ask me to talk about biodiversity, but we've seen biodiversity benefits in terms of increased earthworm populations. We have seen reduced parasite burden in some of our livestock grazing these swards. Higher animal performance, earlier slaughter dates. We've also seen increased drought tolerance in our multi-species pastures, in our diverse pastures. They too will eventually succumb to drought or to a lack of rainfall, but they're more resilient to that reduced rainfall compared to a simpler monoculture sward. Our soil carbon studies are ongoing, but we are, I suppose, we're conducting the measurements to see if there are impacts on soil carbon storage and sequestration. We have seen some benefits in terms of the quality of the beef and the lamb and the milk produced from these swards. Whether that translates through into an increased consumer demand or not is kind of beyond our scope of study. As I've indicated, profitability within the system is increased. Water quality studies are ongoing, but some of the initial findings are very positive, and I'm not sure perhaps Karl will be touching on some of that. And as I've indicated, we have a reduced carbon footprint within our beef production systems. So the next question, and Hayden referred to this in his conversation, what happens when we combine Sinead's feed additives with Donagh's breeding strategy with our diverse swards. Just how far can the combination of those strategies take us in terms of reducing either methane or the total carbon footprint of our production systems? So the key messages, I suppose, from my talk: pasture-based livestock production upcycles an otherwise human unavailable biomass resource. And I probably skipped over that at the start, and maybe I should have mentioned it. Unless we feed grass to ruminants, we essentially, well, there are a few maybe minors, but we essentially can't produce food from that biomass resource. Research has shown how pasture management can be optimized to enhance the efficiency and economic performance, and this has been adopted and adapted at farm level. How we grow our pastures will influence their environmental impact in terms of the fertilizer type and quantity we use, the sward quality and how we feed our animals, the swards we actually grow. Including clover is a really big potential boon for the Irish agri-food sector. There are some challenges, and then multi-species swards are probably taking that equation a step further than just including clover in the swards. We also need to understand our baseline emissions, and I think Sinead used the term earlier as nothing is a get out of jail free card. Changing our baseline won't get us out of jail in terms of what we have to reduce, but we will just know that the correct starting point from where we have to start. And there is a necessity, I believe, and this is what we do in our work, to look beyond greenhouse gases only at wider ecosystem services and externalities. We can't have a gain in terms of methane or nitrous oxide and have a loss in another part of the system. And enhancing sward diversity, whether that's simply clover or getting a bit more complex than just adding clover, can have multiple benefits, not just for greenhouse gas emissions. And the final point is there's potential for adoption and adaptation, there's potential for adaptation with some of these swards in addition to mitigation of climate change. So, Karl, I'll leave it there. And just to acknowledge my co-authors.
Okay, thanks, Tommy. Excellent. We'll move swiftly along because I do want to try and get finished on time for lunch. So our final speaker here is Dr. Karl Richards. Karl was recently appointed as the head of the Teagasc National Climate Centre. His work focuses on mitigation options for emissions from agricultural soils, and that's the basis of his presentation today. So, Karl, like the previous speaker, absolutely no more than 20 minutes if we're to go for lunch on time. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and hopefully I'll keep you energized before lunch now. So thanks for the introduction. I'm going to speak to you now about reducing greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural soils. As I said, my name is Karl Richards. I'm head of the Teagasc Climate Centre. So this is the pie graph here is the inventory. Sinead mentioned it earlier. And the area that I've highlighted in red are the emissions that come from soils. So that's carbon dioxide from agricultural soils and primarily nitrous oxide. I'm not, in the next slide, I'll deal with land use. So look, within that, the main sources there are direct nitrous oxide, that comes from fertilizer, dung and urine. Also indirect emissions, that comes from ammonia volatilization and nitrate leaching. There's CO2 from lime application, and then there's manure-related nitrous oxide and ammonia as well. On the land use side of things, this is what our inventory looked like in 2022. Anything below zero is a net removal. Anything above zero is an emission source. So soils are the main, globally, soils are the main store of carbon. They contain 3 times more carbon than is in the atmosphere. So as Bob said, when you change that soil or you change the land use, you can release quite a lot of carbon into the atmosphere. Within our inventory, we have one main removal of carbon, which is forest, and that's either forest land or harvested wood products, but also cropland is a small sink of carbon as well. Our main sources are settlements, this is land use change, wetlands, which relates to the land, I suppose the peatlands that are managed industrially, and then we have grasslands. And grasslands are the largest source of CO2 that we have in Ireland. And that might be contrary to what you expect, but the reason for that is that our agricultural peatland soils emit about 9 megatons of CO2 per year. So it's a major source that is offset somewhat by sequestration on our mineral soils. So moving on, a lot has been said of the marginal abatement cost curve. I've extracted the nitrogen-related measures from that curve here, which are presented. As everyone says, there's not one thing here, there's multiple things here. But what nitrogen mitigation can achieve is about a reduction of close to 2 million tonnes of CO2 in 2030. The total marginal abatement cost curve estimates for agriculture for 2030 are 4.9 megatons. So about 40% of our mitigation can be achieved through nitrogen. And a lot of these things we know about. So I'm just going to highlight some of the key ones here, and I suppose where research has developed these and what's happening now in the research area. Liming is a really important part of improving soil fertility. It's really important for crop growth and grass growth, for optimizing nutrient availability in our soils, but it also releases quite a significant amount of nitrogen, about 70 kilos of nitrogen per hectare. So in the MAC, we have liming in there as an important factor. The main effect of it is reducing nitrogen requirements for our crops. It also is critical for clover grass establishment or multi-species swards establishment as well. And it improves nutrient usage efficiency. Some of our recent research here on a long-term liming experiment is, as we move from an unlimed soil with a pH of about 5 up to an optimally limed soil with a pH closer to 7, we significantly reduced our nitrous oxide emissions. And the reason for that was the effect that it's having on the soil microbiome and the consumption of nitrous oxide in our soil. So not only does it reduce fertilizer requirements, it actually changes the soil processes and the soil microbiome there in a way to enhance the reduction of nitrous oxide in the soil. And it also increases carbon sequestration. Phosphorus, we know, is a really limiting nutrient in terrestrial ecosystems and aquatic ecosystems. We have a long-term experiment established in Johnstown Castle in 1995, looking at different rates of phosphorus application. We measured nitrous oxide emissions coming from those as part of an Teagasc-funded European project. And what we found, again, something similar, that as we optimized soil phosphorus, we reduced the nitrous oxide emissions from, on the left bar there, which had low soil phosphorus, to the optimal, which for the agronomists in the audience was index 3 soil phosphorus. So we reduced emissions again by 42% in the field. Lab studies, we found a 38% reduction in soil phosphorus. So really, really interesting, and again, pointing to the effect that phosphorus and lime have on the soil microbiome and on soil health and processes that occur in the soil. And look, there's a new project across Europe and in New Zealand looking at the effect that soil phosphorus has on soil emissions and also carbon sequestration. So that work is underway at the moment. Tommy has covered this really, really well, and I'm going to flick through it very quickly. Clover, multi-species swards, you can reduce your fertilizer inputs by between 100 and 150 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. Our dairy farm in Johnstown Castle is receiving 60 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. There are other systems in Teagasc receiving 0 kilograms of nitrogen fertilizer per hectare. So just remember, nitrogen fertilizer is basically fossil fuel in a bag. Global fertilizer production uses about 1% of all energy on Earth, okay? So you might think that's really efficient. 1% of global energy is producing an awful lot of the food that we eat. But by reducing that and substituting it with biologically fixed nitrogen, we can reduce emissions. This complicated graph in the middle there shows that as we move from a grass on the top of the triangle, clover on the left of the triangle, to multi-species swards, which is in the middle of the triangle, we reduce the intensity of nitrous oxide emissions. And this is primarily due to the effect that plantain or plantago, which is one of the species in there, has been shown to have biological nitrification inhibition properties. So that is, it keeps the nitrogen in the ammonium form and not in the nitrate form in the soil. And research that we've done with UCD have shown lower nitrate levels in the soils. And this is a subject of some new research that was one of the projects announced this morning, which is looking at biological nitrification inhibition in grasses and plantain between Ireland and New Zealand. So moving on, some of the ongoing research is around carbon sequestration and the effect that it has, as Tommy said. Some of our carbon towers are on multi-species swards, and we're obviously looking at the effect on soil health as well. Manure is an important source of nitrogen. So again, a lot of the actions here are around better using your manure, using low emission slurry spreading so that you reduce the fertilizer requirements that you have on your field. But what we've also found is manure is an important source of methane and ammonia from when it's stored and housed. It accounts for, in the national inventory for greenhouse gases, about 7 or 8% of methane emissions come from manure that is stored. We have shown through our research that we can add things to that manure, such as the example there, ferric chloride, which nearly reduces it by 100%. So you can bottom out both methane emissions and ammonia emissions from that stored manure and really target that 7% of emissions. And again, there's a lot of new research ongoing on amendments and additives, and also the effect of some of the dietary additives that Sinead spoke about earlier. They also have potential effect on the manure that comes out the back end of the animal as well. And then finally, looking at the effect of digestate and the emissions associated with digestate. If we achieve the 5.7 terawatt target for the country for anaerobic digestion, there's going to be an awful lot of digestate. This is the protected urea work that we did about 7 or 8 years ago. On the top graph, that's the greenhouse gas emissions. Things to note there, CAN is the most popular fertilizer that we use in the country. Our research increased emissions from CAN by nearly 50%. So that is one of the negative effects of it. But what we found was that we reduced emissions when we moved to urea, and urea with different inhibitors. And the one I want to highlight to you is the bar that is second. It's the one that says urea, NBPT, DCD, a 90% reduction in emissions. We've all been just talking about protected urea, which is urea with NBPT. But when we add in a nitrification inhibitor, there was no significant difference between that treatment and where we did not apply nitrogen fertilizer. So something that we do need to consider. It is in a small way in the MAC, but something to be considered for further. You know, nitrification inhibitors are really, really effective. New research that we have underway is looking at compound fertilizers because they account for about 50% of our nitrogen use in Ireland. So again, there are indications there as we move from nitrate-based compound fertilizers to ammonium-based compound fertilizers, we can reduce emissions by about 40%. But again, there's an ongoing multi-site, multi-year experiment in Teagasc and AFBI looking at that currently. Moving on now to land use. So again, as has been said earlier, land use traditionally hasn't had sectoral targets set for it. It has been reported. It has been reported separately to agriculture. The proposal at the moment is that agriculture and land use are joined together post 2030 to form one sector. So therefore, agriculture and land use will be intimately associated with each other. We have a MAC for land use as well. And so again, this comes to a mitigation potential of about 4.1 megatons in 2030. So quite sizable reductions. The main factors in there are grassland management, delaying the harvest of some of our forestry, and water table management on peat soils. So I'm going to go through some of the activities that we're currently doing. Again, the video this morning, and several people have mentioned the National Agricultural Soil Carbon Observatory. It's a collection of 28 towers, not 21, towers across Ireland, and that includes towers that have been funded not just by the department, but by other sources as well. The current LULUCF inventory is highly uncertain. The EPA say the uncertainty is around 150%. So we know that by using the default values in there that we're not reflecting what's actually happening in Ireland in terms of the default values, but also in terms of some of the activity data that we need to do these calculations. So a lot of the focus of the observatory is to produce national emission factors, to look at the effect of long-term changes on soil carbon stocks, to look at the impact of things like farm management, land use management, and soil type and climate impacts. And this has been combined through some other work with an SFI Microsoft-funded project with Maynooth, looking at combining that with satellite data and a range of different models to extrapolate the results from those 28 points in Ireland to cover every field in Ireland at the detail of a field. So that's Terrain AI, again, really exciting research underway there. And the whole objective of this is to provide data to support people, policymakers, to make evidence-based decisions. Going through some of the key areas, peat soils. Peat soils are really important. They store about 15 to 30% of carbon globally. I think they only cover about 3% of the Earth's surface. So they're really, really important. Ireland, we are lucky. We have 21% of our land area have peat soils. But again, there's uncertainty as to exactly where those peat soils are. So there is work underway in that space. As I mentioned already, drained grassland peat soils in the inventory currently are estimated to emit 9 million tonnes. Remember, agriculture emits about 23 million tonnes. So this is a massive source of CO2. And going back to Peter's talk, it is CO2 primarily is being released from these soils. So there's a lot of work underway as part of NASCO and as part of a range of other projects looking at the area of peat soils. So this map here is not Teagasc. This is a map from Trinity College from John Connolly's group, where they're starting to improve the mapping of where the peat soils are and what the land uses are on top of those peat soils. Again, we don't have some very good detail on some of those data sources at the moment. We also need to consider, well, there's an assumption that if you have grassland on a peat soil that they're drained, and that's not necessarily a correct assumption. Again, there's recent research being published on that. But again, looking at the effect that drainage and nutrient status has on the emissions that we see coming from those peat soils is a key area that we're looking at. And the whole idea is to produce an emission factor for different types of peats, so different peat typologies, and also consider the effect if we re-wet or manage the water tables differently, what impact will that have on the greenhouse gas emissions? The number one measure is raising the water table. We know that will reduce emissions, so it should progress. We don't know the absolute quantum of what the reduction might be because there is uncertainty around the emission factor. But we know, and it should not stop re-wetting of them, we know, or raising water tables, we know that that will reduce emissions significantly. There's also a lot of work in the space of the mineral soils and what we call organo or peaty mineral soils. So there are some soils that have 20, 25 to 30 centimetres of peat on top of a mineral soil. They're not classified as peatlands, they're classified as organomineral soils. So again, mineral soils currently in the inventory are estimated to sequester about 4 million tonnes of CO2. So when you take 4 away from 9, you're left with 5 million tonnes of emissions roughly coming from drained peat soils. So our work is around refining the emission factors from those peat soils, improving, and we really need to improve our soil mapping because currently we don't have a soil map that has sufficient resolution to get down to a farm or sub-farm scale. So some of the things we're looking at, the graph on the right-hand side there is carbon data coming from the tower in Johnstown Castle. The horizontal axis starts in 2004 and finishes in 2021 and shows basically the net carbon balances. Anything above zero means it's emitting carbon. Anything below zero means it's sequestering carbon. So what you'll see there in that early 2000 period, there was land use change. That resulted in a switch from being a carbon sink on the grassland to being a carbon source. It then went back into grassland and became a carbon sink again. But then you can see the impact of things like climate change potentially on those carbon sinks. So 2018, we had a drought and we saw the site switching from being a net sink to being a net source. So we're looking at a range of different mitigation measures, such as multi-species swards and clover, such as improving soil fertility and land use and land use change. Forestry and hedgerows, this is the greatest sink of carbon that we have in the country, as we heard earlier, due to our planting and harvesting, I suppose, changes over time. That is switching from being a sink into being a source, temporarily a source, because it will switch back into being a sink again. So we know forestry can reduce emissions. Delaying the harvesting of forestry is something that will delay carbon loss. It will only delay it, but it's something that probably needs to be considered if we are to achieve our land use targets. Afforestation is critically important for climate neutrality. We have to increase afforestation rates. And we've talked about that earlier, and hopefully the Minister might have some good news or good thoughts on that later. Hedgerows are talked about an awful lot by farmers, and yes, hedgerows do sequester carbon, but we can improve that. We can plant new hedgerows, is one thing, but we can manage our hedgerows differently. So allow your hedgerow to grow up a metre, or sort of out a metre, and grow up a metre or two. So that picture at the top there is it's a hedgerow that is managed in a way that is sequestering more carbon than the normal short back and sides type hedgerow that you might see around the landscape. So again, changing the perception of what's good and what's bad is really important. A lot of our ongoing research is around mapping carbon stocks on the signpost farms. There's a LiDAR image of a farm showing a lot of the above ground biomass, the trees, etc. So we can now start to model things like that. And I'm going to move on to the signpost farm. So within Teagasc, within the climate strategy that we launched last year, there was the Signpost Farms program, which is co-funded with industry, and there's also the Signpost Advisory program. And these are really, really important. I think we're unique in Europe and potentially globally to have these. Signpost Farm program are to demonstrate the implementation of mitigation measures. This is my second last slide. Enabling farmers to share their experiences. Farmers learn from other farmers better than they do from a scientist like me speaking to them or speaking with them. And also to help track progress in terms of mitigation. The Signpost Advisory Program is providing free advice to farmers with the target of working with 10,000 farmers a year and using the AgNav decision support system and carbon tool so that each farmer will know what their emissions are on their farm and how they can reduce emissions. So last slide, we know an awful lot. We have mapped out how in the MAC we can achieve the 25% reduction, and we need to start to convert that into policies and incentives in a completely cross-industry approach to this. Nitrous oxide, we know we can reduce fertilizer use dramatically. We know we can use low-emission fertilizers to reduce emissions, and we can use manure additives. And for soil carbon, we know that raising the water table on peat soils will reduce emissions. Extending forestry rotations will reduce emissions temporarily, but planting more trees and improving hedgerows is something that really needs to be prioritised. So look, with that, I want to thank you all for your attention. Particularly want to thank all of the co-authors that I've listed here, but there are many others, and there is a huge amount of technical support, not just in Teagasc, but in UCD and other research providing organisations that without that we can't do our work. And finally, thank the funders for all of the funds that help make this research happen. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks, Karl. We have reached lunchtime, so I think we will skip the questions here now in the interest of getting to lunch on time. The speakers are all here and they'll be here for the day, so if you have specific questions for them, please feel free to approach them and put your questions to them. A couple of things before we break for lunch. So when we organised this session in particular, we were really keen that you could get a better appreciation for the breadth of the science that we know. We've made huge gains across many different areas. You've seen the statistics put up there on different mitigation technologies that can have real impact. We've identified areas where we need to continue with the research, so we're actively pursuing that. I hope you'll also have appreciated the calibre of the scientists that we have here in Ireland. We have scientists from all over the world that regularly approach our scientists looking to collaborate with them. They are some of the best in the world of what they do, and I think we're really lucky to have them. The slides and the recordings from today will be made available afterwards on our website and our YouTube channel. We will have a video now in a minute, which will be a short contribution from the Chief Scientist in the United States Department of Agriculture. That's Under Secretary Dr. Clavondy Jacobs-Young. So I please ask you to remain in your seats, and that's just going to take a minute or two. For lunch, lunch will be served in the room at the back of this room. So just follow the ushers at the back of the room when you go out. Your lunch will be served there. Tea and coffee will be served upstairs in the atrium. And there you can engage again with the other agencies and ourselves if you want to find out more about what we're funding on research. And please be back at 2:15 sharp. We'll start the next session at 2:15. So we have the video now from Under Secretary Jacobs-Young from the USDA. Thanks.
Ministers, colleagues, distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me to share a few remarks with the National Agricultural Climate Change Conference attendees. The current global situation underscores the need to unite behind common guiding principles and take action to end hunger and poverty, to face climate change and challenges head on, and to build more sustainable, equitable, and resilient food systems. At USDA, we're certain that innovation is key to increasing productivity and profitability while decreasing climate and environmental impacts. Investing in, supporting, and building prosperity for farmers, ranchers, fishers, and foresters is vital. That's why in 2021, together with the United Arab Emirates, the United States launched the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, referred to as AIM for Climate. AIM for Climate focuses on driving more rapid and transformative climate action in the agricultural sector, empowering agricultural innovation to be part of the solution to address the climate crisis, building resilience to its impacts, and creating co-benefits of climate action. Ireland joined AIM for Climate as one of the first government partners, and with Ireland's support, AIM for Climate partners have announced over $13 billion of increased investment in climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation. We also welcome and appreciate Ireland joining the United States as participants in the AIM for Climate Innovation Sprint, enteric fermentation R&D accelerator led by the Global Methane Hub. Together, we can move faster towards solutions to address the challenges of food insecurity and climate change. Earlier this year, the United States hosted the AIM for Climate Summit in Washington, D.C. This historic event brought together partners to increase and accelerate investment in and support for climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation. Together with the co-lead of AIM for Climate, the United Arab Emirates, we are proud of what the summit accomplished. We are grateful that leadership from Ireland could join us for the event. Ireland's participation in the summit demonstrated strong support for the initiative and spoke to how it aligns with the priorities of the Irish government towards climate action and enhanced international research partnership and collaboration. We have a historic moment ahead of us, as the United Arab Emirates has identified AIM for Climate as a flagship of the COP28 presidency. Finally, before I close, I want to recognize the U.S.-Ireland Research and Development Partnership. Launched in 2006, the partnership links researchers across the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, and the United States to accelerate economic development and cooperation across borders by encouraging trilateral research collaboration. In 2015, USDA, with our partners in the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, launched a priority area for agriculture under the partnership. Since that time, we have jointly funded numerous projects that are making significant contributions to solving global challenges. USDA is proud to be part of this partnership, and we look forward to continuing our joint research efforts. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you, and I wish you a successful event.
And this is our third session of the day. I hope everyone enjoyed your lunch and you're well fed and ready to take in some more information. It won't be presentation led, it's more discursive in these two sessions. And I'd like everyone to please welcome to the stage our four panelists. So we have Minister of State of the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine, with responsibility for land use and biodiversity, which we've been talking about such a lot, Senator Pippa Hackett. Padraig Brennan, in the pale jacket, chair of the Organic Forum. We've a lot of meat to get into on that as well. We touched on it. Bill Callanan, who was with us earlier from the department, and Matt Dempsey, well known as the editor of the Farmers Journal and from many different ag committees and chairmanships and involvement with groups such as the ODS and of course the Trust, to talk about the Food Vision Tillage Group, which is now his beat. So put your hands together and please welcome everyone to the stage. So Pippa, we might go first to you and just talk about the new forest strategy. We were talking earlier in the day about we need it to be attractive, we need adoption, we need trees planted. We're at about a quarter of the rate annually where we need to be. What's in the new forest strategy for people?
I think, look, we've heard a lot about land use and the need for forestry, and I think everyone accepts we absolutely have to, increase the number of trees. Is that okay? Will I move that
tiny
closer?
bit
Sorry,
near
is
you.
that better there?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wasn't sure. Brilliant. I think it's that's fine. Perfect. I think so. We have a massive challenge there, but we are sticking to our ambitions in terms of 8,000 hectares a year. Now, some would say we need to plant more than that for climate action, but I think at the moment we're so far off it and have been for a number of years, and that's why we have worked really hard to come up with a new, strategy for forestry and backed up by a new forestry program. So we're seeing, an increase in the supports for farmers of between 46% and 66% increase in the financial supports. I think the finances are one thing. We do need to incentivize people to plant trees. But I think there's other aspects there too. I mean, we probably don't have a very strong cultural attachment to forestry in Ireland for obvious reasons. We've come from like 100 years ago, we only had like 1% of forest cover in Ireland. We're at about 11.6 or 8% now. So, it's taken 100 years to grow that much, and we're aiming for sort of 18% in the next 30 years, which is a big target. So we've tried to design a program that supports in the main our farmers to plant trees. Farmers have the vast majority of the land in Ireland, and we have to support them and incentivize them to do that. So I think this particular program, it is different from previous programs. There are a few more exciting, I think, mechanisms in there to support farmers to plant different types of trees. So whether they want to go the commercial type of forestry, which we need, and we might talk about that later on in terms of decarbonising the built environment, which people sort of forget about, and we will rely on timber to do that in the decades ahead. But there are other options in terms of planting trees for biodiversity, for water quality, and we do want to see, I suppose, more broadleafs planted. That certainly was what we heard back from the public. We conducted quite extensive public engagement and consultation in terms of what we as a country want to see from the trees of the future, and very much delivering not only for climate action but for all those other good environmental benefits, but also for incomes, also for rural areas to support rural communities, and also that amenity value, which I think many people can relate to, that forests can give. So there's so much I think that forestry can give. But we have been up against challenges in terms of engagement with previous programs we've had. Most people in this room will be aware of challenges with licensing, backlogs.
I was going to ask you about that. Is that been? Can we employ more resources to those departments? Can we make that more streamlined? I know you've made certain provisions in the new forestry plan for low hectareage. You don't have to have a license at all, isn't that right? But it's very low areas.
And
very small areas.
And I think that is one exciting part, and that required legislative change to be able to enable us to allow in parts of the country up to a hectare to be planted without a license. Now, there is a lot of interest in that on the ground, because farmers, despite what people might think, farmers, a lot of farmers actually like the idea of trees on their farm, like the idea of planting trees. And there's on probably most farms, there's a few corners that are maybe not particularly productive, awkward to get to, maybe a few hills that might suit this. So it's a fairly straightforward process for them to contact their forester. The forester will tell them, it's yes or no. You're either eligible to plant or you're not. And the reasons why farmers wouldn't be eligible is that they'd be close to, high nature value areas, or they'd be close to, protected bird species and so forth. And we have to be careful about the environmental side. But in relation to the challenges that we did face, and I have spent working with my officials in my department the last 3 years, to be honest, changing how we issue licenses, clearing up the backlogs and the appeals. We have invested so significantly in terms of resources. We went from like 1 or 2 ecologists in the department to maybe over 30 now. That's in that time. So we have a much very well-oiled, I would like to think, licensing system now that delivers and that will, I suppose, instill a little bit more confidence in farmers, because confidence certainly has been dented, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And we need to move on from that. But I do believe we've turned a corner.
Okay, that's good to hear. We'll probably delve into that a little bit more. Man, I might go to you. Tillage just had a really difficult year. I know the amount of rain that fell in recent months has just been, so damaging to fields and crops and farms. And I know looking at potato farmers this week with just awful situations, let alone the grain people. the Food Vision Tillage Group, you're doing a report. When can we expect that final report?
Well,
for Food
thank
Vision?
you. Yeah, nice to be here. Thank you very much. Yes, we did the interim report at the end of the summer, August, September. We've 2 more meetings now coming up in December, and I would hope the final one would produce the final report. But there's no point in us coming up with, a wish list without really strong, sensible recommendations that are actually doable. I mean, our terms of reference are fairly clear. Can you come up with a policy that would increase the tillage acreage from roughly 300,000 hectares to 400,000, in other words, 1 million acres? So that's a 33% increase. Not impossible, but it's going to take some changes. And some of the changes will, in my view, be within the state's control, and some will not. What I think we have probably missed as a country is a recognition that the global scene around tillage production has fundamentally changed. It's not that long ago that Russia was the major cereal importer, and Brazil was on the point of becoming a net importer of food itself. Russia is now the largest wheat exporter in the world, bigger than all the EU put together. And Brazil, we all know, is now, because of good science, is an agricultural powerhouse. And up in the north of Brazil, they're getting 2 crops a year of maize or soya or a combination. So we have real competition that we didn't expect before, but are driven by completely different set of environmental and input characteristics. So I think this is where the role for Europe as a whole has to come into effect, because we have clear views that we cannot import beef with hormones, but we have absolutely no problem in importing cereals, whether it's GM or using inputs that are banned in Europe. So there's a distinct competitive shifting that has taken place. From a government here point of view, of course, there's a realization, and we heard it this morning, that tillage produces much less carbon emissions than any of the livestock sector. Nothing wrong with the livestock sector. Let's recognize our strengths, but also let's recognize that if we want to meet some of our climate aspirations, then we simply have to go to consider some of the major land use enterprises, which are tillage. So it's producing about 15% of dairy emissions. That's a 6-to-1 figure, and about 25% of beef. That's 4-to-1. So there's an enormous national gain. So then I think the question for the committee that I'm delighted to chair is what kind of concrete policies can we recommend that will shift some of this balance? And I don't want to take up all afternoon, but in my view, there are probably 2. And you mentioned this year. This year is a particularly good example of why we need some kind of volatility insurance. Whether you call it a guaranteed income scheme, call it whatever you like, but there's quite a few of them around the world.
Like crop insurance in the US.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. And we've enough cop on, I presume, to try and manufacture one that's suitable Irish conditions and run it by the state aid in Brussels or whatever you like. But there is clearly a need in a year like this, especially if we're going to get more significant climate events, to pick up what the Middleton shopkeepers have had picked up for them. In Middleton, farmers are specifically excluded from that kind of help. But let's put something more institutionalized in place so that we can actually see what's available if there's a real problem. The other one clearly is, again, we have it in the meat and milk and beef sector. We have a sustainability or quality assurance payment, which makes, especially on the beef side, a really significant, it's 25-30 cents a kilo extra payment if you meet quality assurance criteria. I think something like that would make, again, a fundamental difference to how prospective tillage farmers view their future and appreciation within the wider agricultural economy. And the other one clearly then is that land availability has now become a central issue because of the pressures some dairy farmers are under to expand their land holding to cope with new regulations. Is there some way around that? There is, clearly, but it's going to cost, or it's going to bring in some new regulations, or it's going to mean greater supervision of slurry transfer and slurry utilization. but that may be well worth a price paying to actually meet some national coherent objectives around the dairy and the tillage sectors.
Pairing them where there's an advantage, because obviously as derogation, will mean farmers who need more access to land, you might be losing land from tillage when you're actually trying to grow that sector.
Yeah, but the great
so they're
advantage,
caught in this spot.
They are, exactly. But the great advantage is that if you can actually export your slurry, then that is the equivalent, in effect, of having more acres at your disposal if you're a dairy farmer. So there's no reason why, when tillage farmers can use that slurry, we shouldn't have some kind of scheme to augment other measures that could be implemented.
And I know it's come up in the issue of perhaps, incentivizing larger holding tanks on farms for that to happen, so that it can be delivered or taken to tillage farmers in an easier way, so that it can be stored more effectively. It's a kind of an infrastructural thing maybe as well.
Yeah, I don't see it as a huge panacea for every area, but there are certainly areas with a good mix of tillage and dairy farms, especially in the east of the country, where interchange of nutrients can take place, as is happening in the pig sector, because the pig sector has been made to do it. Now, you don't like compulsion on the dairy side, but nevertheless, if there are clear advantages, there's no reason why it shouldn't do good for both areas.
Okay. Loads to talk about there as well, and maybe come back to Padraig. The new organic strategy is in development. We're talking here on this panel about diversification, tillage, forestry, organics. There's a new scheme, of course. We have had loads of new entrants. I noticed that a lot of those new entrants are from the Western Seaboard, which is absolutely brilliant. Small farms potentially saying, we have a viable future here if we move into an organic situation rather than try to fight the conventional fight, if you like. What's new and what's invigorating and what's attracting people?
Well, I suppose when you look at what you've seen over the last year in particular, we've seen a doubling in the number of farmers that are now farming organically.
You might move that mic a little closer. That's it.
Afraid to break it, Suzanne, to be honest with you. But, so what we've seen is a big doubling there. What's attracting them, I suppose, number one, they're looking for options. They're looking for options for their farm to retain a viable farming system for themselves and the next generation that's coming. And I suppose they're looking at organic, they're looking at forestry, they're looking at other areas and seeing how they add up. And I suppose really what we're trying to do with the new strategy that's being developed is what we want to be the ambition for the organic sector here between now and 2030. We have momentum that we haven't had previously, which is fantastic to see. We also have a target of 10% of land being farmed organically by 2030. But I suppose really what we're trying to do at the moment is look at where do we want to get to as a sector? What does the value of this sector contribute? And I suppose sometimes you look at a metric like land area. That's one metric, but for the strategy forum, we're really focused on how do you bring value. And I think if you look at it from a farmer point of view, why should they consider organic, or why are more farmers considering organic? I said they're looking for those options, but the option they're looking for is certainty. And really what we need to look at from an organic point of view is when you think about certainty, how is there certainty around support to help farmers farm organically? Is there certainty around that organic can offer a viable farming system for them? Is there certainty around a market for their product?
Price,
things like that. And is there certainty that they're going to be supported to farm organically into the future? They're the things, I suppose, the questions that are being asked. And that's what we're trying to look at in many ways with the strategy that we're trying to develop. And the stage we're at the moment is, it would be easy to go off and develop a strategy and say, there you go, put it between covers. What we're at the moment actually is we're going around to each member of the Organic Strategy Forum and hearing what they want, what they think is needed to happen, because I really want the strategy to come from the forum membership. So therefore, everybody, if you like, has skin in the game in terms of implementing that strategy. But I think there's a momentum there that we need to harness. Organic will not be for every farmer in Ireland, and let's be straight about that. I think, but there's a cohort of farms that it can suit, and we just need to give them the confidence to look at it, the information to make an informed decision as regards whether this is suitable for their farm or not, and then confidence that there'll be a market and they'll be supported in that move. And that's really what we're trying to do.
Because we've kind of now, I suppose, we're in a couple of successive waves of that organic journey, aren't we? There was the initial, I suppose, proposals and people who went into it sometimes from Europe, from farming in Europe or families who farm differently. We've gone through several different stages and several kind of falls and pushbacks where things didn't work out in an expected way. We're beyond that now. So do you think there's a new energy to it?
I think there is a new energy. I think even if you look at it from a market perspective, you look within Ireland, it was interesting. I saw some Board B research that was done during the year. And on a weekly basis, 1 in 2 consumers in Ireland are purchasing some organic product. That wouldn't have been the case 5 or 6 years ago. So they're not maybe purchasing every single product or anything like it, but they're dabbling in the organic category. The challenge now is to get more products in the basket that are organic.
And is that sustainable even with cost of living pressures?
Yeah,
that
it was
we're in
interesting
now?
because even that research looked at, allowing for the cost inflation that we're seeing at the moment. It explored their future intentions. And the same sort of percentage of consumers intended to purchase more organic food in the future and at least maintain their purchases over the next 12 months. That says to me there's a platform in the Irish market that needs to be developed. And I think the one thing that stood out to me out of that work was the need for education and the need to articulate maybe the benefits of organic food more to Irish consumers. And that's why it's great to see the national campaign that's been launched by Board B over the last couple of weeks. It's for the first time, it's a €1 million campaign doing just that, educating consumers, helping them understand better what the benefits are. And I think if you go out of Ireland and you look at across Europe, yes, are there cost of living pressures there that are, that search for value, is that impacting organic at the moment? It is. But if you look at over the 5-year trend, the market in Germany is 40% bigger than it was 5 years ago. In France is 30% bigger.
Goodness.
So, the one thing that stood out to me across Europe actually is when you look at new product launches, 1 in 5 now have an organic claim attached to them. So in many ways, organic has become much more mainstream in Europe than it would have been previously. So if we can produce or if we can increase organic output here, over the medium term, there will be bumps and hollows along the road, but over the medium term, there is a larger market there now than would have been previously. That can energise people. But there's a lot of work to be done here to get to that stage where we can harness the growth across Europe and have a much better educated consumer and farmers that are confident that they can farm organically. So there's a lot of work to be done. But if we have the right strategy, then at least we can keep focus, keep on the right track ahead.
Okay. Bill, again, diversification. Biomethane is something we haven't talked a huge amount about today. Why is it important in terms of meeting our climate targets?
Yeah, so then I'm going to go back nearly a step behind that, I suppose, in terms of when we were setting out the agenda for today. One of the issues in terms of it has to align with what the Climate Action Plan is saying and how do we, I suppose, articulate and engage with people that are here. So when you look at it, the issues we dealt with this morning in terms of the opportunity of changing fertiliser, reducing fertiliser breeding, etc., are all as outlined in the Climate Action Plan. But within the Climate Action Plan, there's a clear identification of an opportunity for voluntary diversification for farmers. And that's why the 4 are here representing the 4 that were identified in the plan: forestry, organics, tillage and biomethane as areas of potential, for farmers. So I'm going to give people one stat, which I think people should really focus on in terms of that opportunity. This country imports €1 million per hour of fossil fuels, and a significant part of that is gas. So if you look at that opportunity of displacement of gas, and it's primarily an energy play in the main, a target has been set of 5.7 terawatt hours of biomethane to be delivered by 2030. And that people will say, well, okay, what does that require? It requires between 150 and 200 anaerobic digestion plants. You'll never achieve that. But you have to look then at what's the driver. The reality is we use 10 times as much. So it's only 10% of that biogas, or that gas, is going to be replaced even by this biomethane strategy. So it's a proportionate ambition in terms of an opportunity. And I suppose in terms of where we'd like to place agriculture is way back in Ag Climatize, which was our first national plan to give farmers some sense of a direction here or a vision. We identified for the sector we can reduce emissions, we can contribute to removal of emissions, and finally contribute to the energy balance of the country. But critically, that farmers are involved in that and have those opportunities within it. So the biomethane strategy, and I currently chair an interdepartmental working group, we will deliver it by the end of the year, identifying and I suppose creating in a way a discussion document around the strategy of what do we need to do to get a biomethane industry going in the country. We have only 2 plants currently in the country that are capable of producing biomethane. You look internationally, right? I think it's 9 or 10,000 in Germany. You know, it's just, we're a long way behind the curve in terms of that. So the strategy will look at 4 specific elements. It will not address all issues, but it'll at least identify a framework in terms of how we progress and what are the areas that need to be worked on. And they are the opportunity for feedstock, in other words, farmers producing feedstock for the industry, that whole regulatory framework. Currently, you know, you need an EPA license, you need the Department of Agriculture if you're using animal byproducts, and then you need planning. And ensuring that they're all joined up and linked up will be a critical objective of the discussion. Finally, identifying to people out there what's the optimal use from a policy point of view. Is it heat? Is it electricity? Is it processing? Is it data centers? Okay, what should the ultimate use of this? And finally, the question of finance. And I suppose, to my mind, government can always grease the wheel in terms of any initiatives. They can't run it. And I think there has to be a realism and a discussion, an open discussion around, well, look at, we set the ambition, what does it require? And a certain amount of that will require a certain amount of support, whether that's capital or the RHO, the renewable heat obligation, as drivers of that. And on the other side, an internalizing by industry of the reality that some of this is going to cost a bit more than natural gas. So I suppose that's where the objective, my messages are. Number one, there is a real opportunity here. There's a real need. We heard it this morning around decarbonising the energy sector, and agriculture can contribute to that. But importantly, I suppose from a Department of Agriculture point of view, we have to have a structure to support that, but importantly that the industry, the ag industry, is part of that.
Yes.
And is recognised as contributing, and not just somebody else going to come in and effectively, you know, farmers are bit players in it. I wouldn't like to see that as a final outcome. And a strategy, and that's why we're involved in it, at least will create that focal point of discussion of how do we address those issues, as I've said.
And it's easier, you know, to I suppose, to see them in reality. I mean, you're talking about 150 AD plants.
Yes.
We see the opposition in communities, we discussed it before. To have farmer buy-in, to have community buy-in from the beginning, and does that require a new way of thinking about this? Whereas, you know, in the continent, they have a direct benefit to local people. Do we have to approach it in a different way to the way perhaps we have done thus far?
So
in order to expedite them, in order for this to happen.
So any change is difficult, okay? But communicating pros and cons, being open and honest in terms of, and ensuring community involvement is critical. So I live in Tip, and everybody looks at that. There's a number of wind farms have generated a lot of objection. There's a number of them, though, that have been quite accepted by the community because there's community involvement in it, okay? And for me, in terms of the likes of biomethane, there needs to be farmer involvement in that. That is not just, let's say, big money with an ambition of saying we're going to replace energy and farmers become just a simple supplier of feedstock. That will happen in some cases, but I would like to encourage, you know, if it is cooperative organizations or people here that, you know, want to see engagement in that they very much put farmers at the centre of the dialogue around how do we develop biomethane industry with community engagement, with support, let's say, for those communities and benefits that would arise out of it being, I suppose, present in the locality. Because if it's not, there will continue to be a lot of opposition. There will continue to be objections. So I think we have to take learnings from other areas that have travelled this path
before. Okay. We're going to just see if there are any questions on the floor before I go back to you, because I know people didn't get a chance earlier. There's a hand up there. And if you could say, there's a gentleman there. I think you guys can see him. If you can say who you are, or you're with an agency, or if you're a farmer, or what your situation is before you ask your question. Thanks a million.
Hi, my name is Jimmy Quinn. I'm a vet. I'm just curious why there's no mention of small-scale hydro in decarbonising energy. You know, 100 years ago, every parish had a mill and a mill wheel. We're awash with water, but there's no talk about power generation from water. And as a diversification option for farmers, it'd be a very, very good one.
Bill, do you want to answer that?
Well, I will not claim to be an energy expert. So I can't comment in terms of the
It's
inherent
not in
value.
the MAC plan, though. I know we've solar, wind, AD, but it's not something we've looked at much, is it?
Not something I've looked at, because I suppose if you look at some countries, they're naturally blessed with the opportunity of hydropower. So Norway, for example, would be a good example of where hydro is quite significant in terms of their overall mix. Like we've Ardna Crusha, but its contribution nationally has diminished over the years in terms of the volume of I suppose total energy that's coming from it is diminishing over time. I suppose where I'd see biomethane is, from that land use discussion, there's a huge opportunity for a synergy in terms of the use of the land, creating a product for creating a raw material for biomethane, and consequently an inherent value nationally in terms of that biomethane to solve what is a significant challenge, which is heat. We have mechanisms on electricity, which will be predominantly wind and solar in the main. I accept there are opportunities for hydro. I don't know at what scale, but heat is harder, and biomethane solves or addresses that challenge specifically in terms of the creation of an alternative to gas that can be used in heat.
Okay, something we might come back to. This gentleman here on this aisle. Thanks.
Edmund Phelan, farmer of County Waterford. This panel is actually the most interesting we had today, and I just want to go to Matt first there. I think we can even go further than we say the slurry going from the dairy farm to the tillage farm, and actually it could go to organic farms as well. But the dairy farm should be buying the produce then from the tillage farm, create a circular economy rather than bringing stuff in from South America. It could be grown locally. Organics, I think, very good. I'm one of the new people who started this year, so talk to you about that later. And Bill, just going on about, the biomethane plants, I think there may be a downside if there's not enough of them in the country. If you have to haul the feedstock, if I have to haul grass 20 miles somewhere, I think the amount of energy that's going to be used hauling it is too big. And also, you have to haul the digestate back to the farm it came from, because otherwise you're just mining the soil, and you'll have to replace that with chemical nitrogen if you don't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bill, do you want to respond to that?
I just agree with it in terms of the reality. You can't have effectively losses in the system. And in terms of the requirements at EU level, and that will be addressed in the strategy around that sustainability, there is an absolute requirement for the return of the likes of digestate back into the system, so it becomes a circular. Can I put it a different way? It is not sustainable to base an anaerobic digestion on high levels of nitrogen input. It has to be a circular system. So I agree.
Do you want to come in
No,
there?
I wasn't.
Sal?
I was just pointing out the lady with their hand up there as well. But
Okay.
but maybe they're not finished.
No, we'll move on. Actually, go ahead. And then there's one down the back. I see you there as well, yeah.
It's a brief enough question for Minister Hackett, if you would. One of the challenges that we have with forestry is lack of trust. And we've had mixed messages from the government in relation to carbon removals. It's been now, it's back on the table as a topic, given carbon farming is now coming. So we've been told by government ministers that variously, that the government own carbon removals, that there are no inherent private property rights associated with carbon removals, so nobody owns them, or farmers own them. And so I wonder, is it possible to clarify whether the government see carbon removals as property capable of being owned, and if so, who owns it?
I'm going to defer to Bill on this a bit as well, but I'll just say at the start, I mean, when we talk about quantifying the carbon for our inventory, for our emissions profile, that nobody owns it as such. It's just the state. We as a state, work out where our emissions are coming from, where any sequestration is, and we work out the balance, and whether that's in agriculture or land use. And certainly the EU have been looking at a model of carbon trading. But I don't think, and I wouldn't like to think that particular aspect is holding anyone back from forestry, because we support farmers, in a very, very lucrative way. It's tax-free, it's 20 years income. I mean, for your average dry stock farmer, I've worked it out in the back of an envelope. I mean, you get your BIS payment on it. You're probably getting 60 years worth of income in 20 years. if you continue to do the dry stock farming you're doing on that land, on that
Okay.
field or that patch of land you decide to. That's roughly the income you're
equivalence,
getting,
yeah.
yes. It's significant. I mean, when you look at the sums, it's a significant investment and an investment on behalf of the state in Irish farmers to plant trees. So, but Bill, I don't know if you want to add.
No, I just want to concur with the Minister. I suppose, look, we looked at this 12 or 18 months ago and even met the Commission in relation to the ambition at that time was to create a framework post-2030. We looked at that and said, look, Ireland has quite ambitious political demands in terms of moving the dial. We need to move at a faster rate than that. And I accept that at European level, they're bringing back the timelines in terms of the expectation of a carbon framework. In terms of what we've done is we've done a public consultation. We had over 460 submissions in relation to how would you set up a framework? What are the issues around baseline, measurable, reportable? Can we give confidence to the market? Okay, that's the work we're doing. However, I still caution people as well, there is not a compliance trading market in terms of emissions at the moment, in terms of land use emissions. And the policy at EU level has not created one, deliberately so, to avoid a situation where companies who are effectively emitting emissions can, I suppose, buy their way out through compliance with land use. That is not the same as, for example, New Zealand, where forestry is available to the ETS market. And I just say that because it's creating effectively, you'll have a compliance level market and a voluntary market. The question, however, and the Minister is entirely correct, is at national level, we are simply required to report the emissions associated with land use. And that's all land use in the country. So it's kind of it's a bit of an immaterial discussion at the moment in terms of, well, look at who owns them, because the requirement is at national level to simply report them.
I'm going to just move. Do you know what? I'm going to encourage you to talk afterwards, I think, just on this carbon trading issue. It's obviously important to you, and I understand that, and it's important to people who are planting at the moment. So I think we'll chat about it further afterwards. I just want to hear from as many people as possible who have questions. Sir, down the back there, I know you've
Okay, Sean Midlow, National Organic Training Skillnet. I'll tell you that all through the whole presentations today, agroforestry has been mentioned, and I think it's a game changer in so many ways. The payments are very attractive. However, there's one major issue. It's an agricultural, under every other country in Europe, it's classed as an agricultural activity. In Ireland, it's a forestry measure. So if you turn around and put your land into agroforestry, your whole land then gets designated as forestry, which is a major problem. I just wonder what the rationale was for that, and could we change it back? Because farmers are up for planting trees in an agricultural activity, but they don't want their land designated as forestry.
Mm-hmm. And just, Sean, what's the impact of directly on them? Because they can crop and they can have animals as well, so it is still agricultural, and the organic farmers can get
direct
paid.
payments apart. There's suggestions, okay, the organic payment, but that's in a 5-year-old. We're talking about an investment in your land that's going to be for the next 50 years. So what happens after 5 years? All payments are gone? Somebody said earlier today 25% of farmers' income is coming. You lose that potential if you get your land designated as forestry. But it's not, agroforestry has nothing to do with forestry. It's integration of trees and agriculture. It's a major difference. And we're in a situation in Ireland where our forestry sector and agricultural sector are two separate entities. They work completely, and they don't understand. I would argue that most foresters don't really know anything about agriculture. So I think from a policy perspective, we need to consider, why isn't agroforestry an agricultural activity like every other country in Europe?
Okay, so it needs a different designation.
Yes, we don't want a forestry designation, an agricultural activity.
Yeah. Okay, take that on board. This person there on the aisle? No? Am I? Okay, yourself, and go ahead. Yeah.
Earlier this morning, Dylan talked about the importance of measurement. And there was 3 issues that the panel mentioned there that I don't see much measurement to back them up. 1 was forestry, 2 was cereal tillage, and the 3rd one was methane. And the facts are, there's a number of papers now on forestry showing that forestry planted above 50 degrees north latitude is negative from climate point of view, because it absorbs a lot of energy and it doesn't reflect it. It's black. If you look at a photograph of forestry, it's quite black. And the temperature in forests is higher than the land around it. And basically, the albedo from forestry is a lot lower. That's the ability to reflect the sun back into space. In tillage, a grass farmer grows grass, and that's better than tillage from a CO2 point of view. But he feeds it to animals, and the animals are counted in it. 80 or 90% of Irish tillage goes to feed animals, and it's not counted. And so that if you took the real full lifetime analysis of tillage, you'd find that it's the CO2 footprint is much higher, because you'd have to take the animals that are fed into account.
Okay.
My third example is the methane. I was at a meeting 3 or 4 years ago, and the figure that was quoted for producing biomethane was 5 times the price of fossil methane imported. So, I mean, that's a fierce cost, and I don't see anyone measuring those things.
Well, I'll just get, Matt, you come back on the tillage
Yeah,
share
sure.
first, maybe?
Yeah. Of course, theoretically, you're right, Tim, but no more than that, if I may say so. In that much of the tillage sector is, in fact, as you rightly say, an animal feed. But I wanted to add anyway, the last time I had the mic, that we are making progress in going to the added value sector. So at this stage, 15% of our output is going to the drinks industry alone. Let's try and expand that. Similarly, the oilseed rape industry, everything is going for crushing. Let's see if we should build a crushing plant here. Our yields are very good, as are our cereal yields. And there are a lot of other uses coming up for cereals that are grown in the country. So I think the actual the CO2 emissions of the crop farming is, as I said. What's done with the crop itself is another story. But the animals will be fed. I mean, over 65-70% of the cereals we grow go for animal feed. If we divert all that into something more high value, the animal feed will still come into the country, because we have to, as tillage farmers, compete with the landed price of the imported material. So I must admit, I reject the validity of saying that we should take the full lifetime use of the crop as the basis for counting.
We're going to stop that there for a second. You can come back with Matt on that later. There's another question down here.
Thank you. I'm Paul Price from Dublin City University. I'm a climate researcher. Also do work with Antarctica on a volunteer basis. What I think is missing from the conversation today is the idea of limits, and that we have to work within limits. And particularly, we knew this in 2009, 2010, when we were talking about food harvest and so forth. We knew that nitrogen usage must not go up. We knew that methane emissions must not go up. In the meantime, what's happened? Methane emissions are up 20%, nitrogen usage is up 20%, nitrogen excretion is up 20%. This is an agri-food system that has gone in the wrong direction. When Bill talks, and Bill said this about, in terms of biomethane, nitrogen usage must not go up. This is true of the entire system. And if nitrogen usage goes up as it has done, or even if it stays at the same level as now, we are failing. Agricultural policy and agricultural measures have utterly failed, abjectly failed, over the last 12 years to reduce emissions at all in agriculture. And I fear that farmers here are being misled by these efficiency measures, which won't add up to total emission reductions at the national level, nor total nitrogen pollution levels in rivers and ammonia ceilings which are being exceeded. We have to act on a precautionary basis. And I would urge, as Matt Dempsey, absolutely, we need to have tillage as the center of things, because that's the way to produce food. Food does not come from beef and dairy, especially if you have high inputs of nitrogen. And what's happened? We've increased the inputs of nitrogen in feed and fertilizer. That's gone up and up. That's not being more efficient. The efficiency hasn't changed much. We've just increased the amount of emissions. And farmers are smart. They work within limits. We have seen what limits do. When we had a milk quota, that drove efficiency. Farmers became more efficient because farmers are smart. I worry that at the system level, we are absolutely misleading farmers, and we are continuing to go in the wrong way. And it's a good way to make money quickly, but it's not the way to lead farmers to a sustainable future where we have to deal with climate change.
Okay.
And that's what we have to do.
I want to take your question. the MAC curve and all the mitigations that we've heard about throughout the day on methane and nitrous oxide and everything else and all the potentials, a lot would be said by some agencies saying we're not doing enough, Bill, and there should be limits. Do we need to be more direct about it?
So the whole principle of today is around two things. One is informing in terms of the work that's been done, and I think that has been illustrated well. And the second thing is generating momentum in terms of that direction. There is a narrative from outside the sector that it's going up and up. Like, the figures do not actually confirm that. If you look at emissions in the last couple of years, they've gone down. Similarly, in terms of that nitrogen, I have the science is important and there is no denial, I want to be clear from my perspective. But our fertilizer usage did go up, but we've made substantial progress in the last 2 years. There was a 14% reduction last year in terms of it, and the data up to Q3 of the fertilizer this year was a 17% reduction. So in other words, while the financial driver last year was price, farmers have embraced that direction of travel, okay? But it's not all done, and there needs to be more in terms of, and that's what the objective of today in terms of creating that discussion. But you have to work with people. I think the SecGen identified that today.
I suppose
in
what Paul
terms of
is saying
opportunities to do
Paul
this.
is saying, should we be more stick than carrot? Just put limits on nitrate use, put limits on herds, possibly put limits on farm practices in the way that I suppose quota put a limit on your milk production.
So we do, right? So I'll give you an example. If you look at our policy approach to reducing fertilizer, there's an element of all three. So number one is you look to what can you do from a regulatory point of view. We reduced the limits for all farmers by 10% in the last nitrates review, with a direction of travel that needs to increase again, okay? And farmers have bought into that, and that's the important thing in terms of the work. The second then is how do you incentivize and support farmers in terms of that journey, whether it's signpost farms and the advisory messages, but also things like there's policy support of finance for multi-species grasslands, that farmers can get supported in terms of the use of that, soil sampling to optimize and minimize your fertilizer as an option, and
so doing more supported things than you think limits is the way to get there.
No, I'm saying it's a combination of, let's say we would have limited the fertilizer, supporting then farmers in terms of how to, I suppose, work with less fertilizer, which is critical. And the last part which I want to mention is working with industry so that there's common messages coming from industry, because this is not just regulatory driven, it's inclusive of market demand and how as a sector we're aligning, you know, all those messages so that industry is saying the same message to farmers as the regulatory side is saying to farmers, as government is saying, etc. And therefore they're getting a chart of saying, listen, there's a pathway of optimism. And that's what today is about. You've seen tremendous opportunity backed by policy in terms of supporting the sector, because it is an economic powerhouse as
and
well.
Actually, we will hear from the sector in the next panel, which we have to go to very quickly. But I'm just going to take one more question. I missed someone, this gentleman here. And then we really have to wrap it up because we've gone over time, but they're valuable points. Go ahead there.
Yeah, look, my name is William Reed from the ICSA. Look, you're talking about the reduction in nitrogen last year and this year. Just remember something. Last year it got very hot and dry, and the soil biome worked. You didn't need to put out much nitrogen. Grass grew very well because the ground got temperature. The sunshine got it to grow. This year, you didn't use it because March was the wettest March on record. So you didn't put it out then. When it got dry, there was superb growth in the end of May, the beginning of June. Then it got very dry. You didn't put out nitrogen again. So I would think taking the last 2 years as a template and say, oh, gee, it's great, you know, we're using less nitrogen. Let's see what happens next year, because this continuous rain will have the whole place gone yellow. Driving up here today, I'm amazed at how yellow all the grass fields are.
So I go to
it's leached. And I think next year we have to use a lot more nitrogen of some type.
So the only point I'll make is 2018 had the same conditions. And in 2018, we continued to use fertilizer despite a drought, which was not the right thing to do. And that's now understood. And that's the evolution that's happened because of research, because of discussions like today,
that's where the change has come. 2018 was the highest usage ever in terms of fertiliser because grass wasn't grown, and we know that it wasn't the right thing to do to apply nitrogen.
Yeah. Okay, listen, we're going to bring this panel to a close simply because it's gone nearly 6 minutes over. And we do want questions on the next one. We've 6 more speakers, but please give a round of applause to this group before they head away. And I'm sorry we didn't get to drill down in all the things that were raised. And just before we see the other panel, there's a short video from the New Zealand Ministry of Primary Industries to speak about the international collaborations taking place. You may have gathered that earlier around agriculture and climate research.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Diayiva Korja, greetings from New Zealand. Thank you for inviting me to speak at your conference, and I'm sorry that I'm not able to join you in person. I last visited Ireland in September, and I'd like to extend my thanks for the warm hospitality shown to us by everybody, particularly by colleagues at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. Our visit mirrored the visit of Minister McConalogue and Secretary Gleeson to New Zealand earlier in the year. Both visits reflect that New Zealand and Ireland have much in common and that we can reach our own objectives more quickly by working together. We both have a long history of working together in agriculture. For more than 50 years, we've been working to improve food production, tackle climate change, and explore how agriculture can sustainably feed the world. I'm impressed by the opportunities we've been building together under our joint research initiative. Under the initiative, we are accelerating the development of tools for farmers to reduce agricultural greenhouse gases, and the initiative's first research call saw 4 joint projects awarded total funding of €7.1 million, committed towards climate-related research on strategies, technologies, and novel systems to both account for and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from ruminants. These collaborative projects will help integrate the excellent research cooperation and partnership between both countries and develop new technologies. These include in rumen microbiology, feed additives, animal genetics, and in other categories. Reducing agricultural greenhouse gas emissions will require partnership and practical leadership. Our joint research program has a key part to play. The exchanges of people and ideas and our commitment to a sustainable, resilient future will drive the innovation to help reach our climate goals. New Zealand and Ireland have some of the best pastoral systems in the world, and together we can make a difference globally. Our work under the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases, or the GRA, is testament to this. As 2 of the 3 co-chairs of the GRA Livestock Research Group, we are leading initiatives to get solutions to farmers meeting the dual commitment to grow more food without growing emissions. The Paris Agreement acknowledges the need for both. Our partnership, formalized by a ministerial statement in 2021, noted that active global partnerships are an integral part of both our domestic and our global ambitions. We've continued to advance a range of opportunities to influence global research investment in areas of interest for pasture-based systems, further accelerating our progress, and I look forward to seeing where we get to next. I'd like to offer my best wishes for the remainder of the conference. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, slānga fōl.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to remind everybody to tweet and share the proceedings at the hashtag AgriClimate, all one word, 2023. You can react to people's comments as well, and maybe stuff or observations that you missed. And now we are going to go on to our final panel, which is Science in Action. And this is everything taken from earlier back into, I suppose, the environment of people, of businesses, of farmers actually doing the job. So we have a great panel. I'm going to bring up, first of all, Professor Kevin O'Connor from UCD, Kevin Cahill, Managing Director at ABP, the Irish and Polish operations, Vanessa Kiley O'Connor, who's a dairy farmer, who's farming in West Cork. She's milking cows, so very, very on trend to what we've been talking about earlier. Stan Lawler, Director of Knowledge Transfer in Teagasc, Pat Murphy, the CEO of Kerry Dairy Group, or Kerry Group Dairy, and of course the Minister of State at the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine, with responsible for research and development, farm safety and new market development, Martin Hayden. So welcome everybody. We've got a big lot of people here. Round of applause. Vanessa, I might go to you first. You're hearing everything today and people talking about farmers. You are a farmer. You're milking about 65 cows, you were telling me. What have you adopted of what you saw earlier, and what works for you, and what was your attitude to taking those adoptions on sustainability?
I suppose when I was asked to come, I had to think of all the things I was doing. I actually did so many things. I had to write them down. So if it's okay,
yes,
can I look at my notes?
Yes, tell us what you're at.
Yeah. So look, there's a lot of doom and gloom, and people think the farmers aren't doing anything. Where maybe just what we are doing hasn't come out in a report yet. So 2018 was when I became aware of the environmental impacts and all the climate issues and stuff like that. So that's when the information started to come out for me. But back in 2016, I suppose I got on board with the genetic side of things. So you heard about the EBI, and I'm sure Donagh will be delighted with me, because at that stage I was looking at how can I get more money for my milk, but I engaged in the genetic traits and looking at all the things that I could do to breed the best cow for the money. It ended up afterwards that when I bred this cow and various cows afterwards, that I was actually contributing to reducing my greenhouse gases. So if I could just give you an example, back in 2016, the EBI in my farm was 39. And now in 2023, it's 179. And Teagasc will tell you for every €20 that you can increase, that's 3% a reduction in your greenhouse gases. So in 7 years, I've reduced that 21%.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm very excited with genetics, because now the genotyping, and I've just gone on board with the department, have rolled out the genotyping. So I've genotyped all my cows, and I'll be getting a report on all of those. So it's going to make what I do, it's going to speed up this for every other person, whereas it's taken me 7 years. Now I'll be able to use all that information to produce a very environmentally friendly cow.
And you can get your carbon score now on the platform.
Yeah. So look,
AgNav.
AgNav. That's the latest. So look, to put it in perspective for the sciencey people, I just wrote down, because I took part in the Signpost Advisory Programme, and I got my AgNav report. So in 2022, the national farm average for carbon footprint was 1.03 kgs of carbon per hectare. My farm in 2022 was 0.71 kgs, and
very good.
So that particular genetic side of things has contributed to that. So on that AgNav program, so they linked up Teagasc, ICBF, and Board BIA. So when I do my Board BIA audit, and I do my survey, all the details of my farm and my inputs and all that goes into it. When I'm with ICBF, all my milk recording, all that kind of details goes into ICBF. And with Teagasc, I have my pasture base. So I literally grass measure and stuff like that. So that's all in fart. So I actually have, it came up in my report, 97% of what I feed my cows is grass.
Wow.
So, and that's pretty much, what a lot of farmers are doing. That's kind of the more efficient thing to do. And farmers have jumped on board with that. So that, with all those details put together, I got a report, and that's how I was able to get my carbon footprint for my farm. I also got suggestions as to other things that I can do now to reduce. So when I did this, it was early in the year, and it was telling me that if I increased my usage of protected urea, that I could shave it again.
Yeah.
So, and as it happened this year now, my milking platform, because I have index 3 soils. I'll talk to you about soils in a minute, but I only used protected urea, and I targeted my slurry, my natural organic. On the fields that needed, P's and
As a
K's.
resource.
So I used 100% protected urea on the home farm, my grazing platform. My silage ground, I only got that a few years ago, and it was index 1, so I'm still trying to build, but I'm targeting the slurry now that I have, and the manures on the home farm. I'm trying to target to build up the soil conditions in that. So
if
Very
I can
good.
improve that,
Well, I suppose we might take this to Pat Murphy and Kerry Group, because this measuring is so important, because without measuring, we have no information. You can't see those changes and those kind of advantages for the work you're putting in. Are you rewarding farmers like Vanessa, and are you rewarding them for sustainable practices, and in what way?
Yeah, look, I mean, about 2 years ago, Suzanne, we launched our Evolve program with our 3,000 dairy farmers down in Kerry, the Kerry catchment area, where we aligned our Evolve program with the Teagasc MAC program. We heard about the Teagasc MAC abatement program all morning. So we are, I think, a lot of the dairy processors at this stage in the country are rewarding farmers who adopt those best practices on their farms, and because incentivization is key here. We know that someone mentioned carrot and stick there a while ago, and I suppose we have no choice from an industry perspective, because our customers across the globe, to do business with some of these global customers that buy dairy, they're huge buyers of dairy across the world. Unless you have a program in place now where you can demonstrate clearly over the next number of years that you are reducing your carbon footprint of your dairy, and we're starting off from a very, very low position in terms of the dairy footprint in Ireland is as low as anywhere in the world. But our target obviously is to bring that down by whatever it is, 25-30% over the next number of years. And I think we've seen over the last probably 6 to 12 months where these customers now are saying to us, look, we realise that Ireland has very low carbon dairy, and now we're going to hopefully source that from you, but also look at a premium as well. So that's the key. Who's going to pay for all this?
You're not getting that premium at the moment. Do you hope
It's very difficult to get a premium. I think we heard that this morning in terms of, I suppose, over the last number of years, the last 10, 20 years, food has got too cheap everywhere in the world, including Ireland. And I think people have to accept that you have to pay more for food, because for people like Vanessa and all the dairy, the 16 or 17,000 dairy farmers in the country, to incentivize those, they need to get a premium, and that needs to come from the customer, because this is a very low margin business.
And the customer, we haven't talked too much about the customer here today, but I want to go to you, Kevin, Cal, ABP, the customer, beef price, farmers. Beef farmers would say they are some of the lowest paid in the country in terms of income and the statistics. Can you reward them for sustainability? Can you reward them for any of these actions and increase that take up and increase that adoption?
Yeah, so thanks, Suzanne. A little bit to echo what Pat has said. I mean, clearly there's a trend for consumers who will tell us that they want to move towards more sustainable food products. But when you dig down into that a little bit deeper, as to whether they can identify with the topic of emissions that we've talked about today, I think that's a challenge. What they can see clearly are trends around food waste, packaging, and other things in that area, right? But when you drill down into asking consumers whether they will pay a premium, that's where things get a little bit more vague. That said, there is opportunities for farmers to avail of incentives on sustainable beef production. ABP currently have a scheme called our Advantage Beef Scheme, where we have 700 farmers to whom we pay a sustainability bonus. And really that's only the tip of the iceberg.
And what sort of actions do they do for that?
Well, it's largely around adopting many of the actions we've heard here today.
Okay.
So we provide an advisory to those farmers. We provide a lot of knowledge transfer in collaboration with Teagasc and ICBF and some of the other agencies. It's really about that knowledge transfer and adopting the best practice that we've heard about today. So there is a win there in terms of efficiencies. I think that's quite apparent. Listen to Vanessa and beef farmers. People have begun to see that as the norm. So it's a mix between incentivizing and looking at best practice in terms of how you give some value back to the producer.
Do you see more farmers joining that scheme? Is it sped up the adoption? Are the people jumping into it and wanting that premium?
Yeah, we've only been at it for 2.5 years, so we have 700 farmers now, and we'll have somewhere close to 40,000 cattle in it this year, which for us is a fantastic achievement over that short period. I think the incentive for people to get involved is broader than that, and we see this as something that we think the entire industry should be looking at. We have other members within the industry who have launched similar schemes, but I think it is an area where collectively we'll add value to the production system.
Okay, great. Who do I want to go to? Minister. You're funding all these schemes and the research that we've seen, and it's absolutely brilliant. What do you think is the next step? I mean, all the agencies, Teagasc and the department, are doing brilliant stuff. What's the next step?
Well, first of all, Suzanne, if I can just say that I think today is absolutely fantastic, because what it is doing is proving something that a number of us have been saying for some period of time, that maybe doesn't always get picked up by the consumer. You mentioned we don't talk about the consumer enough. The general punter around the country doesn't hear enough about the science and the innovation behind our food production system. They don't realise the level of research and innovation that goes into that, but the level of science that the likes of Vanessa and farmers length and breadth of the country are applying to their system. So we know there's a lot of innovation and science obviously in our food processing system as well, but it's at farm level and it comes through. And that's really important, and opportunities like this to get that story out there beyond just the research community is a great element, because there is a pipeline of work coming now. And the research that has been in there, a charge I would get on some media debates at times would be that when we talk about 25% MAC curve getting us a long way there, we know we can get there, but it's very tight, and future research kicking the can down the road. It's really evident that it's not, because if you look at some of the key research projects that we're investing into, if you look at the research around feed additives, the Methane project there led by Sinead Waters, really exciting elements there, that is coming down the line. But look at what we invested in a few years ago. Look around 2015, when the Department of Agriculture's key focus was on the area of special grasses to lock nitrogen into the ground. And in less than a decade, we have farmers now having that widespread adoption of multi-species swords. That is how quick that can happen. So it is not, a stretch for us to say that current research and innovation will lead to solutions to some of our challenges, but well before 2030. If you see the other elements like Donagh Berry's work there in terms of green breed, and on the face of it, maybe you might say change in breeding techniques isn't going to move the world, but the cumulative benefit effect of changes to breeding is really massive from that element. So early adopters are really key. So again, Vanessa and the work she's doing. Farmers, I'm a farmer myself at home in Kildare with my wife, beef and tillage farm, and I know how influenced farmers are by what their neighbours think of them. They're afraid to take that early risk, because Johnny might say Paddy up the road has lost the run of himself there. He's gone and put in that mad grass. And if it fails, then that's a thing. Whereas
the field of weeds.
But when the good neighbour up the road has done something that's successful and can say it saved them money as well as being positive, well then all of a sudden that's talked about, and that's so in conjunction with knowledge transfer with Signpost Farms, they're all the ways where we can get that adoption onto the broad scale that we needed to among farmers, and to take the fear out of that. But ultimately, at the back of this is to get away, and the MAC curve proves this, is to get away from that conversation that this is a binary choice between Ireland stopping producing food or saving the planet. That's not the space we're in. The science and the innovation and research that's happening now proves we can do both. We're in the lead, and we can talk about that further later on in terms of the trade perspective, but we are in the lead in terms of being a very efficient producer of nutrient dense, top quality food that's needed all around the world. We're not going to rest on our laurels. We have to reduce the emission profile, and the smart play for farmers here, this isn't only just good for the environment, this isn't only just our part in agriculture playing a national role in reaching our emissions reduction targets. It's actually the smart business play as well. Yeah, no, definitely is. It saves money. I mean, it's a win-win. Professor Clavondy Jacobs-Young, I want to go to you. I only came across Farm Zero Carbon this year down at the ploughing. I did an interview with somebody on it, one of your researchers there, and it really is fascinating in West Cork. Tell people about it. It was a dairy research farm, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually originally a beef farm, and it was converted into a dairy farm. And really, I suppose its objective was to show best practice in terms of productivity and farm management. And then Carberry and the 4 co-ops that own the farm decided that, okay, we've achieved gold standard, I suppose, in terms of productivity, but we now need to look at sustainability. So through various conversations between myself and Enda Buckley from the Carberry Group, we applied for a project that was funded by Science Foundation Ireland. And I suppose I'm director of BioOrbic, which is the National Bioeconomy Research Centre. And what we wanted to do is create a platform. So I'm not the agricultural expert, but I wanted to create the platform for the experts to be able to collaborate. So what we see often is that researchers are siloed, and that they tend to work on a particular narrow area and become really experts on this. But how do you get them all around the table and start to cooperate? And it's not just about the researchers, it's also about the farmers. So that's why we picked the commercial farm, then the Chinook farm, to say, okay, how do we implement changes, and will farmers smell it from a distance and think that's never going to work, or is it really practical? So I'm really impressed with what Vanessa has achieved, because in actual fact what she's doing is a lot of the things that we're also doing on Chinook, because we want them to be practical for farmers. So it's not of course technology will play a role, but it's not, as people have said earlier this morning, it's not the silver bullet. There are many things that are practical that you can do. So what we're looking at, for example, is studying soil carbon, reducing fertilizer, using protected urea, multi-species. Vanessa's mentioned all of these already. Looking at emissions from the cow. Of course, Teagasc spoke as well this morning about the fact that, at the moment, like products like Bovaer, we can only feed it during the winter period in the sheds, and we don't have a grass-based system yet. But we're looking into that. But also renewable energy, not having the BMW of renewable energy for the milking parlour, but having something that's practical, that's affordable, and implementing that, but also monitoring.
And when you say is it powered renewably on the farm?
Yes, so
By
what
what?
we have is solar, we have wind,
okay.
and then we also have meters around the farm to understand when is the energy being demanded, when is it being produced, so that we can start to match then how behaviour on the farm can say, well, we know that there's a lot of energy being produced now, how can we store it, how can we use it, and we get readouts from that. So it's about being smart as well about the resources you have, but it's also about looking at water quality. It's looking at biodiversity. So we've actually increased the biodiversity on the farm by 33% to reach our 10% target, but not by reducing productivity. So it's important that we look at the farm and say, okay, there's some grassland there that just isn't good for grazing. It gets very wet, so when we convert it into a wetland, we then see the return of, for example, ducks onto the farm.
Right.
So we start to see evidence, So we've that's what we want to do, practical stuff where you think, okay, you're not going to lose productivity there. Also introducing various species in hedgerows, etc. So stuff that can really make a difference. And so what we're seeing is 54% reduction in chemical fertilizer, 97% of that fertilizer is protected urea, as you've done yourself. But also, for example, Gloucesport Bio, I know Vincent O'Flaherty's in the audience, we took their product that they're trying to use to reduce emissions in cows, and they put it into the slurry tanks, and we showed an 80% reduction in emissions from the slurry tank.
Wow.
So a very simple, practical implementation, Irish technology coming out of Galway, but you can implement on the farm, and you would not know that the unit is there and feeding into the pit. So it's something that's not intrusive, but it's something that can really help. So
and because your farm, how many is it milking as well? It's quite a good
it's
number.
230 cows now at the moment.
It's a hefty number. So
and that's another thing, we think that if you have a heavily stocked farm and you can do it on that farm, it should be evidence to farmers. And we've had 600 farmers come onto the farm last year to see, well, how is this working?
Yeah, and is the aim to be carbon zero?
So the aim is to be net zero.
Net zero, yeah.
And to be nature positive. So we want to reach those goals where we're saying we have 10% of the farm, which is a EU target, that is dedicated to high quality habitats. We're maintaining productivity, but we're reducing emissions. And we know we're on a journey. We're not there yet, but we are going to implement further changes to try and reduce that carbon footprint further.
And it's cost saving. It is farmers visiting, exactly like it's when you see other people do something well, they go, I'm going to adopt a bit of that. That's working for them.
And they challenge you. We've had open days and farmers challenge you on how does this really work, and what are the drawbacks? Because there's always a compromise. You have to implement certain things, and it's going to cost money, but in the long term you'll save. And there are things that you say, okay, maybe for my farm that's not practical. We're not saying we have the silver bullet and we have the answer to everything. This is what we're doing. This is how it's working. Here's the data, and then farmers can be informed and make a decision.
Stan, talking about that kind of knowledge transfer, it's taking place there with trips to the farm, with people engaging with the models that are there. Tell us more about the Signpost program for people maybe perhaps who aren't clear on it or how it works.
Sure. So I suppose when you come at this, and we've heard a lot about the research and everything that we've heard this morning, but when we talk about what we're trying to achieve as a sector, I mean, what it boils down to when it comes from the emissions from the agricultural sector is what the sum of the collective efforts of each individual farm will be. So that's where the rubber has to hit the road in terms of practice adoption and all that. We've heard about the MAC, for example, this morning, and when Teagasc in 2022 launched their climate action strategy, two key pillars of that were the research around the future technologies. We've heard some of that this morning. Signposting, I suppose, where the research can take us, and that's what the MAC is about. It's showing what the technologies can add up to in terms of their collective delivery, but what they can deliver individually, and help to see where individual measures can make individual differences. But when you look at the MAC, and you bring this back from a knowledge transfer perspective, the individual measures have emission factors, but it's their adoption which is actually really, really important. And that's where we're coming. And that's the basis, I suppose, of this session. And it's how we can maximize that adoption, how we can accelerate that adoption. That's what we're about in relation to the knowledge transfer, be it through the advisory program, through the education program, and so on. And that's what we're trying to achieve. And I go back to the individual farmer in this, because they're really, really important. It was mentioned this morning, we're trying to win the hearts and minds of farmers in relation to doing potentially difficult, challenging, risky things with small businesses, right? And there's a number of pieces to that. One is the motivation of farmers to engage, the motivation of farmers, and we have a responsibility to motivate them. It's not about them not having it. The responsibility is on us to motivate them. We've heard this, we're hearing on this panel about some of the efforts going on there in relation to industry. We've also seen some things in relation to the uptake of certain things which have been supported by policy regulation and so on as well. But motivation is one thing. But when I look at it from the perspective of the knowledge transfer services, the key is around the knowledge that farmers have, the confidence they have in the tools they're trying to, the confidence and the skills they have then to adopt those tools. And that's where we're coming from, trying to individualize that to each individual farmer. What I've certainly observed in the last short number of years, maybe 3 to 4 years, is there's been a massive shift, I think, in the ownership of the issue. As a sector, there's very little energy being spent anymore on debating the rights and wrongs of the challenge or whatever. And okay, we need to be realistic about targets, that we're fair to what the ask is and all that. But at the end of the day, people buy into the fact that there's a job to be done. And certainly what we would observe on the ground is that it's the challenge now is actually helping the farmer engage with what the right thing to do is on their farm. Again, going back to, we're all depending on the sum of the individual outcome on each farm. So that's where we came from in relation to the signpost program and the signpost advisory program. So we have a signpost program in place, which is a network of over 100 demonstration farms. It involves over 60 industry partners. It's unique in its kind in relation to, we would, for many programs over the years, had, with specific sectors or specific focus areas or enterprises or so on, we would have had industry partners and so on. But we put all those together in terms of the collective effort of the sector, and we set up the network of demonstration farms. And then the signpost advisory program, which was launched this year in 2023 and is up and running now, that's the next step of that, which is taking what is really good demonstration, quite similar to what Kevin has outlined in relation to what's happening with Farm Zero C, but basically multiples of that, where we can see what measures actually look like for farmers from a demonstration perspective in the farm, within individual systems. It's not about looking at an individual thing and saying, what a certain piece of technology will do in its own right, but how that works in the overall farm. And that's where demonstration farms have a massive role. And then with the signpost advisory program and the program we have there, then that's about helping individual farmers engage with that, using demonstration farms as a platform. But key as an enabler of that, and Vanessa mentioned it in terms of her engagement with the program so far, is trying to help a farmer to individualize what is actually the problem I have to address on my farm. In other words, where are my emissions at and what's causing them? And then what is the various options? You go to an open day and you hear all the things available. What's going to work for me? And that's where the platform that AgNav has been developed to try and address. Excellent collaboration between ourselves, Board B and ICBF, bringing a lot of elements to that in relation to developing that platform as a single source of truth for a farmer to be able to say, look, log into the system. The data is there in most cases already, and plug and play it, ready to look at what scenarios of different options can they look at, and see, well, where can I make the biggest difference on my farm for the circumstances that I have. So in the first year of that program, we have a target of engagement of 10,000 farmers per year. Big target, but we need to individualize this to a lot of farms, and it's a small first step in the overall network of farms. But we have 7,000 already on board in the program, having had a similar experience as Vanessa outlined in relation to being facilitated to engage with the tools, see their own emissions and so on. And the next leg of that program that we're on a continuing journey to operationalize is now that we're able to support more farmers to see where their numbers are at and see what difference different technologies can make. The next step to that now is to follow up and support with those farmers to help them on the journey of actually achieving that adoption, achieving that implementation, and getting the effects. And collectively then that impacts on the way Kevin can sell meat on behalf of the farmer customers, the way Pat can sell milk products on behalf of the farmer customers, and the way the national inventory can develop as well, and continue on hopefully what will be the trajectory of what we're seeing in terms of the positives that were highlighted this morning in relation to inflection points, in relation to greenhouse gas emission inventories and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the Signpost Advisory Programme trying to get down and with individual farmers to support them and basically get the action at that level and support them to do it.
And Minister Hayden, you're farming as well. I mean, can I ask you, farmers must feel they get so much of the negativity levelled at them, you know, about climate and about reductions. Like I see, I'm around on farms all the time. I see more stuff happening in the farm sector than in the other sectors, than in transport, than in, you know, energy use, than in, you know, as households, how much we are adapting. And sometimes that isn't communicated. Do they feel sometimes downbeat about making changes where they're not maybe being recognised? And how can we communicate that better?
Yeah, I think at its heart, Suzanne, is we've come from a tradition where the urban-based population in Ireland was only ever one generation or at most two removed from the countryside.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you lived in Dublin or Cork, you still went back to the country to visit your cousins, and kids spent their summers on the farm, and you knew where your food came from. So there's more of a detachment now, and there's social media, and there's loads of mixed messaging and campaigns that tell consumers different stories. So farmers, up until very recently, felt very valued, and maybe don't always feel as valued by the general population now in terms of the work they do. And that's a new space for them to be in. But similarly, they but they take it to heart, and take it to heart on a different level. When the negotiations were happening around the climate targets and how they were there, somebody asked me the question, why are farmers so excited about this? Excited, upset, stroke, you know, excited, the wrong word, compared to other sectors of society. You know, if we don't hit our targets for electric cars by 2030, nobody thinks we're going to take cars off people on the 1st of January 2030. And I said, it's because of their livelihood.
Yeah.
So,
totally
you know, if we change, if the power source for the light in your house changes from fossil fuel-based electricity to renewable-based electricity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference to your life. You go in, you press that switch, the light comes on, no big difference. You're talking about people's livelihood here and what gets at the heart of this. But also, the farmers actually genuinely believe and expect that when we introduce something, they intend to do it. Mm-hmm. And they're doing it now.
I'm seeing that
and
as
the
well,
irony is of some of that narrative that would be anti-agriculture, anti-food production, is agriculture will be right up there compared to any sector in the country in terms of hitting our targets. And you see that change. I think we're very close to a pinch point where this narrative is going to change very quickly.
I think so as well.
And we can get farmers' chests back out again, feeling good about themselves, and people realising that the role farmers have to play beyond food production, beyond being an integral part of our rural economy, is actually we're going to play a really important part for the country to deliver on its climate ambitions as well, because we have the capability of doing it, and we're going to support farmers to do that. On my farm at home, I've been a part of an EIP, Innovation Partnership project around pollinator and bees and stuff for the last 5 years. It's been fascinating. Best part of it has been meeting the other farmers who are in it. 40 farmers, some are whom are really intensive, had to be cajoled into it. Different types of farmers, different ways. We had our graduation, or if you like, for want of a better description, on Monday, where it wrapped up after 5 years, and all farmers were. One farmer talked about that sense of walking through the multi-species sward meadow on a Sunday morning and seeing so much more activity of wildlife in that field than there was 5 years ago, and the positivity that gave us. So when Stan talks about that adoption, part of it is to prove to farmers that, you know, financially they could be better off, they're not going to be worse off, that we need to sustain them. Part of them is to show that there are new opportunities here on renewables. So as a government, we took away the planning permission requirement to put solar panels on the roof of your shed. Back to my point, I still believe farmers' core business will produce top quality, safe, sustainable food, but there's nothing to stop them getting an alternative income that can mitigate the volatility of commodities from year to year. If you're getting 5,000 or 8,000 from solar panels off the roof of your shed, while the agricultural produce is still in that shed, then that can help the income as well. So it's to get all those elements. I think we're really close to a tipping point, but ultimately, to answer your question, it's because farmers intend to do everything. Every target is set for them, they intend to meet them.
I'm seeing that as well, and I think the EIPs are amazing, by the way. They're just all over the country. I see so much pride in uplands EIPs, in biodiversity EIPs, and grouping people together with a common cause. It's just been amazing, the value that's come out of them. We might open it to floor for a little bit. We don't have a huge amount of time. We'll take the gentleman here because we haven't. Oh no, we did. Oh no, the late. Yeah, go ahead. I can't see the light now. I can see. Yeah, it's coming down now to you.
O'Regan here again. Minister, and I suppose Kevin, we're talking about the country is aiming for a net carbon footprint. And that's my aim as well. And that's your aim, Kevin. But I don't see how you can achieve it, because your carbon footprint is a gross one. And it's the same as me. And I get my carbon footprint every year from Board Bia. And a couple of years ago, they told me my carbon footprint in real absolute terms is about 720 tons. And I wrote back to them and I told them that I have forestry that removes around 700 tons per annum. My grassland removes over 300 tons per annum. So I am net carbon neutral. And that's what every farmer should want to be. But I asked them, can I have a bit of paper saying that? They said, no, we don't capture such data. So surely to God, the idea of a net neutral farm must be put on paper somewhere. We must be allowed our removals. And Kevin, I can't understand how you can aim to be net zero when the carbon footprint you get is an absolute one. It's a gross one.
Can I just add to that before they answer? So we talked about reputation, and you mentioned about farmers not really feeling that the message is communicated, and we heard Mr. Price talk about how agriculture hasn't improved. And I wonder if, in addressing John's point about net zero, there's a really big time lag between innovations on the farm and that data reaching something like the inventory. So, for example, Vanessa might well be carbon neutral. She might well have made all of these reductions. But if the inventory doesn't take those emission factors into account today, that won't be reported in the inventory as a reduction in agricultural emissions, and might not be for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, depending on the complexity of the research involved, how much is required to be produced. So we could be producing significantly less than the stated 37% of Ireland's emissions today. But we're not able to have that implemented until it's been through X amount of research. That research has gone through peer review, and then the EPA decides whether or not they're going to look at it. So there's a huge gap between reality and how we're being measured. And I'd love to understand if Martin Hayden has any suggestions for how we might more positively fill that gap, other than letting environmentalists run away with themselves on how high our emissions are and how much we're emitting.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thanks very much for the
You want to
question.
answer that? Yeah.
Yeah, so so we perform life cycle analysis on the farm. So we look at everything that comes in and goes out, including emissions that go out. So we've identified the various categories where the emissions are and where the potential for sequestration is. So you're right, in terms of the inventory may not capture everything that is being absorbed, but carbon sequestration in soil and carbon sequestration in grasslands still needs a lot of research to really fully understand the ability of those soils to capture carbon. So I think, and that's part of our research, is as getting to net zero, is to understand, to measure that. And I know Teagasc are doing that again through the signpost farms. They have the carbon towers out and measuring that. So there is a gap. There is research that needs to be done. But we're looking at everything from the soil up, yes, from the ground up. That's the soil, that's the grass, that's the cow, that's forestry. Yeah, so you're looking at all aspects, renewable energy, etc. Not at the moment, yes. Not at the moment, yes. But that is where the evolution has to happen. So yes, there is a gap, but there is work being done to try and close that gap. And also slurries is the other one where you can close the gap. Yeah, so we're identifying various aspects where we have to tackle to get to net zero.
Martin, you can pick that up. It's just a matter of time, isn't it? It's going to take time.
Yeah, look, a number of speakers earlier today have said how this whole process is evolving. Look, we discussed this. We stood in a farmyard for a long time down in Kerry. I remember one evening, and we had a long discussion. I remember that, and it was a good discussion, robust debate on it. But ultimately here, we don't deal with farms at individual levels. We're talking about national overall strategies here to get us in that place, because at the same time, we have those flux towers all around the country on different soil types, getting those measures there. It's where we want to get to. We want to be able to get to that point, where we can empower farmers with that individual. But this direction of travel is absolutely the right space to be going into. And I've outlined earlier why, in terms of it's a smart business play as well as the environmental element of it too.
Okay, at the very back of the room there, gentlemen, about 2 rows from the back. We haven't heard from you. Can we get a mic to him?
Thanks, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a question for Vanessa. You're doing a lot. It's excellent to hear. You've done an awful lot of activities for improving the resource use on your farm. And just a question: have you noticed kind of economic benefits for yourself? Obviously, it's benefits for biodiversity and things, but have you noticed on your journey, economic benefits?
Great question.
Even while the inventory isn't there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like when I spoke about the EBI, my focus at the time was working on milk solids, so I could get a better price for my milk, because my milk goes into manufacturing, making cheese and butter and stuff. So yes, I was able to increase and have an environmentally friendly cow, you could say, but I was able to increase my profitability by using those genetic traits to profile these cows going forward, and future-proof my herd. When it came to I've seen benefits financially reducing the fertilizer, obviously, because I've managed to, and it has taken a few years to get my soils to that index 3 level. And a lot of focus and a lot of soil testing, and I was glad to have the departments did a rollout of a pilot scheme for soil testing last year. It actually helped me focus more on nearly each paddock and what fertilizer I needed to put out. So I've been able to reduce my fertilizers and understand what my soil needs, so I have seen a financial benefit that way. I suppose what makes me nervous is when I hear about additives and the mention of like it's going to cost 1 cent per cow, because for all the good things that might come, at the end of the day I have to make a living.
I think it was 1 cent per litre, wasn't it? I think Tommy said, or whoever, we can go back to that. But I get
it's a cost. So everything is a cost, and I bought that LES machine, that slurry tanker that puts the soil straight onto the ground.
Yes.
And I was able to get a grant to help me with that, but I had to take out a 5-year loan to buy that, because I have a small farm, but because I'm a derogation farmer, I had to go and spend an awful lot of money on something that was going to impact me financially. Now I was able to get a small grant after that, but I'm still paying it off for 5 years, and I've other things now to comply with, like getting in soil water tanks and things like that. So I'm not sure when I go back and ask for more money, is my cash flow good enough for
more
the grants are
investment.
there, but if I can't actually pay for it to be done, then I can't apply for a grant. So there's a lot of worry for me, like I have 2 kids going to college in Dublin. Like, we started roofing a shed there in 2018, but the 2 of them went off to Dublin, and like that's been postponed.
There's no roof.
So there's half a shed, but it's functioning, and it's something that can wait. But as farmers, we have to prioritise the different jobs, and there's things coming at us left, right, and centre, and regulation, and I think of a lot of other farmers, and the average age of farmers is 59. They're kind of half thinking that they had their farming job done. Now they have to start investing a lot of money that might have put aside for pensions into doing all the regulatory stuff that you have to do. So there is financial implications, and I do worry about, will I be able to do all this regulatory stuff and have an income out of it?
Yes.
Like things have got very complicated. Before it used to be about milk quality and producing the best product you could, and now we're adapting. And I have to say, like, that there's a lot I don't think farmers need that push. I think there was no pathway before, and I think we have a lot more clarity now as to where we're going. So farmers didn't know what the hell was coming at them, or where are we going with it.
Well, I might ask Stan to come in on that. I mean, Stan, when you hear and kind of Vanessa's response that it's great, you make cost savings in a lot of measures, but others are investments, and the maybe uncertainty over a couple of those things. What do you say to farmers?
I think we need to be honest about that. There are some things in the way the MAC curve even is constructed and shown, it compares what a particular technology can deliver in terms of emissions and what the cost or benefit may be. We need to be very honest about things. There are things there that it makes sense. You wonder why the adoption isn't higher, because from an economic point of view, there is an incentive there to do it. But there are things that will cost money, and they do cost money. And there might be marginal benefits, but it doesn't cover the full cost of the technology or so on. And we heard more of that this morning in relation to the potential really positive future there might be in terms of methane inhibitors, but they're going to come in a cost too, and that cost benefit will have to be worked out there. So I think being honest and upfront about it is really important, because if we're not honest in terms of a farmer looking at what their options are, how are you supposed to get adoption? And that's really, really important. The part of how you can motivate, every farmer is perfectly entitled and should be asking if entitled to say, what's in this for me? Any business person should be doing that.
Yeah.
That's part of being a business. So being honest about that is really, really important. And, all of the collective effort or a lot of what we have to do here is about de-risking this adoption for farmers. And there's a number of ways you have to do that. You have to look at whether are the risks financially. Vanessa gave an example there, if you're out borrowed money to do something, right? There's a financial risk in that. There's a risk in terms of will it work, will it won't work. So between knowledge, between the structures around it, even, take biomethane that came up in the last session, the whole financial structure about how that can be enabled. There's huge risk there, and how we can de-risk that for farmers and de-risk this technology adoption through the knowledge, through their confidence, and through the motivation. If there's financial motivation required, or need to square off the financial motivation part of it as well, all of that is really, really important. And ignoring that and just asking for things to happen on the basis that it's the right thing to do would be naive.
Yeah,
we need to take it all
would.
around.
It puts too much pressure on people. Kevin, were you about to say something on this as well?
Yeah, I suppose just to build on that a little bit, there is also low-hanging fruit out there in terms of what Donagh talked about this morning in terms of genetics and breeding, which we know is ongoing all the time and very, very cost effective. And we've invested a lot of resource on a demonstration farm down in Carlow with the two Shepherd brothers, and the main objective for us there is to show commercial gains on a farm just through selective breeding. And we've been able to demonstrate gains in our terms 46 kilos on a carcass, which is about €200 on the animal, simply based on genetics, looking at comparable calves from two different bulls. So there are areas where we can pick up that efficiency at little or no cost.
And in terms of your businesses and the marketplace, what about the lower slaughter age? Do you see that working? Do you see people getting to that point in their head with breeding and with management? Because it has a big, big slice of emissions.
Yeah, I think the reduction of the age of slaughter is going to come as a positive benefit from the genetics in our view. I mean, in terms of marketing or the first comment you made, I mean, just to touch on that before we wrap up today, the Minister mentioned at breakfast this morning that he wanted today to be a sort of a step change in how we looked at things going forward. We have a huge opportunity here in Ireland because there is leadership both on the research level, at the farmer level, in terms of everything that's been adopted. Really important that the brands we're working with internationally, whether they're retail, food service or quick service brands, they are looking into Ireland, to companies like Kerry and ourselves, for some direction and leadership and how they meet their own emissions targets. They've made big commitments to their consumers and to institutional investors around these targets. And we really should be amplifying more positively the opportunity we have here. It is a competitive advantage. I acknowledge, and everybody here acknowledges, that we have world-class people, both at the producer level, at the research level, and in the processing level. So we really should amplify that internationally and get a positive competitive advantage from all of that.
And like actually the New Zealand researcher was saying earlier, or at the Methane project, that what we're doing, maybe we could be known in the future that you don't just have Stanley Tucci saying, oh, Kerrygold's the nicest tasting butter in the world, but that Ireland is known as the most sustainable producer of food in the world. Like, it isn't a big jump to see us getting to that point. We know we produce incredible beef, incredible, produce from our landscape and our temperate climate and our management and our skills that we have with livestock and in the kind of pastoral traditions that we have. But it isn't a big jump to say we become world leaders in sustainability, that everybody can genuinely follow the path, because we've got here ahead of other people, as he acknowledged.
If you actually look at Suzanne at Food Vision 2030, our 10-year strategy in the Department of Agriculture, we want to be world leaders in taking a food systems approach. It talks about sustainability in all its forms.
Yeah.
You can't have environmental sustainability without the economic sustainability for the farmers and the food production companies, and the social sustainability of where they're based. And you gave the example of Kerrygold there. in the US market, Kerrygold butter, sorry, Patrick, well, just talk about our new here in a second, but Kerrygold butter is 80% more expensive than other butter on the shelves in America.
Wow, 80%.
And it does very well.
That's right.
And the people who buy that obviously want the quality. There's a number of things we're recognised for internationally: safety, quality, great taste, and all the rest. But they're also the discerning customers who look into sustainability. So, the point is, we're in the lead. Irish international food products, we export to 90% of what we produce around the world is seen as being sustainable. But if we fold our arms and sit back and say, look, we're grand, we have our pasture-based system, then other countries could pass us out, because other countries will make moves in this direction. And a lot of what we're doing here, while being right for the climate and right thing to do, is also about making sure we maintain that competitive advantage.
Yeah, and it's going to become increasingly carbon sensitive, that competitive advantage, and that not just carbon sensitive but sustainability sensitive. I mean, we know that corporate and social reporting is now coming in an EU directive for businesses. So if you are a supermarket group, if you are a meat processor, you have to show that how your waste is handled, how you treat your human resources, how you treat mental health, how you treat the people who provide your ingredient, and how those ingredients are farmed. So it's not just, go ahead.
Just to echo what Kevin had said here. I mean, a lot of our global customers today have published ESG targets that they have to achieve over the next 5 years. And I mean, the media, the rhetoric here in Ireland is that farming is kind of destroying the environment or the rivers, whatever. We need to get away from all that. We need to be a bit more positive in our outlook. What farmers have done over the last 5-10 years, we're the most sustainable dairy business, I'd say, in the total world. We just need to get back a little bit more positivity into what we're doing at farm level, and as the minister says, the platform and the pathway is there now to not to rest on our laurels, but to drive on, because you can't rest on your laurels in this business. You have to show progress. We have the Origin Green STAS program for the dairy business, where you can get your carbon footprint every 18 months, but you have to show improvement. Otherwise, we'll start going backwards,
So it is an opportunity. Go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, so I agree absolutely. You need to change the narrative so that farmers realise that, okay, so what I would say is that farmers are best placed to address the challenge. But you need the science, and we need to, I suppose, face up to the fact that we do have emissions problems, we do have water quality problems, we have these challenges, but it is a societal problem. It is not a farmer-only problem. Yeah. So, and I do hear a little bit of in today's conference, and I heard it before, there's a bit of a them and us, and that's just very, very bad, because the key to solving this is collaboration. The key to solving it is knowing that you don't have all the answers yourself, and that it is a collective, and it is very, very challenging. And the way to move this forward is to work together, recognizing that people, and you hear questions in the audience, people have very different views on this, but it's getting people into the room and talking to each other and recognizing, and we've had people who would say, farming is bad for biodiversity, but we're working with biodiversity experts who have said, but you can change this. And we've done that on Chinook, and I think you can, but it requires a lot of work, and it does require investment. And there's one of the conversations we haven't been having, but there is a certain amount of farmers are going to have to put their hands in their own pockets, and that's a risk and that's a challenge. But there also has to be support for farmers to do the right things. And we're hearing that through CAP and other things, but I think it will require more. And then the situation will stabilize. It'll probably take a decade or more, but then it will stabilize and the market then will kick in. But I do think, like any market that is being asked to change, you need support.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. And also, farmers are the agents of change in this. They are the people that are helming this land and, looking after the plan and direction of these holdings as it is. They are the only agents that can really bring about this change. Stan, you wanted to come in there?
Enda Buckley from Carberry says that farmers are stewards of sustainability now. That's what they should be looked upon. It's a challenge, and we know that they have to change practices, but they can become that. But it is, again, changing the narrative, changing the image. It's not easy.
No.
Can I just add to that, because I'm in the West Cork area and Carberry. I have been incentivized, I've been encouraged, I've been given information.
Okay.
By industry, by Teagasc. I'm not going to say it's more progressive, but we're we've been very dairy focused. It's what fuels our whole economy in West Cork. And everybody wants to do the right thing. And when you have support from the industry is a co-op owned by farmers, to return what is made. Farmers are consumers. When I hear about, it's the consumer, I am a consumer. I go like anybody else to the shop and I try and buy responsibly, but I am more aware of where my products come from. And, I think sometimes the disconnect with society needs to be addressed, and there's all the scientists in the room doing all fantastic things. I think you need to be out in society and advocating for what you're doing and showing the progress that's in this agricultural sector. There's amazing work being done.
I agree.
Amazing work being done on the ground by the farmers. Maybe you haven't heard, we haven't had that just transition time, so I can't show you that measurement, because it hasn't been peer reviewed.
And it is a
or
huge
whatever.
transition. It
just
probably
needs time.
hasn't been recognised in public discourse for how huge it is. Where we had the people employed by fossil fuels and on the peatlands needed to go through a just transition, and the energy needed to go through a transition. It hasn't been recognised for what a momentous transition it has been and is currently for agriculture and for farmers. And as a member of the media, I need to communicate that better. I need to recognise that better, and people need to be given a lot more credit.
Farmers need to hear that.
I know.
It's just a morale issue now.
Yeah.
I think if you don't start saying what I'm doing and what other farmers are doing, they'll just say, sure, I've been doing all that and I'm not getting any recognition for it. That lag is causing an unbelievable amount of stress in the farming community. And there's so many people doing so many right things,
Yeah, you're right. We need more attention. Stan, one final comment from you, and then we have the Minister's closing remarks.
No, it's just really to fall in behind and support the comments around collaboration and the importance of that. And I go back to the point again, from a farmer perspective, the consistency of the message they're receiving is so important. Talk about de-risk. That means they want clarity about what is ahead, certainty about what to do. It'll deliver the results. And I just want to, I suppose, highlight from a Teagasc perspective, I think we're fortunate to have an organisation like Teagasc that has an integration of knowledge transfer with advisory and education with research. Key to that as well, it does not get mentioned as much, but even the specialist role within Teagasc as the bridge between on-the-ground advisors, on-the-ground teachers with research is really, really important. The signpost programme is a manifestation of that, where it's a way, and it's a way where the industry collaborate with that, and it's a mechanism by which industry engagement with the research that's there, and it helps with the consistency there as well. But also to recognise that there's a huge number of farmers can have such a positive influence on,
yes.
A huge number of actors can have a huge positive influence on farmers on a daily basis. There's people working in Teagasc, but there's people working in private advisory roles, there's people working across the industry, co-op stores or whatever, there's people working in other professions associated with farmers, be it legal, financial, media, wherever. And I think that being able to, I suppose, to promote as much as possible, we're very conscious of this in Teagasc, to promote as much as possible, that everybody's on the same pitch here in terms of what the challenge is, what the help and the support farmers need in terms of the clarity of what to do, but also the support to do it, I think is really, really important. That's what we're trying to do as well. And the final point I'd make in relation to that, and particularly we often talk about, there's a cohort of farmers who are very ready to receive information, and then there's a cohort of farmers that are, I use the term hard to reach, even though I don't like it, and I think not to dismiss as well the enormous potential, and we see that in terms of across the client base we be working with, and private advisors would say the same thing, through the interaction, even with farmers through schemes, and I know the farmers who engage with schemes, the income supported schemes is really, really important, and it's a priority for many. But what we can do to leverage some of this adoption through those is really, really important as well, and to acknowledge there's a lot of progress can be made and is being made in relation to that area as well. But that collaboration and consistency across the industry, I just think it is developing very well. I think it's really positive, and long may it continue.
Okay. Please give our panelists a big round of applause. And you can take your seats and we'll just close off everything. Thank you. We're only a tiny bit over time. I think we've all done very well. I'm going to invite the Minister up to give his closing remarks now in a second. Thank you everyone for coming. I think it was such a valuable day. To hear the science updates for me, and I largely would be in the room in terms of this information, was so exciting. The stuff that's going on methane, on breeding, on even additional measures to the MAC curve, on accelerating adoption, so many brilliant things. But also the most important thing is having all the people from divergent parts who engage with agriculture, who are farmers themselves, here is one of the most important aspects in contributing. So I'd like to just bring a close to proceedings again. Thank you for coming and safe home, and just invite the Minister up to give his closing address. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, and thank you everyone for your time here today. I think it's been a wonderful and very constructive day for all of us. And I want to just at the outset say a few thanks. And first of all, Suzanne, I want to thank you for how you've tied it together so well and done such a great job as moderator. Thank you. Really was very well done. And I want to thank Karl Walsh and Edwina Love and all of their team under the leadership of Bill Callanan for the wonderful work in pulling all of this together. So thank you for that as well. And thanks to my colleagues, Minister Pippa Hackett, Minister Martin Hayden, and all of our speakers for the great contributions over the course of the day. Thanks as well. And most of all, thanks to all of you for your attendance today. And I think over the course of the various sessions we've had here this afternoon and this morning, we've delved into very important discussions around policy. We've explored innovative scientific solutions, and we've witnessed a shared commitment as well to addressing the pressing challenges that climate change presents to our world and to our agricultural sector. I don't intend to sum up each of the individual presentations or sessions, but I do want to offer some concluding thoughts before you depart. To begin, I think it's important to take a step back and to look at the broad context of today's conference. In our day-to-day pursuit of fighting against climate change, it can sometimes be forgotten that agriculture's first and foremost task is to produce safe and nutritious food. Professor Tommy Boland said it quite frankly when he noted that our pasture-based livestock upcycles an otherwise human unavailable biosource resource. Farmers produce food, and as the Taoiseach and the Secretary-General pointed out in their earlier contributions, that is a massively important job. When it comes to agriculture, it's not ever going to be all or nothing, as farming in this country is too important not to be supported in every way possible. It's important for food security and economic sustainability, but also for our culture and identity. And I know synergies are there and very much there between our efficient pasture-based production systems and our climate ambition. Since 1960, the world population has more than doubled, and food systems around the world have not only managed to increase agricultural production in line with population growth, but also to actually increase production per person by more than 45%, with important implications for nutrition and for food availability. We're now grappling with the challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion, the challenge of malnutrition and indeed obesity, all against a backdrop of a global population that is expected to rise to 9.1 billion people by 2050. The presentation from Peter Thorne this morning was clear. Climate change is real and that its impacts are already being felt. Peter described the alarming pace of global warming and how rapidly we are approaching key tipping points beyond which the climate will enter a phase we have never witnessed before. Fossil fuels have been the major source of greenhouse gas emissions, but they're not the only contributor. We know energy and transport must decarbonise, but agriculture must and can accelerate its contribution to solving this challenge. I sometimes hear arguments that it won't matter what we do in Ireland if larger countries don't do more. But how do you think this argument will be judged by our children and our grandchildren? Will they see merit in not acting just because others didn't? Or do we want them instead to look back and say that we showed leadership and determination in cutting our own emissions. I believe that the vast majority wish for this latter outcome, and that is why the government and all of you in the agricultural sector are working so hard to ensure we make our fair contribution to reducing our overall national greenhouse gas emissions. Despite our size, Professor Bob Rees commented that Ireland's contribution to global mitigation of greenhouse gases is critically important, with its impact extending far beyond our national boundaries. Irish agriculture is leading on science, which is why we placed it at the core of today's conference. I'm sure you will agree with what we heard during the debate on the State of Science sessions and how truly impressive in terms of the remarkable strides that have been made in agriculture and climate science, innovation and technology. What's more, their description of the extensive range of activities that are ongoing or will commence in the near future give great hope for further scientific breakthroughs. I firmly believe that reaching our climate targets lies in having an arsenal of technological innovations at our disposal. Science is a major part of the solutions that strike a balance between feeding the planet and preserving its ecosystems. And from the presentations that we heard today, we have reason to be confident that we can do this. We're fortunate to have a range of well-tested, ready-to-go solutions. In the recently published Teagasc Marginal Abatement Cost Curve, approximately 60% of the measures are cost negative or cost neutral and can be implemented now. Reducing age of slaughter, reducing fertilizer use and changing fertilizer type, adopting clover and multi-species swards, tapping into the potential of genetics and breeding indices. These are all tools which have been proven and should be adopted immediately. But we know we need very high adoption rates, and I'm supporting these ambitions from a policy perspective. This includes support for breeding through the likes of the the Suckler Cow Carbon Efficiency Programme scheme, a national initiative that will genotype the national herd as well. Also support for organics, for TAMS solar investments, forestry, and all these are well aligned with what we hear today, whilst we also implement an ambitious programme, of course, under acres. The Science into Action panel that has just concluded demonstrated how this is possible. It was heartening to hear the wide range of activities, supports and incentives that industry, advisory services and farmers themselves are putting in place, not tomorrow or next year, but now. But there is an onus on all of us to participate. In this context, I make a direct appeal to all of us here today to continue together on this journey ahead. We all need to ask ourselves what we can do, each one of us, to develop new technologies and practices, what we can do to help farmers adopt these, what we can do to finance and incentivize these. We mustn't get sidetracked by the critics and commentators who claim we are not acting. The best response to this is to demonstrate that instead of pointing fingers, we are focused on acting to reduce emissions. And as our sectoral trends come down, we can be confident in our achievements. My own department will continue to provide the necessary supports. Research and innovation are at the heart of our Food Vision 2030 strategy, and I'm proud to say that my department has committed over €245 million since 2010 for public good research across these areas. This has led to us having the second highest level of government expenditure for agricultural research in the EU as a proportion of the sector's value added, with only Germany ahead of us. And we're not acting alone. The videos you've seen played throughout the day highlight how we are working in partnership with a wide range of global research initiatives, as well as bespoke bilateral initiatives. International cooperation is not a choice here, but a necessity. From the almost €4 million investment announced this morning for collaborative research with New Zealand, to the multi-million commitment to the Global Methane Research and Development Accelerator that Hayden and Montgomery spoke about, or the $13 billion Aim for Climate initiative, we're linked into some of the most dynamic, fast-paced and comprehensive global scientific initiatives when it comes to agriculture and climate. By combining our own resources and our expertise, we can accelerate the pace of research and develop global solutions for what is truly a global challenge. From carbon sinks to biorefineries, biomass to ecosystem services, multiple new opportunities will emerge over the coming years which will help to displace and offset emissions. And while we continue to have a strong, vibrant grass-based livestock system, there is also opportunity and diversity with forestry, organics, tillage and energy generation very much part of the solution. In 3 weeks' time, I will travel to COP28 in Dubai. My attendance there will send a strong signal in terms of Ireland's commitment to demonstrating leadership in the global climate debate. We are relatively unique in terms of a developed country with a large proportion of agriculture emissions in our national inventory. The lessons we are learning and the technologies our farmers are adopting, such as those discussed today, can make Ireland an exemplar on the global stage in terms of providing a credible pathway towards having a pasture-based livestock system while also reducing emissions and combating climate change. The science is clear and the urgency is apparent. Now it is our collective responsibility to turn that science into action. Let us seize the moment to ensure that agriculture and climate change are no longer seen as adversaries, but partners in shaping a brighter, greener, and more prosperous future for all. Thank you all very much for your time here today, for your commitment to this cause, and let's keep the progress up and continue in this journey towards delivering on our national ambitions by 2030 and ensuring agriculture contributes to our national ambition to reach 51% reduction across the economy by 2030. Go Ramila Mayogaf Blair, everyone.